ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 Susu, baby, subramia, baby, subramia, Suku, sunu, baby, subramia, Suku, sunu, baby, subramia, Suku, sunu, baby, subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba, Dodri, Chukuma, Tukutuba, Dodri, the Mau, Egumau, Karatuba, Dodri, Chukuma, Tukutuba, Dodri, the Mau, Obodo, Jisike, Nubo, Seruna, Oibo,
it is everyone, Befere,
Ayandaba, 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 Ayandaba,
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
And there it is right there. Since I was born and now I am getting old. I don't know quite what that means. The top of my thing looks out of skew, but because the camera is swinging the other way around, to make that, who cares really? Who cares? You're not here for me. You're here for the news, aren't you? Really? So good to see you. Good day, and how are you? So another weekend upon us. So yeah, it's funny how the day goes, and then it ebbs and flows and lands ultimately where it always lands on a Friday. So another Friday, TGFI. Thank God for Friday, or TG, whatever the TG is, TG8. So good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you have been monitoring the Naira as it continues to gain strength against international money. I did try to tell you to stockpile Naira for I think I've been telling you for about a week, 10 days now. So I hope some of you at least heeded to that. So it's somewhat, you are almost on the cusp of a double your money deal because the Naira was trading to 1,400 and something to the pound. But it is my estimation that in the first quarter of the first quarter, so that is to say within the first 4 to 6 weeks of next year, the Naira will settle around about the 900 to the pound mark, which is near enough a double your money deal. So there it is. You heard it, but act now or fester in regret later. Act now or fester in regret later. So the usual, I am acting now. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. I hope a lot of you are doing that. There's somewhat of a resistance in that like button space. I'm not quite understanding it. You spend every single day here, and it seems to jar your senses. You get your knickers in a twist over just clicking on some lousy button. I mean, what skin does it take off your nose to click on the like button? What impact does it have on you? Just click on the damned like button. So do that immediately right now. So let's see the numbers going up. Click on the like button. And then actually, I'm going to play you a music to give you a moment to click on that like button. We have to push the likes up. It's just it's unacceptable just how low it is sometimes. You know, it's just unacceptable. Do I want to play you this? It probably annoy you even more, the obedience. So let's annoy the obedience a little bit with this.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you have when that reality comes. So I suspect that that would have the obedient hand that was reaching for the like button is quickly withdrawn by that. So there it is. How to win friends and influence people and all that. So click on the like button, just as I said. Let's see those numbers go up. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. We want 10 subscribers to take us. Let me just check. Yes, we need 10 subscribers to take us over a particular threshold. So if you want to be one of the people that tip us over a particular threshold, so 10 new subscribers today, that's the target. So click on the like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's highlighted right there. So click on that if you want to come and join us. I think we had Larry just a couple of days ago, a new voice to the space. So you can be the new voice of the day by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then there's a link pinned on the comment section inviting you to buy your host cups of coffee. Do that as well. 3 easy steps and away you go. And we want to see the super chats going up. There's been a lull in the super chats over the last couple of days. It's the $ at the bottom of the screen. Use that to donate towards the platform, as we've seen done on several other platforms. So do that. You click on the $ and you type in a sum of money, and away you go. So do that. So all of that. What are we contending with? It's somewhat slim pickings in the news cycle today. So it's somewhat of a slim pickings in the news cycle today, and it's going to be somewhat slim pickings in the news cycle. Good to see you. Tag me 22. That's a new name that I've seen in that space right there. And it's going to be somewhat of slim pickings in the news cycle going forward. So we're going to be pivoting somewhat in the tonality and texture and introducing new elements to our conversations. Because, of course, the high octane of the fierce fight has now plateaued in the Supreme Court judgment. So you can even, in all of the obedience space, you can see the language of confusion and depression. They've run out of steam in all of those spaces, but we will never run out of steam, of course, because we'll be consistent to a single narrative. And the candidate, by the way, this platform does have a candidate, and we've introduced that candidate severally, but let's introduce that candidate again. This platform that you're on now, that you're listening to, the One Man Went to More platform, it has a candidate, and that candidate is Nigeria. I've always said that, so I'm not quite sure what the confusion is. Nigeria was on the ballot too, and that is where our vote went. And our candidate remains Nigeria, and that is what we are backing. So it is the backing of Nigeria now that's going to be the continuing theme of this platform. So there is no variance in anything other than to pull that country off the back, pull it off the colors and yank it out of the cesspool that it seems to fester, that seems to have been festering in for so long. So our candidate is Nigeria, and the well-being of that country is entirely what we're all about. So there is no variance in anything we do here. We consistently remain on that stance. Our candidate, Nigeria. But the news cycle, as I said, slim pickings, but we picked this. Dangote BAU Group reignite 32-year-old war for market control, trade accusations of backstabbing. So there it is right there. The most fierce fight, they don't fight often enough in the public space, but the most fierce fight often instances is amongst the northerners, especially the Fulanis, because they always fight to the death. So fight to the death. Dangote BAU Group reignite 32-year-old war for market control, trade accusations of backstabbing. So what's in play there? What essentially is in play, by my own reckoning, what essentially is in play is the push to see who will be Tinubu's darling in this particular administration. So it looks as though Dangote might well be on the back foot somewhat with this Tinubu administration. And you can see BAU, which is Abdul, Rabiu, you can see him already making moves towards that administration, crashing the price of cement, making flattering noises towards the presidential space, and just stacking his cards to lean towards that presidency. So that fight out, Dangote BAU Group reignite a 32-year-old war for market control, trade backstabbing accusations. So we spent time there, and that repeats severally. So we pick one of the headlines and we read that particular storyline. I deployed back channel strategies to avoid bloodshed in the Dairy League because ECOWAS is angry. So this is Tinubu. So when Tinubu was telling these people to yield and to sheathe their swords and to return to the barracks and all that, and he started to amass troops around the borders of Niger Republic, a lot of people thought that was going to be a decision moment for his administration. But quietly, that storyline disappeared from the headline, only to be brought back to the foreplay, to the forefront, I should say, not foreplay. Foreplay is right grammar, but I know your warped mind will probably go somewhere else with that. I deployed backdoor channel strategies to avoid bloodshed in Niger Republic because ECOWAS is angry. So this is Tinubu now giving explanation. So let's take this and get it out of the way. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has disclosed that he was guiding the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, carefully to manage its anger over the military coup in Niger Republic that toppled the democratically elected president. Tinubu, who is the chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, disclosed this when he hosted the French Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, at the presidential villa Abuja on Friday, revealed that he deployed backdoor strategies to avoid bloodshed. So a lot of that backdoor strategy actually played out in open glare. So a lot of ulamas, a lot of sheikhs, and a lot of senior religious people were sent across the border to go and to apply calm to the situations in Niger Republic. But then, of course, Tinubu cannot claim it as a win because the coupists are still in charge of that government. So let's take it from top again and we just race through it. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has disclosed that he was guiding the Economic Community of West African States carefully to manage its anger over the military coup in the Niger Republic that toppled the democratically elected president. Tinubu, who is the chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, disclosed this when he hosted the French Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, at the presidential villa Abuja on Friday, revealed that he deployed back channel strategies to avoid bloodshed. Leadership is about responding to the needs of the people, their cries and their frustrations. Nigeria shares a border with Niger across the expanse of 7 Nigerian states, and most of these states are very populated. Therefore, I need to guide ECOWAS carefully and steadily so that we can manage our anger carefully. President Tinubu also noted that carrying any action against the military junta would endanger the life and that of the family of the ousted President Bazoum. We have a colleague and a democratically elected leader, President Mohamed Bazoum, being used as a human shield. If we are not careful, he and his family can be endangered. I am deploying all appropriate back channel strategies to avoid bloodshed in the Niger Republic. We recognize the wishes of our people. They do not want war, but that does not mean we cannot take bold and decisive action, the president said. Correspondents have reported that the regional bloc had threatened to use force to displace the military junta and reinstate the democratically elected President Bazoum. Despite the military threat, the junta ignored the 15-member state West African body and instead aligned with neighboring countries under military rule, stating that it was prepared to take on the body. Hosting the French envoy, President Tinubu explained that Nigeria is monitoring the situation in the neighboring country and exploring diplomatic channels, even as he noted his administration will continue to galvanize international partners to ensure a peaceful resolution to the situation in the country. He expressed the readiness of France to expand mutual beneficial collaboration with Nigeria. So essentially, that's just Tinubu giving the explanation on what transpired there. So now let's go to the Dangote versus Rabiu narrative. So let's read it from here. There's actually a long and winding essay that Dangote wrote that I'm a bit reticent to read. Is actually accused of economic sabotage, but I'm a bit reticent to read it because it's so long and winding, but I'll show you it. I'll probably put a link in the comment section as well. So this is the long and winding essay that Dangote wrote. So that's it right there. It says economic sabotage, our stand. So this is the Dangote group now responding to accusations of being economic saboteur. But let's pick it up from Rabiu, Abdul, Rabiu, and then we'll see where it lands us. Okay, it's so yes. Don't blame us for your self-inflicted issues. BAU company tackles Dangote over recent 7-page advertorial. Says it's sponsored campaign of Carmony. Says it is sponsored campaign of Carmony, cheap blackmail. So let's go. BAU Industry Limited has hit back at the chairman and chief executive officer of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, over several allegations leveled against its BAU management in a 7-page advertorial he, Dangote, released recently. Dangote and BAU Industry Limited have been at loggerheads over several issues, including claims and counterclaims over the ownership of the Obua mining site in Okpela in Edo State. So two Fulani men are fighting over mining rights in Edo State. So what is the Edo man in all these fights is the question. BAU, in a statement by its management, responded to Dangote, said that the 7-page advertorial was months long of sponsored campaign of calumny and cheap attempted blackmail against it. So this is the long and winding essay. So I've got both public outputs by both spaces, by the way, but I don't want to label it to have to read it. BAU in the statement detailed what it described as several acts of sabotage by Dangote on their businesses and operations across the country. The statement reads, "It is with a profound sense of responsibility and a heavy heart that we address the claims and very cheap attempts at blackmail leveled against BAU by Aliko Dangote in a recent 7-page advertorial following months of sponsored campaigns of calumny against us using third-party platforms. To put things in perspective, it is imperative to revisit the history, a history not of rivalry, but of resilience, not of enmity, but of endurance. In August 1991, a young BAU was doing its commodities trading business just as Nigeria faced a scarcity of sugar. As sugar was scarce, BAU was lucky to be one of the few with any stock for sale, and we stood prepared to supply the nation's need as best as our stock could. It was during this period Aliko Dangote approached us to purchase sugar. If only we knew he was setting the first of many traps in our business history." So this is a Fulani fight, so just sit back and enjoy this. Actually, I'll take it from the top again. I'll probably go and read the whole history of this because I've never really seen a Fulani fight break out in public. BAU in the statement detailed what it described as several acts of sabotage by Dangote on their businesses and operations across the country. The statement reads, it is with a profound sense of responsibility and a heavy heart that we address the claims and very cheap attempts at blackmail leveled against BAU by Aliko Dangote in a recent 7-page advertorial following months of sponsored campaigns of calumny against us using third-party platforms. To put things in perspective, it is imperative to revisit history, a history not of rivalry, but of resilience, not of enmity, but of endurance. In August 1991, a young BAU was doing its commodities trading just as Nigeria faced a scarcity of sugar. As sugar was scarce, BAU was lucky to be one of the few with any stock for sale, and we stood prepared to supply the nation's needs as best as our stock could. It was during this period Aliko Dangote approached us to purchase sugar. If only we knew he was setting the first of many traps in our business history. He gave us a Societe Generale of Nigeria check, which bounced upon presentation to the bank. Unbeknown to us, this was a ruse that would lead to a court-sanctioned freeze of our assets orchestrated by Dangote. For 3 agonizing months, our accounts were garnished, warehouse shuttered, and our spirits tested. Yet, from the ashes of deceit, BAU survived. See attached court order. Fast forward a few years later, we decided that since we were making good progress in our various businesses, we should open a sugar refinery. We approached one Usman Dantata, now late, Aliko Dangote's uncle, and leased his NPA waterfront land, 4.5 hectares, at the Tinkan Island Port, Polo House. We took the land, signed an agreement with the consent of NPA, and paid all applicable dues. Dangote waited until our contractors and equipment had been mobilized to the site. Then he went to former President Obasanjo. President Obasanjo had the land revoked entirely and gave the lease to Dangote. As a result, even his uncle lost the land. BAU was only given 24 hours to vacate the land. It took us over a year to get another land. How? Our survival as a business, especially our Lagos sugar refinery, is a legacy handed to us by a loving father who, seeing his son's distress, did what only the noblest and kindest of heart could. With unwavering faith, our chairman's late father, may his soul rest in eternal peace, handed him the land on which our Lagos sugar refinery stands today. This land was the location of one of his thriving businesses with a warehouse, which he shut down and handed to us without asking for compensation. He just saw the pain of our chairman, Abdul Rabiu, called him one day and handed him the papers to the land. His gesture was a beacon of hope in one of our darkest hours, and so BAU survived again another Dangote trap. Today, we are now the largest sugar refining concern in West Africa. Our businesses continued to surge forward amidst several attempts, too many to mention now. In 2007, under President Yar'Adua's visionary mandate to broaden Nigeria's cement industry and break the monopoly in the sector, BAU was amongst 6 companies selected and granted licenses. Our approach was unconventional but effective. We introduced a floating terminal, BAU Cement 1, which is a cement factory built into a large shape. As a stopgap, whilst we were working on securing our land-based cement plant, what followed, however, was another act intended to drive us out of business. Our application to dock the floating terminal in Lagos met with resistance. We then decided to berth the ship at the terminal we owned in Port Harcourt. Despite this, we faced considerable pushback, and it took the decisive intervention of late President Yar'Adua, who directed that the Minister of Transportation and Chairman of the MPA honor our right to contribute to the nation's growth, to contribute to the nation's growth. But the hurdles did not end there. The drama intensified when Orwell Brown, a Deputy Comptroller General, who was also an older brother to a Dangote staff, launched a sudden strike attempting to deport our vessel's entire expatriate crew. It was a Friday that is forever seared into our memory. The shock of our expatriate rounded up, their confusion as they were shepherded into a Dangote-funded one-way local flight from Port Harcourt to Lagos en route Asia via Emirates. Upon hearing of what happened, we reached out to Taminu Yakubu, the then chief executive advisor, who acted with the urgency that the situation demanded. He called the CG of Immigration. His call to the CG of Immigration was a lifeline, and our expatriate team were brought back from the Emirate aircraft and not deported. The aftermath was swift action by the president, who ensured that such a misuse of power would not go unchecked. DCG Brown, caught in a tangle of undue influence, admitted what he did to the minister, and he was later dismissed. Through all the tribulations, BAU's resolve has only strengthened. These events narrate not just the trials of a company, but the resolve of its people, are bound together by a shared vision and unwavering belief in justice and fairness. So on and on it goes. I'm not going to give you the fullness of it, but that is the battle between the Malams. Open warfare amongst their bookies. Or do you want the fullness of it? Actually, let me just read all of it. All right. We also know what transpired whilst we were building our Edo cement plant. Everyone knows the issue we faced. The plant we are operating in Edo would not have been operating and contributing immensely to the economy, if not for the former President Buhari, who had to intervene by calling Governor Obaseki that no staff must lose their job and the plant must not shut down no matter what happens. We cannot say more as the matter is currently sub judice and is at the Supreme Court during that time. Edwin Davan Kumar is the chairman of Dangote Group, and is at the Supreme Court. During that time, Edwin Dava Kumar and Sunday Esan, two long-time and current staff of Dangote, were caught in leaked memos whose content were not limited to sending thugs to foment trouble, close our factory, as well as pushing bad press against us. All right. I think I tire of that. So I think I tire of that. Bear with me one moment. One of my the things you do. Yeah, that's my laptop just beeping to say that it's hard enough. I just had to plug it in. All right. So I'm not sure if you want the fullness of that. I was enjoying that, but let me continue. What's wrong with this? All right. Just give me 1 microsecond. Yes. All right. Same thing happened again with our Port Harcourt sugar refinery, the only sugar refinery in Nigeria that is outside Lagos. Dangote utilized every means possible to ensure the refinery did not take off, and we raised an alarm. Uh, at some point, the terminal was taken away from us and was to have been given to someone else at the behest of Dangote. There had been there had to be a presidential intervention again with the MPA to do the right thing, yet we survived. For over 32 years, we have been cast as the antagonist in a narrative woven with malice. We have not just survived, we have thrived, expanding our operations and contributing to Nigeria's economy without resorting to subterfuge. To Mr. Dangote and the Dangote Group, we say, let us build, not belittle. Let us cultivate, not conquer. While we may share the marketplace, we need not share malice. We have nothing to do with your self-inflicted issues. Blame no one but yourself. In closing, we at BAU remain committed to our ethos of innovation, and then it goes to round off. So that's open warfare right there amongst their bookies. It's not something you see often, as I said, play out in public glare. But what I will do is I will post the link to the two PDFs that tells this tale in the fullness of it. So anybody that wants to go and read the fullness of the expansiveness of it can go and do that at their leisure. Pardon me, I'm doing several things at once. Yeah, so there's that. So there's that. Let's go on from that to something else. Yes, so the headline story. Naira gains massive strength, exchanges for 900 to the dollar. So it says the value of dollar to the naira fell sharply on Friday, with the local currency exchanging below 1,000 naira in the parallel market. This is the first time in over a month that the local currency will gain remarkable strength since its exchange above 1,000 naira to the dollar. From 1,150 in the parallel market on Thursday, the naira exchanged for 950 on Friday evening and below in the morning, gaining over 200 naira. Sources at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, confirmed to our correspondent that the dollar exchanged for 750 to 800 in the morning before appreciating to 950 in the evening. This happened in the midst of intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, which was said to have started clearing backlog of matured dollar obligations amounting to over $7 billion. The beneficiaries of CBN's remittances were banks and airlines, bolstering expectations amongst foreign airlines operating in Nigeria. For instance, the United Arab Emirates, UAE carrier Emirates, may soon resume flights to Nigeria as both countries finalize agreements which may see the Arab country lift its visa and work permit bans on Nigerians. A Bureau de Change BDC operator in Lagos, Mr. Abdul Abudullah, said, we sell at 950 as I am talking to you. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Yesterday was 1,150. But today it crashed to 950 here. Tomorrow I will tell you the market situation. Just call me. Another BDC operator at the MMI, simply identified as Mal Ubiada, said, dollar this evening, we buy it for 900 naira, but in the morning, we bought it for 800 naira. It is coming down because of what the CBN did. He, however, advised the CBN should supply naira dollars directly to BDC operators saying this would further strengthen the value of the naira. So I cannot say that I disagree with that final submission by that guy right there. I think the dollar should be supplied directly to the. I think the bureau de change space, it should be formalized and regulated by the CBN, and they should have direct access to the dollar. So direct access to the dollar, exactly as I told you, this is what's come to pass. CBN crash dollar released $6.7 billion dollars to banks with special instructions on forex debt. The volume of dollars traded in the Nigerian foreign exchange market window increased by 23.8% monthly to $2.23 billion in October 2023 from $1.18 billion in September, showing an increase in forex inflow. Data shows that weekly transactions in the official NAFEM showed that turnover recorded upward swings across the 4 weeks in October from $326 million in the first week of October to $642 million in the last week, but soared to $163 million in the previous 2 trading days in October. FMDQ data shows that the naira fell to 815 per dollar in the investor and exporter window at the end of October from 700 and so the dollar is gaining strength anyway. I'm sure you are all getting that because you all send money home regularly. So from that on to this, France to return 150 million Abata loot. So it looks as though they released these monies per administration. So how much exactly did Abata steal? Every administration gets $1 billion back. So from that on to this, presidential yacht already in Nigeria as reps panel investigates Navy over procurement. So that presidential yacht, it wasn't active because I wondered how 5 billion naira could buy a presidential yacht. But I think that would have been the final installment on a carryover purchase from the Buhari administration. So that's essentially what that is all about. Nigeria brings major Dangote refinery. Nigeria brings major Dangote refinery to life with own oil supply. Nigeria State Oil Farm NNPC will supply the new 650,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery with up to 6 cargoes of crude in December to be used in test runs. 3 industry sources with the knowledge on the matter said. The refinery, funded by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, will transform oil trading in the Atlantic Basin and remove a lucrative outlet for fuel produced in Europe and the United States that have for years powered cars, trucks, and generators on the continent. The refinery in the Lekki Free Trade Zone near Lagos, once it is fully up and running, it will turn oil powerhouse Nigeria into a net exporter of fuel, a long-sought goal for the OPEC member that is currently almost totally reliant on import. One of the sources, an NNPC official who declined to be named, specified 6 cargoes or 200,000 BPD will be supplied in December as part of a 1-year deal, adding that volumes in future months would be supplied based on mutual agreement and availability. Other sources said about 4 to 5 cargoes or at least 130,000 BDP were planned. A Dangote group official who did not wish to be named said some of the agreements have confidentiality clause without elaborating when asked about the Dangote about the NNPC supply deal. So it looks as though they are supplying them oil for test runs. So that's that. So that's that. Is there anything else? All right. One final Dangote story, and then we go to the K guys. Dangote ranks 9th on list of top 10 richest manufacturing billionaires. So that's quite a specific area, by the way. So it's not top 10, ninth of the, it's not the 9th richest man in the world. People that made their money from manufacturing, he ranks 9th there. So that's essentially what this is telling us. According to CEO World Magazine, Dangote, with a net worth of $10.5 billion, is the only African on the list, dominated by billionaires from Asia and Europe. The 66-year-old billionaire, who derives most of his wealth from his 82.2% majority stake in Dangote Cement, the largest cement producer in sub-Saharan Africa, credits much of his success to his maternal grandfather, who instilled a business mindset in him from a very young age. So here is a list of the top 10 richest manufacturing billionaires in the world. So Reinhold, something or the other, I won't attempt these names because they're just going to freak me out. But there it is, Dangote again. So there it is, Dangote again. Let's do the K guides, and then we get into the meat and drink of it. The K guides first. Where is it?
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dámẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So powerful, potent prayer by the K guides. Powerful, potent prayer by the K guides. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. Jide joins us from Lagos. Good to see you, Jide. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, good to have you in the house. Bishop, of one of your favorite voices, is here as well. And Larry spends time with us as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to see you. Are people going off the K-Guide music? Somebody is saying is going a bit still there. You have to live with it, or people enjoy it. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Anybody that wants to hop on. There's plenty of space on the studio. Let's kick the conversation on, and we'll kick it off in this instance with Larry. Larry, are you ready to go?
Hey, hello, woman. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. The weekend upon us. Any big plans? Any Owambe?
I think it's just going to be more relaxing for me.
Hmm.
Relax. It's been a hectic week.
Yes, you know, I don't have the appetite for all those who want best sort of be. My best weekend is just chilling indoors. Maybe go to the mall with my family, and that's it. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not really one for all this heavy, you know, pretending to be having fun in some space that you don't want to be. You know, I'm not
exactly.
for all that. You know,
Exactly.
so,
Okay.
so yeah. So what are you looking at in the news today? It was a bit slim pickings, but I think we've been able to put something together. But what are you looking at?
Yeah.
This fight between Dangote and Rabiu is quite a thing.
No, I think the fight between Dangote and Abdul Samad, I think it's good. It's good for Nigeria. You see, I think a lot of things are beginning to come out, and I'm not anti Dangote, but I think Dangote has actually held on to a lot of things that really.
Do you think it's a positive or a negative for Nigeria,
No, it's
Dangote?
it's actually a positive one for Nigeria. It's a
Okay.
positive one for Nigeria because this time, right? Everybody wants to now play the game. And do you know why they want to play the game? Because obviously Tinubu is the president and Tinubu knows the game, right? So if you look at I think I was reading Sahara this today, and there is this memo where BUA was actually asked. I think there are some tax, almost something billion that BUA is actually owing in taxes. And now another thing is this issue of tax credits. They want to start looking into tax credits, pioneer tax, and a lot of things. So I think it's actually good for me. I think it's actually good for Nigeria, where everybody's now coming out clean, right? All the business guys, let everybody come out clean. Let us know what you're really doing behind us. And when you see businessmen fighting, right, that's when you're able to really know that, yeah, probably something good is coming. If you take for instance now, right, look at US for instance. When you see billionaires fight, then the country, it's really going to really gain a lot of things. And at that point, right, they always want to come clean, right? Because they know what they do. They know what they do. They in the country when it comes to taxes. And for me, even the Dangote refinery, I know there are still a lot of things that are still hidden, particularly regarding how forex was actually used, right? At what rate did Dangote get all those forex through Emefiele, right? Was Nigeria was those were those forex given with Nigeria at heart? Did Emefiele really played the game very well? So a lot of things, right, that are hidden are beginning to come out.
Yeah, Dangote actually released something to speak to that space, which I was a bit reticent to read out, but I may in the course of this session. But carry on.
Yeah, so for me, it's good. Let them keep it coming, right? Let them keep it coming, and then the government will now be the one to kind of like, okay, you come, you come. Okay, what exactly is happening, right? So there's nothing hidden again. So because the guy they have now, right, understand the business. They're all in the business together. Oil and gas, everything they understand. So let us come. The basic thing is just that we want Dangote to survive. We want Boa to survive. But at the same time, we want Nigeria to survive. That's the priority as far
We,
as
we,
I'm
we,
concerned.
we want the backlog of taxes that these people have not paid. We want that
Yeah,
paid.
yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot, right?
I think they were quoting something in the region of 250 billion
It's even more.
for Rabiu.
It's even more than that. A lot are really going to come out. Do you know one good thing that Ashwaju did? That I'm really happy, right?
You know, sorry, and this will be my last interjection. You know who they are really scared of? They're scared of Jim Obazie, the special investigator that Tinubu sent into the
It's
financial space. That's who they are really scared of. But
yeah,
carry on.
yeah. It's not even when it comes to taxes, right? Check out for Zach. This guy in FIRS. Oh my god. This guy in FIRS. If I was watching, did you watch? I was watching that guy's when they were trying to, like, the Senate was trying to give that guy a good nod, and the way that guy actually outlined what is really in stock. So there's nothing to hide, and I think it's
He
even
is
good.
the one going after Rabiu, the FIRS. They are the ones going after Rabiu.
No, it's not more, it's not going after Rabiu, right? I think it's just more of pay what you owe us. It's not just Rabiu. I think last 2 weeks was actually Adenuga, right? Adenuga was owing it too, and they had to pay NTC. So now I think it's just more of like pay us what you owe us, right? Forget about all these tax credits and all those. No, we don't want that. We need the money. You understand what I'm saying? So if you tell us that, okay, fine, I want to help you fix the road, let's look at the cost of the road, right? Is it good for you to pay us the taxes or you help us fix the road? Now let's play the game how it's supposed to be played, right? So I think that's the major thing that's really happening now. Why? Because I was so happy when I was reading all those things, and I think this is actually the best time where the billionaires need to fight.
You know what this actually reminds me of? Do you remember that time when the Saudi crown prince, when he rounded off all of the princes and locked them in a seven-star hotel and told them to cough up money? This is somewhat similar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just it. You understand what I'm saying? Now everybody is trying to, the old billionaire is trying to, okay, fine, who's going to be, the high of the government? Dangote has always been enjoying it. And, he's always been the government guy. If you look at everything you read, it's intimidation upon intimidation, right? Canceling all these guys' deal and everything, using the government, right? So for me, I still want Dangote to survive. I still want Boa to survive, and I want more billionaires to come up, right? I don't really want this issue of
Are we really wanting the survival of both of them, or because if you go and read the readouts, both by Rabiu and Dangote, Dangote, if we are going to go with what Rabiu has been saying, Dangote has moved all that was his might to make sure that that guy does not succeed. So should we just let them fight it out and the loser fall on his sword, sort of thing?
Yeah,
we can do without one of them. I mean,
no, we can't do without any of them. We need them, right? We need them, but what we just need is this: let them do their normal business, right? It's a good economy. Let them help the economy, but let them not cheat Nigeria. That's the only thing. Because for me, right, I don't even want them to just be in Nigeria. Let them have places, have factories outside, even outside West Africa. In as much as
you know who funds those factories outside West Africa that these people build? Nigeria funds it. Nigeria funds it. That's according to Dangote.
Yeah.
All these cement companies that is building in Ethiopia everywhere, Nigeria funds it.
Are we still going to continue funding it? No. No. So that's why, for me, I'm actually happy, right? I'm happy that they are fighting. I'm happy that they are now telling us what we don't know. Prior to this time, nobody ever knew all those things, right? And now we are beginning to know that, okay, fine, this is actually happening. And I know, everybody wants to have, be the Tinubu guy, all the billionaires, which is normal, right? Dangote, Boa, all of them, Elumelu, all of them. Yeah, it's good. But the basic thing is just that give Nigeria what belongs to Nigeria. I don't see any reason why we'll be using Nigeria money to finance Dangote, right? They said we had 20% in the refinery, but are you so sure that what we are really putting in is just 20%? Which I'm not sure until there is an audit, because there has to be an audit. We need to know how much we've invested in that refinery, and it has to be made open to everybody. I need to know how much of Nigerian money is in that refinery, so that we will know what Nigeria is really getting. So it's not going to be business as usual, because if Dangote is getting crude, right, how much is Dangote getting it? Is Dangote getting that crude based on how much you're supposed to sell for someone else? And
what are you making of because that's one of the stories we're discussing as well. They are going to be supplying Dangote with crude to test run this refinery in December, but they are supplying him about 200,000 barrels of crude. But they are saying that deal has a confidentiality clause. That
is where I want the You see, that's why I want the investigative journalists, right, to do their job. We need it to be leaked. If Sahara can actually do it for us, let us know what is in that deal, because it's Nigeria. That crude belongs to Nigeria. And if you're giving anything to Dangote, we want to know how much was given to Dangote. What is the cost from Dangote's factory, from Dangote's refinery? How much are we really getting it? Because a lot of things, right, has been hidden. It's been more of like one hidden thing to another hidden thing confidential. We don't want anything confidential. Let us know so that we will definitely know if Dangote is doing us a favor, right? Or Dangote is even taking from us. Because that's the major thing. Because even the whole I read, but I really don't want to say anything that I'm not really sure of. Because the whole thing, Emefiele and everything they did in CBN, it's a lot. But until that time, right? That's why I really want, if they really want to prosecute Emefiele, take Emefiele to court, bring all the evidences, let us know what he has actually done. So if Dangote is to pay us back, let's know how much Dangote is paying us back. So that's for me. When it comes to Dangote, I still wonder they need to continue. Boaz replied, "I want to hear from Dangote again, and let's let everything scatter and let Nigeria move forward."
All right, I'm certainly looking forward to that. I hope this Sultan of Sokoto doesn't call them to his office and say, don't they call, because as this thing continues to go back and forth between the two of them, other names will be mentioned and brought into play. Because these are not the only two crooks, of course, but these are two of the biggest crooks. And as they continue to throw brickbats at each other, then other names will be mentioned, other players will come into that fight, and then we start to get some sort of understanding of this underplay that we know goes on in Nigeria, but we cannot put our hands on.
Yeah, exactly. And another place that Tinubu is trying to put his torchlight, which I'm really happy, is the power sector. Probably, I don't know what's going to happen, right? To the likes of Elumelu, the likes of Otedola, right?
That's another fight, Elumelu Otedola. That one has been playing out subtly in the. Have you been following that one as well?
Yeah. I've actually been following it, but now, right? For me, businessmen, do your business, but don't change the country. They bought power, right? They bought everything. They were supposed to invest. How much did they invest in? What was the target, right? 10 years, they signed a 10-year deal. After 10 years, there was something there was a particular percentage where they said power will definitely be in Nigeria. Is it at that point? So now they need to now renew. It's time for renewal. Do we need to renew? Do we need to sit back and look at the whole thing, right? If it's actually a good business for us. If they need to take some license from some people, right? Take those licenses back from them. Because if they are not, they can't, we can't keep building, we can't keep having a country where we have the billionaires, right? Where in actual sense, look at what has actually happened. Per capita income is really low. So now at this point now, it's more like, yeah, we can build billionaires, but at the same time, we need to now start looking at what belongs to Nigeria should be given to Nigeria. That's what I'm really more interested in.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else that caught your attention in the news today?
Yeah, another thing is I'm really happy that Naira is beginning to find.
Oh yes. Have you been stockpiling? So sorry, I keep interjecting you. You seem like a good person to conversate with. Have you been stockpiling? Have you been buying?
Yeah, you see, as far as I'm concerned, right, I don't really want to stockpile, because for me, I want Nigeria to be great. It's normal for me being outside the country to be selfish. You understand what I'm saying? But if you look at it in natural sense, I don't really care, right? I want us to get that true value. The only thing I'm really interested in is that stability. I want to let's have this value. I don't want this kind of like, okay, today, this morning is this, in the afternoon is this. Let's just have a true value of what the Naira is. Everybody at the end of the day is really going to gain from it, right? Because it will definitely.
It's good for investor confidence, isn't it? So that they know that there's no more than a low one single digit movement often instances.
Exactly. Which I'm really happy. Hopefully by next week we should be able to know the true value of what it is, because what we still have now is still more fluctuation. There's a lot popping into the country. There is a lot of supply, dollar supply in now. So hopefully by next week, I think we should probably by Friday, we should be able to start getting a feel of what the true value of Naira is. And if we're able to get that, obviously, you see, there is a lot of great things, right? That I think Tinubu is trying to do, and if the ministers really do what they are supposed to do, because Nigeria, for me, if Nigeria is good, I'm really happy, right? I'm really happy because I don't see any reason why Nigeria won't be that country that everybody wants to go to. Everybody just need to just do what they are supposed.
There is a sense that this is the moment that that country wakes up. There is that sense, and even the international community are picking up on that sense that this is finally that moment that that country wakes up.
Yeah, and I think the thing is this: this is kind of like for a long time. This is one of those periods that we have a president that knows the business, that knows the game, right?
Is
And
this not the only time ever? We've had strong men, we've had well intentioned men, but we've never had somebody that is clued up as to what is going on.
exactly, someone that knows the business, someone that knows the game. So even the international community, they know he knows the game. So now when they are coming in, we've gone past those periods where, an Amechi will go to China and sign a deal and come back to Nigeria and they keep telling us they didn't even know what is in the deal. Now we are coming to the table. Whatever you're bringing to the table, let's look at it. Does it really favor us? If it doesn't favor us, we'll walk away. So, and I think at this point, everybody, they always want to, all the investors want to come in, but we want to know what you're bringing for us, right? Look at the mining sector. This guy in this Ministry of Dele Alake, I think he's doing a good job because at this point, we really want to know what is in need for us. So Nigeria has actually gone past that period where investors will come in and they will just give us a token and we want to give them everything. But at this point, we really want to focus on, I think they're really trying to focus on the actual thing. Let's know what you're bringing for us before we're able to really know what we want to give to you. So, which I think it's another great period. I just hope they keep the momentum and they really focus on everything and let's put in Nigeria first. I think that's the major thing.
All right, let me take you to this place, Larry. Presidential yacht already in Nigeria as reps panel investigates Navy over procurement. So I did not actually do the readout because I was a bit worn out by that heavy lift of the Dangote storyline. But essentially, that 5 billion was really just the last phase of a sequence of payments that birthed that presidential yacht in Nigeria. That seems to be the texture of it. So, what are you making of this narrative? And this, by the way, this spend is a carryover from the Buhari administration, not at all a Tinubu initiative. So, what are you making of the presidential yacht saga?
You see, for me, right, I think the major thing is just that it's for the country, right? And I know, like someone said, I think was it the day we were actually discussing this issue of presidential yacht. It's more of rivalry among the military agencies, right? Everybody wants to have something to hold on to. So, but if it actually belongs to the country, they've actually bought it. There's nothing we can do at this point, right? So I think the basic thing is just that let's see what they really want to do with it. Because for me, I really don't know what the Navy really want to do with it, but they know more, right? As regards what they want to do with it. So, but it's good that we know, right? It's good, unlike some periods where we don't even know what's even happening. So it's good that we know, and they've come out and to say, okay, fine, they've actually got it. They just need to clear up the what they are owing. Yeah, it's good. So whatever the case is, let them use it for what they want to use it for, and in as much as they don't, when Tinubu or any of those guys are leaving, they don't just give it to them. So it's a Nigerian thing. It belongs to Nigeria. And if it's not worth it, Nigeria can always sell it.
Yeah, but how can you justify that though? A third world country crippling under the heavy weight of impoverishment and debt, and then buying a yacht like though you were the Sultan of Brunei. But how do you justify? What rationale would they have used to propose that for it to have been signed off by Buhari?
Do you know the problem? The problem of Nigeria, right? You see, budget process in Nigeria, major of all those things comes from the civil servants. I need to be very candid with you. There are a lot of line items, right, that they just put in, and And even the presidency, they don't do good job in trying to like looking more into those line items, you know. And I think if we get to that point where, you know, we have a central place, budgeting will be so digital that everybody can actually have access to it. Even before they even take it to the National Assembly, we can vet it. So when we get to that point, I think that's when we start having more of these things, really getting to know what they are really doing. This is not just the only thing. I'm very sure if let's, you know, this is just a minimal. When the real budget comes next year, that's when you're going to see, because now everybody is now beginning to scrutinize the budget they're actually bringing, right? Gone are those days where you just put some shady things in the line items and you're like, okay, fine, this is it, this is it. I'm very sure even Buhari himself, but I don't really see Buhari as someone that really likes to, you know, this extravagance and everything. So yeah, but there's not, for me, we can shout, we can do whatever we want to do, because it's not just like they want to just buy it. So it's now, if they have not really set it out, wouldn't even know that they've actually even bought it. It's just for them to just pay. So there's nothing for me. We can always shout. The basic thing is just that it's opening our eyes to see more things, particularly when we want to see the 2024 budget. That's what I'm really interested in. I want
That comes in December. I'm excited by that too. I want to see one what goes to because the country carries so much debt, so you expect that there be a heavy weight towards debt servicing in that budget. But I want to see what capital expenditures there are and how that is itemized. You know a lot to unpick from that, Larry.
Yeah. There is a lot. That's why I'm not even disturbing myself on this particular supplementary budget, because I really want to put a good touchlight on that, because that will be the first real budget that will be coming from the Tinubu government. So that's when I really want to see exactly what they are really made of. What exactly are they really looking into? Because I need to be very candid with you. They still need to do a lot of work when it comes to revenue generation, because I don't know. There's a lot of, yeah, we're borrowing here, we're borrowing here. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad to borrow, but at the same time, you know, they need to sit down and really analyze how they really want to pay back and get us out of this whole thing of borrowing. So, but let's for me, I would definitely want to see what they are really
You
coming
know,
up.
a lot of people anticipate that the Tinubu budget is going to be by far the biggest budget that Nigeria has ever seen. But then how it's going to fund it, then that will be the next trick. But we are anticipating yet the biggest ever budget in that country's history.
Yes. But I think the major thing is if they're able to stabilize Naira, right, you might not really see that big. I think you see, the major problem with Nigerian budgeting system is just that it's domiciled against the dollar. So like this take for instance now this jet, right? I think when they budgeted for it at when at, I think dollar was around 400 and something, right? And now it's the normal value is, I think, which they use now is like 700. So hopefully let's say, right, we can actually have it. Yeah, big. But for me, I'm more interested in them taking advantage of this period, right? This is the period they need to just take in and taking advantage of what is happening in Israel, take advantage of what is happening in Ukraine. And if they need to talk to the big guys in Niger Delta, right, let's pump more oil, let's get more money, and let's work on revenue. If we can work on revenue, right, and they can actually push in, reduce recurrent expenditure, put more thing into capital expenditure, and then let's wait and let's see more money coming in. I think we should be good. That's the major thing. I just want them to work more on revenue, and if they can do that, I think Nigeria will be in a good state.
Just finally, just for others waiting, and I'm going to look back to you again because I'm really enjoying this conversation. Tinubu's anticipation that he's going to turn Nigeria into a $1 trillion economy. Are you on board with that? Can you see how that is achievable? Because we had a long and winding debate on this platform, and nobody could see how that trick could be performed.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's achievable. It's achievable. All it needs to do is just that discipline. right? He just needs to bring in that discipline. So if he brings in that discipline, there's a lot of potential in in Nigeria at the moment. There's a lot of potential. All he needs to do is to just put in that discipline, work on Nigerian stability, work on security, and boost investors' confidence. So if he's able to do that, then Nigeria is really going to get to that point, right? And and I know they are trying to like sign some deals now, particularly on those sectors that we're really not looking into. The gas deal, the gas deal is going to give us something, and I think I think with the new deal they're actually signing with for the mining sector with Germany, so that is also good. And I think for me, I think we can actually get there. You just need a lot of discipline. We need a lot of discipline, and for the ministers, right? If the ministers can actually do what they are supposed to do, particularly those ones that most of their ministry is tied to generating revenue for Nigeria, and they really face it, I think it's not going to be a big thing, right, for us to be a $1 trillion, for Nigeria to be a $1 trillion economy. It's achievable, but it needs a lot of.
All right. All right, brilliant, excellent. So stay steady. There's still a few things I'd like to run by you, but stay steady. Let me move the conversation round and let me take it to Bishop, who is also with us. So Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Good to have you here. So Bishop, yes, the headline storyline seems to be this fight between Rabiu and Dangote, a fight that hopefully doesn't stop anytime soon, because this is the sort of fight Olowonja, you know how they fight. You know how they fight in the north is daggers drawn. So I'm looking forward to that. But that and what else caught your attention in the news, Bishop?
Good evening once again, gentlemen, and it's nice to have you. Basically, if the fight is going to benefit Nigeria, I don't have any problem with it. But if it's one of those selfish, what do you call it, at the end of the day, will be left worse off, then I have an issue with that. If the fight is going to bring out something that will benefit us, I better let them fight, I beg. For me, the interest of Nigeria is the paramount thing. And if it makes us change in any way, as somebody we blow the whistle, as they used to say, then the better for us. So, even though I tried earlier today to try and get some headlines to read some few things about what exactly is going on, but I never really get to have that time.
I'll send you some links so you'll find out what's going on.
Okay, that'll be fine. So because I don't know, I know there was a time that Rabiu said that there was going to be promised that there was going to be a drop in cement price to 3,500 naira, and I don't know what he did. Then maybe it's sounding like undercutting Dangote, and I was amazed there, because if he could, then that means something was definitely wrong that we are not really aware of. Being able to cut the price to.
Now, that will only tell us that they were over profiteering. If it's able to cut it by a good 30% and it still has margin, then that tells us that.
I mean, if you remember, I said it here that if it's able to cut that much, there's something definitely is being going on wrong, terribly wrong, because you will still make profit. If he's able to cut that much and they're still making profit, that means they've been kind of ripping people off. And that cartel is, everybody is guilty. Everybody that is in the manufacturing sector, especially that particular product,
Bishop.
they're ripping us from. Yes, Bishop.
Bishop, sorry, I've said it once on this platform that that's one of the fastest way to become a billionaire in Nigeria. You know, I'm also into that sector. I work with someone in that sector. Okay. It's a 400 to 450% business.
So markup.
Yes, it's a 400 to 450%.
That's huge. That's really huge. So if they be shortchanging, I mean, if we have regulatory agencies that can slam fines on them, maybe for what they call this one, where they profiteer and take advantage of the people, unduly. I would like to see them do that. I mean, if we can bill them like $2 billion, and they pay $2 billion. If we are $4 billion richer in Nigeria today, that's a lot. So I'm really looking forward to that. I will celebrate that any day, anytime. And I know a lot of Nigerian billionaires have actually been shortchanging the country in several ways. They have been shortchanging the country. I'm not, that one is not in doubt. It's just that who will have the courage to build the cards, who will have the courage to be able to come and say enough is enough. Yes, Tajaba Sunko, I mean, Tajaba Singu Mambujuluwe, that look, now we are getting to business. So I really wish that this government can do that, and that will gladden my heart a great deal.
All right, brilliant. And the Naira gaining strength against foreign currencies, a huge injection, about $7 billion clearing backlogs, and Naira now finding its true value. And it's finding its true value in the parallel market, so not at all orchestrated by the government.
Okay, yeah, let me start by saying, so I overreached myself. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow Nigerians and compatriots, wherever I may be listening from. Please do the needful, click on the like button as a comment in. And if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. Or at the very least, please click on the like button. I'm sure you want to continue to see this platform going on with all the brick brats and the glass moves and the throwing of stats off once in a while. You still keep coming back, so that means there's something there. So please click on the like button as you come in. God bless you. We appreciate that on behalf of the one-man conglomerate. Thank you very much. Naira, yes, I had a conversation a few hours ago. I said, okay, let me just change some Naira. Yesterday, somebody was telling me a few days ago, almost at 1,190 or something. Somebody that I directed did some. So I told somebody, okay, somebody said you wanted some money in Nigeria. So I said, let me change some Naira. I called someone and I was shocked. He told me 955. I said, but they were saying this thing almost 1,200 yesterday. So I waited like an hour ago. By the time I checked the gate, he was already telling me, okay, we'll do 930. And he added one thing to me. He said, well, he cannot guarantee the next one now. Like we could wake up tomorrow and it will be 900. As far as I'm concerned, it gladdens my heart. I am very happy. I've always advocated that, look, as at now, except things get terribly worse, I think Naira should be able to settle down around between $700 and $800. So for me, it gladdens my heart. Even though I missed that window, at least I would have been able to get like $10,000 in Naira, like you were saying yesterday. Even though I did not really celebrate that, in the sense that, look, hey, most Nigerians complain. When Naira go up, we complain, hey, I say Nigeria is finishing, but somewhere in our hearts, when we are happy, because we know we are going to get more Naira for our dollar. People that are here, everybody will be talking of Naira. What is your business with Naira, for crying out loud? Unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves. So if government is able to do something, and I told somebody today in a brief conversation, I said, the problem is not the value of the Naira. The problem I have is the volatility. If it is at 1,500, but let it be stable so that people can plan, people can project. If it's at 1,000, let it be stable. So if there's going to be a difference, it's going to be like 0.01%, 0.02%. It's not like Naira will just lose 200 Naira in 24 hours, 300 Naira in 24 hours. That is the danger. If it is stable at any rate, if it is 1,500, we know that is the true value, and everything rides around that. So when it changes very, the rate of what do you call it? It's very minute, like 0.0. I mean, it will be very difficult to have a 1 or 2% change in your currency overnight. That is the stability I'm looking for. So, of course, unfortunately, because of the kind of environment we have in Nigeria, people that don't even have an understanding of how the Naira, how it works. Hey, what is talking? Oh, dollars you want. So you want to buy rice from a Masikera, you say dollars you want. What is your business with Naira? Baba Latiele Mutundemu, but Sufi. You want to buy palm wine, don't you know that dollars? Well, look like the dollar, so dollar nothing not money. So basically, if we can maintain that stability, and I was really, really, really excited listening to the president at the close of the presidential, the ministerial retreat, and the confidence is excused once again and taking responsibility. I think better days are ahead. Like I know it is not going to be like a flick of the light. That it's going to be like like things are going to turn around. Or what I want to see is that we are on that path to recovery, and that path is sustainable, and it is not just the kind of wuru to the answer. A solid plan, and we are moving in that direction. If we move too fast, sometimes we will crash. Steady, slow, and steady wins the race, as they used to say. So I'm excited. I wish, I really hope, and I pray that it is sustained. And when we get to that equilibrium, that place that is like the plateau, and we can maintain it, investors will have confidence. They can come in and say, okay, yeah, their currency is stable. It shows some level of stability in our economy. And I know Nigeria is the bride that everybody wants to cut, irrespective of the challenges here and there. So for me, yes, I appreciate it, and I'm happy that they are doing something worth the why about it. And I just pray that this government can get his mojo right and continue to foster and to forge ahead.
All right, let me take you to the space. The French foreign minister, he's in Nigeria, bearing great gifts. $150 million Abacha loot being returned by France. So the money is trickling in. Tinubu said, thank you for the good news on the return of Abacha loot. We appreciate your effective cooperation concerning the return of Nigeria's money. It will be judiciously applied in attaining our development objectives. So this is Tinubu entertaining a French functionary. So Abacha's loot, how much exactly did this guy steal? Is the question.
It's a gift that keeps giving, as you used to say, or as I want to say, it keeps giving. I mean, every time I've lost count of how much we have recovered from Abacha's loot. And ironically, that is what
it cannot be Abacha alone, though. So where is Babangida's loot? Where is Obasanjo's loot? Where is Goodluck Jonathan's loot? Abacha cannot be the only thief.
Their approach might be different. Abacha might just be the crude loot. You understand? There are some loot that you'll not be able to trace. For example, how do you begin to trace the fact that what do you call it? What's this? The construction company in Nigeria. Julius Berger. After they were forced to register, and we have a Julius Berger Nigeria PLC, not the normal German something. And they built the Hilltop mansion for Babangida, and they built Obasanjo whatever presidential library. How do you trace it to them? That's not bribe. I mean, they can claim that that's not bribe. That's just goodwill. They can say they write it off in their CSR. So it's different from somebody that just asks a CBN to bring me $200 million, bring me $1 billion. And they say they are doing transaction or so. Okay, said this amount. So Abacha was very crude, extremely very crude. So not that these people did not steal, but stole with some style. And that would be a little bit difficult to trace. Abacha stole very crudely. Abacha will order, what's his name? The CSO to send somebody to the CBN. Is it Paul Oguma then? Paul Oguma the CBN to Abacha? I can't remember. I think it was Paul Oguma.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Paul Oguma to bring $200 million in cash, and they will ferry it in cash. So, I mean, his own was very, very good. The manner with which he did his own something. So, yeah, but I mean, France has more to give us more than that. Yeah, we appreciate the $150 million, but hey, what we're looking for now is not just Peters, it's collaboration. How can they come and to be active players? I know I was in the oil sector, in the upstream sector of the petroleum industry, where we had that problem of Total, Fina, F, and to F, and to what do you call it? That clash that time. I actually had the privilege of meeting with one or two of their CEOs, and we had the same thing with Ajib. Ajib was able to manipulate his with the Italian oil giant, Eni, the Eni group. So they were able to manipulate their way because we had a lot of running battle with these oil giants. Whether it is Shell, Shell or Shell BP, whatever you want to call it, whether it is the Eni group, which is Shell is Netherlands, the Dutch, Eni group is the Italian company, Elf is France, Chevron is America, and all of them. Yeah, they are what do you call it? It's so dirty, stinking, dirty. Unfortunately, they have active collaborators amongst our people, whether they are leaders at the federal level, whether they are leaders at the state level, even at the local level, they have collaborators that have succeeded in conniving with these people to steal Nigeria blind. Everything that was happening. They have collaborators. So yeah, thank you, French, for bringing this, but we want more than that. We don't want tokens now.
How far into Abacha's loot do you think? There was a time that Abacha's son was reputed to have said that God will never make them as poor as Dangote. So how far do you think we have recovered into what this guy stole? Because I think we're just scratching the surface, and most of it probably almost certainly unrecoverable.
Yeah, you see, the talk of they are not. I don't know if he actually said that. I look at all the children of Abacha without standing.
No, go to the recovery instead. That was just an anecdote. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, I know the store. Like I said, the store very. What about all those ones that they cannot be as poor as? I mean, I think maybe it's just the media that embellish it and like that. But they stole. Evidence have shown that they stole because the money that we have been recovering is not falling from the sky now, and it's not coming from anywhere. It is the money that was stashed away that is being recovered, that is being repatriated in one way or the other. So to that extent, you cannot tell me that it is your money. Those money belongs to Nigeria.
Can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah. Come in, Akim. Good to see you.
Yeah,
I've been trying to call you and we are missing each other's calls. Akim, I'll try to call you later tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. I was going to say, how come a man that him and his government was under heavy sanction was still able to take money into these countries that sanctioned him? And after that being done, they've accepted all the money into their country. So which bank did they deposit this money into that didn't yield any form of interest for over 20 years? I don't what happened to those interest on top of those money that was put in this, because they didn't go and bury the money somewhere. They definitely deposited this money into some banks in the West. So where are the interest?
Okay. Yeah, very correct. You're right. But the truth of the matter is this. Sometimes you just have to make your call. What do you really want? We have collaborators, active collaborators. What I would have asked is this: who are those collaborators that aided Abacha? Nigerians in the financial sector, in the what we call technocrats, that aided and abetted in the siphoning or looting of these funds, and on what terms were they looted? Were they taken away? The fact that somebody was able to trail them and were able to find them, by the time you want to go, and we're not engaged in most of them, especially Abacha loot, because initially the amount of money we were spending on the legal pursuit was becoming unsustainable. So most of them were being given to us in quotes on like a favor. I don't want to use the word charity, because if we had to continue on the legal battle, that legal battle might take forever. So the conditions of, okay, what do you want? Okay, let's just give you the amount. Now, nobody is saying that was the amount. Maybe that was the summary of what was in that account. You cannot say, okay, the money that was stolen to that account was $150 million. It could have been $120 million, and the accruable interest was, because this question came up sometimes ago when they gave us some amount. I don't know if it was Falano, when they paid some amount to, whether it was under Jonathan or under Buhari. They paid some amount, which was Abacha, and somebody was talking about the interest, and the question came up. So, one of my Ogada I worked with several years ago, you see, what you see first, you first collect. You cannot ask for more. Say, okay, where is the interest? But the one way you see for Kuru for I, just collect that one first and put it in your pocket and make better use of it. Then you cannot be asking, hey, where is the interest? Instead of better than you say, how can you be giving me 150 million? The 150 was stolen, there must be interest. Okay, we'll go and be looking for the interest. And before you know it, that we go and be looking will be another 10, 20 years. And the event might even eventually overtake it. So what we see for now, let us collect it first. If another government come, I want to say, okay, let us open the book. What happened to the interest in those financial institutions that those monies were stashed? There is wisdom in that, rather than say, okay, we want the interest and we now stall both the principal and the interest. If later, actually, this is not the amount that was, there was actually deposited like 150 million. I'm using this instance, that 150 million, but everybody that collaborated with Abacha, it was not Abacha. Like you say, how were they able to circumvent the people that were when there were sanctions against Nigeria and Abacha? Hey, because he had people that were actively collaborating with him and his family, and they were helping him. People were bringing ideas. Don't worry, I will help you, and they were doing it. And all of them were they were creaming off. They were, how do I call it now? On the amount, it was just, ironically, if this is the same character, the same individual, we had some people recently that were still, kind of eulogizing him and praising him, and they were kind of almost practically looking for that Abacha was a better something than, don't let's go there. But that's my thought anyhow, what we have, let's keep what we have first. Later, we can now be asking for, another government will come and say, okay, that money you give us that time, we believe there should have been accrued interest. So what happened to the interest? But for now, this is what we see, and this is what we take.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. Still a few more things to go through, but like I said, to get through to people quickly, let's go on and we'll go in the order, Kulata Morris, Kulata Janle Koko Morris. So, Kulata, you're up next. Kulata, already. Kulata, okay, I could take my wine.
No, I did. What's in the happen? Been a minute.
Yes, no, yes. What happened to you? You're too busy. You're too busy cheering in the comment section to have time for your audience anymore.
Hey, Chioma, hi.
Anyway, let me not say it. I think Chioma might well have a rival in the comment section now, from what I'm seeing. But no, this fight between Rabiu and Dangote is so delicious. I hope they don't disappoint, because I want to see blood on the carpet.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Actually, last week, a friend of mine were just discussing. Apparently, the Dangote is not in Tinubu's good books as of the moment, based on all the CBN shenanigans with Emefiele. That guy that's currently auditing CBN, it's really dragging a lot of people out. One of them, Dangote, another guy, another set of people is those Indorama, those Indian guys, and that Olam setup. Olam does a lot of round tripping.
Sorry, I heard a lot of those Indians, they're already on the run. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah, so Tinubu means business. So, like, from what I'm hearing, is not playing. And but the Dangote one, we're so entrenched in Dangote's business. We're all up in his ass. So it's interesting. And I'm hearing this government is going to favor Bua. So I thought it was gist, right? Because my friend from university we're just catching up. It's well connected and all. So we're just throwing me all those nuggets. And then today, you now start seeing all this tit for tat uh, press statements that both companies are releasing. So, I mean, that auditor is uncovering a lot of things, but now a lot of it may not get out. They may just end up settling. Like they will cut deals. As long as you invest in Nigeria, I'm sure it's going to be okay. So nobody should really get their panties up in a bunch, thinking something like criminal or anybody's going to be arrested. All those drama, don't expect it. But there's a lot of shakedown ongoing right now. One man, there's a lot of shakedown. My friend promises me more gist, so I'm waiting in anticipation of more downloads. It's gonna give me, but things are going down now between Bua and Dangote. If you notice one trend, those guys did not get rich just like that. Did you notice if you read the those press statements that they sent to each other? You'll notice that this person started business here. Dangote took government. You can see number one, Dangote is a bully. He's a bully and is an influential bully. He basically chased Bua out of Lagos and made Bua go to Port Harcourt. He went to harass Bua in Port Harcourt. But when you notice that the land Bua is even using in Port Harcourt is his dad's land. So these guys are not first generation wealth. There is familial wealth. They're using their dad's property. And when you look at where the property is, some dock, it's in Apapawa for this dock or this that. I mean, these guys have been made before they were born. So many people that look at them and think, oh no, one government is one government that. No, they're leveraging on family connections they already have. Their parents were wealthy. They're already set up. They had choice properties in Port Harcourt, in Lagos. I'm not talking about real estate that you're going to build mansion. No, that's kind of like
you know what struck me when I was reading that Rabiu piece. What struck me was that they actually own property right on the streamline of the port.
Exactly, that's what I'm
was
saying.
His father's property. So the fat of the land in Lagos belongs to the Fulanis. The fat of the land in Lagos belongs to the Fulanis.
Actually, one man. These are both of them are Hausa guys. They're not Fulani. They're both Hausa guys. So it is. I mean, things are going on in that country. Like things are going on. Many people have all this generational wealth. Imagine you have land near the port or near that area. Of course, you can leverage manufacturing. Did you also read about Bua manufacturing cement offshore? Did you read about that?
Yes, on the boat. I read it all out in the opening phase. Yeah, it's unbelievable. These people have been at it.
So it's. I mean, they've been at it for generations. They're not rich by. They did not become rich by accident or maybe one. I mean, they've had government favors, but when you look deep, this is generational wealth we're talking about. So they did not become the first and the second richest people in Nigeria just by some token accident or by one recent connection or the other. But Dangote is a bully. There's also a situation when we were in college back in the day, long time ago. A friend, some guy that I know, his brother started importing sugar from Brazil. So Dangote allowed him, right? Then the guy is an Ibadan guy. I don't want to mention the guy's name because some people may know him. So the guy imported first. It was fine. Then they allowed him to do a large import. And this is all based on loan. So guess what? Dangote now came. He crashed the sugar price before his container came to Nigeria. So basically bankrupting that guy. So we used to hear about that in university. But when I'm now reading all this Bua stuff that Dangote harassing Bua all over the place, you can see how mean and vicious a businessman Dangote is. He's a ruthless businessman. He looks
Colata,
gentle, sir.
Colata. Sorry, let me just give you one more example of how vicious that man is. Okay. Um you know Iwekoro very well. Iwekoro has
Eweko
like
Road is, yeah, the limestone area,
the
yeah.
limestone, and there's already there are two plants there already that belongs to a different company that makes cement. And the all
Isn't it Lafarge or something that's in Eweko Road?
yes, it was formerly Blue Circle, the Elephant Cement. You know,
Elephant
these
Cement, yeah.
yes, these people have acquired all the reserve for limestone since 1960. Since 1960, it has been signed off to them. But the only agreement is once you excavate, you plant trees so that you don't cause erosion. Do you know when Dangote came, he went straight to Obasanjo, and Obasanjo collected more than 70% of the reserve by decree and gave it to Dangote. And that's where he has his Ibiche plant now. That's where he has his Ibiche plant. 5 plants in one location, 5 kilns in one location. So that's how this guy has been doing his business. You understand?
He's quite
So
good
just
at it,
to
if I must say. He has it on the chokehold. Is I mean, whatever he gets his hand to, I'm even
Is that not
surprised.
how? Is that not how that level of wealth is created? Though you have to take a few heads now your way.
Hey, but I mean, you see, I mean, well, for the kind of business he does, like he deals in commodities, right? I mean, when I say commodities, sugar, cement, all those kind of things. And one thing I don't notice though from that right up, that kind of shows Nigerian economy. Everybody knows this anyway. Boa is leads commodities trading, sugar, cement in the south, in the northwest, in the northeast. I think Dangote basically cornered the southwest and maybe the north central, but mostly the southwest. But just that southwest market dwarfs every other one in Nigeria. That made him so rich. I mean, apart from his international stuff, his other what he has in other Africa and stuff. So I mean, that tit for tat fight they're fighting is interesting. But at the end of the day, we're all suckers for it because both of them will keep getting rich. They will settle themselves. I mean, they will settle the government. They will coexist. The ecosystem is big enough for them to play in. They've kind of like found their niche. I think Bua, because I mean, I just started thinking too, like Bua's refinery is not by accident that is locating the refinery in the south. You see, Dangote is stood in the southwest, so they've kind of like split each other. They split each other's zone. I mean, this public tit for tat is just, I don't know why they did this one, but we're all entertained for it, and they'll keep getting rich. So that's as far as that one goes. Let's to be continued. But if I hear any underground gist from one of my guys, I will bring it up because I mentioned it on Ove's platform before this thing came out. And when it came out today, I was like, oh, I'm sure they'll remember that I did mention something like this yesterday. So yeah, that's billionaires war.
All right. So talking about getting richer, the naira is starting to rebound, but is it an Indian summer or is it finding its natural value?
Let's say, I mean, I will want to know what happens post clearing the backlog, right? So part of this, the crash we had before, that was artificial because of the backlog problem, right? So when we clear the backlog problem and when we start buying um when we start buying PMS and all from Dangote, that's around the time we can say, okay, we're getting closer to what the value is, because there are many things happening at the same time that I cannot tell you exactly what will be the natural value, because clearing this backlog, of course, it will reverse the trend, and we're already seeing the trend getting reversed. Another thing that happened that nobody's talking about is interest rates got jacked up. So interest rate got jacked up, meaning it makes Nigeria more attractive. So they're raising interest rates to match our inflation, because at some point I came here, I told you guys we had a negative yield on him. I mean, we had a negative yield. Like if you buy a local government bond, you're going to be losing money because the return is less than the inflation. So now they're bumping up. They bumped up interest rate, and they're going to bump it up again because there's still room to bump it up. Because essentially we have what people will call a stagflation, meaning high inflation, low growth, low unemployment. It's a difficult situation to get out of. Very, very difficult. Because if you use a tool to fight inflation, for example, you jack up interest rate, anything driving inflation that is based on cost, you increase that cost again. So whatever you fix, something will get worse. So it's not a very easy thing to deal with. But I mean, if we say we elected a genius, I do hope he'll be able to do something. So in terms of Naira finding its value, we will find out after we clear the backlog, because not all the backlog has been cleared. They prioritized foreign banks. So they cleared Citibank, they cleared Standard Chartered, and they cleared, what's the other Oyinbo bank we have in Nigeria? Citibank, Standard Chartered, and some other Oyinbo bank. I don't know. They've cleared like 3 banks, and I think the airlines.
I think they cleared Barclays too.
Yeah, Barclays. I know they prioritized the Oyinbo banks, and they put the Dudu Bank as second round. So we will find out. Naira cannot really stay, because look, if barring everything, let's say balance of trade is normal, that let's just say we have steady balance of trade, which you don't. We have steady balance of trade. The relative inflation rate, comparing inflation rate of US dollars. I mean, if we pick one currency and say, okay, US dollar to Naira, the inflation rate, inflation in America is like 3% or something now. Nigeria is 26%. So even if you don't do anything, the Naira, in theory, will be devalued at an average of 23% annually. If we're using annual inflation rate. So, but what investors need is just like they need certain. They in as much as they can predict things, in as much as there's little uncertainty, that is a good environment to invest. So if I know that, okay, this economy I'm going to deal with, I'm going to be losing value of the Naira at an average of 30% every year, that's fine, as long as I know it's by 30%. Then I will build in more margins into it. That adds into the risk of my investment. So I'll factor more margins into whatever I'm going to invest. So I may target that, okay, my margin for this market is going to be 60%. So that means at least whatever the case is, I still run away with 30%. Fine, it's good. As long as it's not like Naira's 1,300 today, it's down to this tomorrow, is going to, that's crazy. That's crazy town. Nobody wants that kind of market. So some moves, taking the interest rate up, it will be good for investors. It will be good for investors. But anything driving borrowing becomes more expensive. That may further impact local businesses that need to borrow loans, because loans will be more expensive, but we will attract investors. So we're in a funny situation. This taxation thing, it's not, people are not talking too much about it, but when you think about it, that's kind of like what's going on in our economy. So whatever the case is, they have to fix that high inflation rate. It needs to come down. It may not come down to single digits, but it needs to come down to maybe 15%, 12%, something that's not that crazy. So they need to fix that. And then if they fix
Where
that,
is it standing at the moment? Is it not 26
20,
something?
26. It's
Yeah.
26. It's 26.
My goodness
And
me.
it's high. It's very high.
Mm.
So it's one of the things that makes it so difficult to once say you want to go invest in naira or you want to save in naira. If you save in naira, that's crazy town. Like you save essentially you save 1,000. Let's say you save 1,000 naira. Essentially, you're losing 260 naira by the end of the year. What kind of life is that? I mean, that's nonsense now. So it's not it's something they have to address it, but the tools to address it is like there are very few tools. Price control doesn't work. You can't control price. It doesn't work. They've tried it. Interest rate is it, I mean, it depends. It may work, it may not work. It just depends on the situation, but it's one of the tools. But the main thing is increase productivity. How can you increase productivity? So attracting money, I mean, you have to do it step by step. So let's just be patient. Let's let's wait till this let's wait till they clear the backlog. Let's see if we'll get more forex, because what happens after the backlog, right, is cleared? Do we now start having dollars coming to the country? Because a lot of dollars were supposed to be
There
earning.
seems to be dollar already coming in because they were looking at month by month inflow, even week by week inflow, and there's a steady inflow of dollar into the economy.
What's the source of that dollar coming in?
Uh,
Because
it,
a
it did
lot
not
of
it
our
did not say.
earnings
Yeah.
a lot of our earnings in NMPC have been encumbered. Buhari has, I mean, they've already paid forward a lot of what we're earning. So a lot of things we're earning right now has been accounted for. And we're also, even the ones from LNNG now, that's like $2 billion or whatever, they're securitizing it. That too will be accounted for. And that's kind of like clear stuff from the past. We're not even using our earnings, our supposed earnings, to kind of like invest in the future. We're just clearing BC from the past. So I would really, really like to know where our forex will be coming in after this backlog. That's why I don't want to shout hooray, because I keep insisting that even after they clear this backlog, we have to sell assets. We need, I mean, we need to sell assets, or we need to open up the economy like crazy. That we need crazy ideas. We need to say like, okay, so company from China, I give you right of the way. Just build railway, pay for it, run it.
You are
You can
breaking
hand it
up.
over
You are
to
breaking
us in
up,
another year.
Lata.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes,
Can
we
you
we
can.
hear
can
me?
now. Yeah, we
I
can
don't
now.
know.
Carry on.
I'm in
Yes,
the
we
same
can.
spot.
Carry on now.
I didn't even move. So I'm saying is that we need some radical moves, right? Sell refinery is one of them. That's not that radical. Bring like take a piece of land, auction it, tell mandate they build maybe road or train or something. Just allow them take their money. We don't need to be stubborn. We don't need to be we need to get investors. We need to give them some leeway to come and invest. So at least we have money flowing in and we have things to show for it. Even if we don't own those things, it does not matter. But at least those things will be there for us to use. So I'm still thinking after clearing this backlog, uh, there needs to be some radical things. One of them will be, first of all, in the next 3 months, do something about this black market, the way the black market operates. You have to revamp that. It cannot continue the way it is. You need to regulate it, or you need to kind of like the kind of thing that Soludo did to banking back in the day, that they collapsed all these small banks. We need to just have bigger players in the black market. Just try and regulate the black market, uh, pull them together, so at least there's scale. It's not Mr. Lagbaja and Mrs. Lagbaja in this corner, that corner, this Abuki here, that Abuki there. We need big players, and we also need people in the tech sector, and a lot of it needs to go to bank. So we can formalize it like decent countries where you're not going to buy dollars in street corners and all this stuff. Because if they can pull them together, let's say one man, you have $1 million, me, I have 5 million, Jide has 20 million. If we make that into one company, we pull everybody together, that can be 100 million, for example. So when we're trading, we don't have to milk every single profit out of little transaction. We can do massive scale. So we can do bigger volumes, and then you get that same margin in those big volumes. We need things like that. And then we need people to be able to use their cards. We need the banks to be able to sell directly. We need to kind of liberalize that space and like ban all these useless trades in the street corners, get everybody in line. I don't know how they're going to do it, but these are just ideas. And then, like I said, we need to get
The
people,
Bureau de Change,
investors.
the Bureau
Go
de
ahead.
Change, they are already asking for to be they are already asking to be formalized. You know, they want to be able to access directly the CBN. So I didn't even know they were operating in a gray area. I thought they were already regulated.
I don't. I mean, if there's regulation, the regulation is not effective because I don't. I mean, I'm not a banker in Nigeria, so I don't know all the nitty gritty. But whatever the case is, they need to formalize that sector and they need to consolidate that. So it needs to be big. Like, I mean, it's big, but it's kind of like segregated. We need to get all of them to, I mean, get together, and also tech-based transactions that are more transparent online. You can see that. And then, I mean, they're trying to encourage everybody with illicit money. If it's drug money, God forgive me, nobody should listen to what I just said now. Just bring everything, put it into the sector where I mean, it's available to use in bulk because we need that. And then we'll take away all this dollarization, tiny things people are doing all over the place. I will hope they do that. Then I will also hope, like I said, they start selling. I mean, I'm going to say they start selling the country one by one to make things work. Because we can't just keep holding on to stuff we cannot manage. We suck at managing a lot of these things. We can't even build. We can't do. So there are many things they need to sell with correct investors. These are not easy things to do because I can sit down and just solutionize, but to execute it, it's going to take a lot of will and it's going to take a lot of know-how. So those are kind of like medium things because the country needs to work. So I want the Tinubu government to create a coherent governance policy, right? I get it. They came in, what they met is terrible, teething problems. They're going through all this stuff. I get it. But it's time to just do all these difficult decisions and at the same time have a coherent messaging strategy that's consistent and like not just messaging, coherent mission, coherent vision, the execution, like it needs to be coherent. Right now, the things just happening haphazardly all over the place. It's not, the government right now is not functioning as a single unit, in my opinion. And there all sorts of, there's too much politicking. The messaging is not right yet, it's not yet right. They're making all these blunders with all these budget line items that shouldn't be there, embarrassing stuff, making personnel decisions that are terrible, appointing someone, removing the person, appointing a kid, removing it. I mean, it's all these nonsense errors. They need to get over that real quick and start something coherent and start doing all these bold moves because that's why we elected this man and he owes the country success. We cannot fail. We just can't fail at this point. The whole world is
Oh,
watching. He
oh,
can't
oh.
fail.
Yes, and just finally, Kulata, do you think that this administration might well prove to be the turning point that everybody has been anticipating for Nigeria for countless decades? Do you think that potential may now start to get actualization under this dispensation?
That will be wishful thinking until this government sits up. So it's not like in theory any government.
You don't see the green shoots of that. You don't see the green shoots.
Well,
In terms
the
of
green
policy
shoots are
positioning, in terms of personnel appointed, in terms of the body language, you don't see that. Sorry, go on. I see it though.
is
I see the
mixed.
green
It
shoots
is
of it.
mixed.
Yeah.
It is mixed. In terms of policy position, yes, I agree. In terms of personnel, no, I don't agree. Not all the personnels are up to the
Yeah,
task.
but at the top end that matter, the right choices are being made at the top. I mean, how can you go against somebody like Cardoso, who is eminently suited and fitted for the post? Wale Edo, Dele Alake, all of these sort of personalities are surely the sort of persons you
No,
want
so
in.
well,
Yeah.
I'm not going to rely on past glory. I'm going to rely on current performance. All that stuff, nice resume, right? But now, welcome to the NFL. Come and deliver. Come and win the Super Bowl. You won the little league before, great, nice stuff. But now you're in the big leagues. Let's see them deliver. I'm not going to not criticize this government because I want this government to succeed. So I'm not going to say, okay, you did the Captain Obvious stuff. Like, yeah, subsidy had to go. Yeah, we had to harmonize the exchange rate. Those are kind of like, all right, we needed to have done that a long time ago. Okay, now we've done it. But okay, what next? Because when we did it, you could see like it was it was a tectonic shift in the country. People were, I mean, a lot of the immediate things. And it was because we had no shock absorber and all those stuff. So it's I don't want to just say this government will do this government will do that. We need to look at this government with a critical eye and criticize appropriately where they're going wrong, encourage what they're doing that is right. There are some things that Tinubu is not doing right now, and I'm going to call that excessive politicking. From he's not carrying the country along with his policy. He just comes out to say, "Oh, things will be okay. We're working on it. We're doing this. We're doing that." But the messaging, the part of the messaging where it's supposed to, like, even if it's bullshitting, just kind of show that, oh, I feel your pain. The government too is going to sacrifice. I mean, we all know it's bullshit, right? But at least make that appear so it kind of looks coherent. Because right now it looks disjointed. You say, okay, we're doing all these radical reforms, right? People are suffering. And then you hear, oh, SUVs and all that stuff. I know he can't control those SUVs because that's the legislative arm. I mean, they stand alone. They're one equal part of the government. I get that. But your own area, you should be able to tidy that space up. This yacht thing was never supposed. I mean, that's an embarrassment. Your first lady thing, you should, like I said, it may just be image is just packaging, right? But let the messaging not be disjointed. Like, I'm doing these policies, you guys are suffering, I understand you, but at the same time, we're going to indulge in luxury. I'm doing this policy, this guy suffer. Okay, at the same time, I'm going to balloon my government with bureaucracy. I'm going to like make the number of ministries be 40 something. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If you look at that looks insincere. It looks very insincere. It's not coherent. But both can exist at the same time. But the optics, you're not going to carry the country along with all these reforms. With that kind of messaging is not carrying the country along. If I'm to report in all sincerity, there's a disconnect between his acts and the verbalization. Maybe if economy starts growing next year, this may become a moot point. But as of now, till the time the economy starts growing, the messaging is incongruous. His public posture and what he says in speeches is not aligning with the level of excesses that we're seeing. It's just not matching. If you cannot cut the excesses, at least pretend like you're cutting the excesses. At least let the country feel that we're all in this together.
Do you think he should have said that he was not going to collect a salary, which is somewhat tokenism and
Yeah, it's
posturing?
tokenism. He can say that. Yeah. That's effective messaging now. I mean, even though it's bullshit, but it's effective messaging. The little thing he said about his son not attending FEC meetings, I don't know if you call it FEC or FEC, that was effective. Like, oh, everybody came down to, I mean, you're leading human beings, right? People want to feel, it's like you're toasting a girl. They want to feel they're loved and all. So people want to feel like, oh, we're in this together. So if you just come up with all those tokenism, like Trump did that tokenism that I'm not taking salary, I'm donating the salary. I'm sure Prince Daddy was like, oh my God, that's a sincere guy. Trump is not collecting salary. But meanwhile, he's sending his son-in-law to Dubai to cut deals. So you have to carry people along. So he's kind of like, he appears insolent. That's the problem. He appears disconnected. But he comes out to say, I feel your pain. But your action is not representing that you feel people's pain.
All right. Thank you, Kulata. Hold steady. Hold as steady as you can. I could hear sleep in your voice when you kicked off, but I think that sleep when you got into the economics. I think when the rest of us are watching porn, Kulata watches economic reports. This is what we are getting. But a man that watches both. Let's go on from you. So Morris, you're up next. Ogagba, how about that? Why the long face? They know they smile for Denmark. What happened now? Did somebody steal your biscuits?
No. Yeah. Good morning.
How about it?
Yes. I'm not smiling today because my lip is dry. It's like I have cracks there. I don't know. It's too cold here,
Yes. Those Scandinavian countries are notoriously cold, aren't they?
Notoriously.
But you should be used to it now. You've always lived in that sort of.
You can never be used to cold. Not even the white man that is born here. You can never be used to cold. But it's not like it's a dry cold. I don't know. So I have this lip gloss I use.
There's no Ivanka there that you can use to chase away the cold. No Ivanka. No.
You forgot. You forgot. I was in Nigeria for 5 months. I'm completely empty.
All right. Say no more. But to the politics of it, what are you looking at in the politics, Morris?
Like I said before, good morning. I'm totally in harmony with what Kolata said. I listen to everyone, and there are certain things I agree and there are certain things I do not agree. I think the situation the country is actually, let me be honest, there are a few things that I still do not understand, and I search my mind, try to find out why. But the more I search, the less I seem to find out the reason. But then I came to one conclusion. I think our diversity is actually our biggest problem, because there is nothing somebody in a position of power, there's no decision that person will take that one part of the country or the other will say, oh, it's going against us. Do you understand? So they say diversity should be strength, but in our case, I think it's our main problem. For instance, if the president takes a very strong decision, I want to do this, whatever you want to do or decision, there are certain people that will affect. But those people will not see it that those decisions were made for the general good of the whole citizen. But they claim that it will affect them. Now, like Kulata said, when you say, I understand, I feel your pain, It simply means that you have to show that you also have to show that you truly understand other people's pain. You don't understand other people's pain when you somebody who was having 2 square meals and now struggling even to find a meal a day. And you're telling the person, I understand your pain, but at the same time, right under the person's nose, you are budgeting 1.5 billion for someone who was never voted for, First Lady. You understand? And
but that's a custom in the Nigerian governance, though.
but
It's not a
yeah,
new.
it does not make it right. There's no way we can use anything, but it's illegality. It doesn't make. It's not in our constitution. She was never voted for. If you want to, I don't think they have office of the First Lady in US, do they? I don't know.
Yeah, but by virtue of her position, whether it's constitutional
do they have
or not,
First Lady? You know, we love comparing ourselves to US.
They have first ladies now. Do they not have first ladies in the US?
No,
of course
do they have First Lady office in US?
I don't know.
I'm making a budget using taxpayers' money to budget for the office of the First Lady. You know, we like to refer to US compared to US in almost everything we do. Do they have office of the First Lady in the US? I don't know. Maybe these guys in the US will tell me more.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, but US is about 30-something trillion.
And by the way, let me just say this, Maurice. The First Lady is a very important personality within the Nigerian space, or within any governance, actually. And she comes under the package of that presidency. So you cannot have it be the case that the First Lady will be either using her private vehicle or be catching downfall to go from here to there. So she still has to be accommodated for within the governmental structure, whether it is formalized or not.
I think that is Babangida that came up with this thing. You know that.
Forget Babangida. Which country does not? Which country is the First Lady?
One man. Let's be honest. Did anyone? Do you think it's right to use public money to be sponsoring First Lady office? And already there are a fleet of cars she has there. If you are feeling people's pain, and then she has a lot of cars already attached to her office, then what is going to happen to all those cars? And then you need to bring more cars for the office of the First Lady. But it's not in the Constitution. Are we not a country of law? Are we not supposed to follow our Constitution? I think the first chapter in the Constitution, Nigerian Constitution, says the Constitution is superior to everybody and is above every other law. So do we have to create another law and legalize?
Are you saying that the First Lady should not be accommodated for?
No, the husband should take care of the First Lady. No one voted for her.
The what?
Yeah, from her salary. From his salary.
The husband should take care of the First Lady.
Yeah, the president should take care of his wife.
What about security? Who should cover the cost of her security?
Let me provide some clarification.
The security that is attached to the president can be used also to protect the First Lady. But if the president wants the First Lady to have some fleet of cars, then let the president take some fleet of cars, share the fleet of cars he has with the First Lady. Not like he have to make a budget as if it's an office that she was elected there. Nobody. I didn't see First Lady Remi Tinubu on the ballot. Did you?
Hold on, Prestige. You were going to tell us if the United States has an office of the First Lady.
Office of the First Lady.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make some clarification. In US, yes, we do have office of of the First Lady because she has an assistant like the president does, but it was at the minimum level. Secretary, everything. She has an assistant, the spokesperson for the First Lady. But there's no different budget for him. It's part of the governmental budget that that for the White House approved.
Yeah, but she's still captured in that budget anyway.
She do.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, she has. I don't know how many assistants. Anybody can Google it. She has secretary, everything. She has a spokesperson. She doesn't come out and speak every time. She has a spokesperson.
And she has security details. She has a chef.
Definitely.
She has all of the accoutrements of governance.
Yeah, but
she does.
Do we have office of the First Lady in United Kingdom?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. No, I couldn't tell you.
Did you see office of the first lady of this guy, the one that got kicked out, or the present one?
I don't know. It's my
Okay,
simple answer to that.
let's leave that topic. The thing is, that is illegal. That I strongly
It's
believe that.
not illegal. It's not
It's
illegal.
100% illegal. It's not in our constitution. There's nowhere it says office of the first lady. I stand to be corrected. I would love to be wrong about this. If there's anyone can tell me paragraph this or subsection that says office of the first lady, I will apologize. I will gladly apologize if
You are
anyone
not
can
wrong,
prove that.
Morris. You are not wrong, Morris. There is no constitutional provision for the office of the first lady.
But she's not collecting a salary. Is she collecting a salary?
How can you collect salary when you are not voted for? You are not even included.
So theoretically, so how is the constitution being flouted if she's not collecting a salary?
Hold on. So that is where you shot yourself in the foot. Somebody that does not collect salary, yet they are voting money for her maintenance.
Good.
Yes, because she's the first lady. Yes.
Hold on, one man. What of the first son? Do we have to budget for the first son too?
We have a first family.
Look, we cannot be. A lot of people are
you have to be fair. They have to budget for. Okay, go on.
Hold on. Morris just asked you, do you have office of the first lady in Britain? You don't have it.
But Nigeria is not modeled after Britain. It's modeled after America.
There's no office of first lady in the Netherlands. There's no office of first lady in Denmark. There's no office of first lady.
Nigeria is modeled after America.
Here in Europe, I don't know any country here in Europe with office of first lady.
Are you as wealthy?
Sorry, guys. In the US, the country does budget for the first lady. Just FYI.
There you are, and we model our democracy after America.
When you model your democracy after America,
yes.
Do you have constitutional provision for that office?
Is there a constitutional provision in America?
It doesn't have to be. There's no constitutional provision in America. It's up to the Congress to approve it. If the legislator, hold on, Ola. If the Congress approves it, then it is part of the spending law.
Congress.
It is not illegal. It is not illegal. They present this to Congress. Congress passes the budget.
I don't think America will approve something that is not in their constitution.
They approve it every year.
Then America must have some constitutional provision for it somehow. Because
the only thing that will make it illegal is if she's collecting a salary and she's not.
America
it's
will
a
not
bill.
Practice what is illegal.
There's an provision for the
the way I see it, right?
Please, I want to ask you something.
Hold on, Fola.
Ajaleku, I want to ask you something, please.
Hold on.
Look, if someone, if they can budget 1.5 billion for fleet of cars for the first lady, do you think in Nigeria they will not be paying her salary every month if they can boldly budget that kind of money?
In the US, for example, they don't pay.
No, I mean in Nigeria now. Do you think if they have budgeted 1.5 billion for somebody who is not in the constitution, who never stood on the ballot, whose name was not nobody?
They're not supposed to pay her a salary.
No. But do you think that they will not be giving her money every month? Do you think, knowing Nigeria very well?
Your question. That is her salary through the back door.
Of course.
It's the same in the US. It's the same in the US.
Baba Jaleko, can I just
hold on? Let Ola come in. I think he wanted to come in first, Ola.
You see, it is true that the office of the first lady is not in the constitution of Nigeria, and also, to the best of my knowledge, it's not in the constitution of the United States of America. But one thing I've learned over time about the politics in Canada is this, and that's what is practiced in the UK. And I think we inherited some of our law from the UK. So in Canada, we say we use both written constitution and unwritten constitution. So the unwritten constitution is what we call convention. That convention over time has become the constitutional norms. That okay, we believe that okay, this is how we do this, and because it worked for us, we continue. So, but how you know, but the constitutional norms will never become you can never prove in the court. For example, you can because court, for example, here we never recognize constitutional norms if you try to take it to the court, but it still happen within the society. So I'm now beginning to see the office of the first lady as the same because in Nigeria we inherited part of our law from the United Kingdom, and the office of the first lady, they've been budgeting for the office since 1960, and over that, so the IBB just made it more pronounced. It's not as if IBB has started that office, so it has become part of us. Even if it is not constitutional, they still find a way to allocate budget to that office. No, you present that budget to the National Assembly, they still find a way to allocate budget. So by the allocation of that budget, by the act of the parliament, it is very difficult to prove that that office is not legal. So I'm beginning to see it as legal just because the legislator, they always pass the budget appropriated to that office. That's my contribution.
All right. Yeah, go on, and then after you, Maurice. Yeah, no. Let Jide be brief, and then Maurice.
Okay.
Back to Maurice.
Thank you, woman. See, Baba Janle Koko, we need to understand something that I think you see. Sometimes Nigerians we say we want transparency, and yet we don't want it. This budget could have been passed. You know, this thing we are talking about is under the State House budget. It's not even a separate budget. It was under the State House budget, meaning that it's under the budget that was given for the presidency. They're just carving this out for the wife. Now, if they had not mentioned it and they just said, okay, fleet of cars for the for the State House, nobody will have known that that car was meant for the wife of the president. So sometimes we say we want transparency, but we go back and say we don't want it. When we say something is illegal, that thing is not backed by law. But you have this budget brought to the lawmakers themselves, and they pass it. Passing it, that budget itself becomes a law. You understand? So the truth
Thank you for that statement. Thank you for that statement.
Wait, Baba Janle Koko, wait. A law guiding how our finances for that year is going to go and it's going to be spent.
Jide, can I come in here, please?
Let me just land.
Jide, how about me clean up your bank account and rob you transparently? How about that?
This is not robbing transparently, okay?
You say that we don't like transparency, so they were transparent by carrying out what is illegal, and then we're supposed to applaud that.
Let Jide just land. Hold on.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just get along.
Maurice, hold on. Let Jide just land, and then you carry on so that it's not staggered too much. Yeah, Jide land it, and then Maurice carry on.
So, like I was saying, this thing has been done since the era of Nnamdi Azikiwe, because these women are expected to host whoever comes into the State House. They're expected to host them. How do you host? Do you go and source? Will you turn your first lady to a beggar? An NGO will be contributing to her to host? No. That means some money should be allocated to her and associates or assistants to be able to do what is expected of her to do as the wife of the president. And if it includes mobility, they have to give to her. And this is what they've been doing since 1960. So it is not illegal because they brought it to the house as part of the project, and the house that makes the law signed it into law. So it is not illegal.
Oh, all right, thank you. So excellent point by Jide right there. So are all of the functions of the office of the First Lady, entertaining, hosting, being available for the country, all of that it needs to be padded out. So I'm not quite sure there's an argument there, Maurice.
That is your own conclusion. To me, and I strongly believe I'm not alone in this. Millions and millions of other Nigerians also see, even the so-called politicians know that is illegal. You know one thing about our country. Do you know why we have come to the point that we see illegalities as normal? Why? Because we don't have a strong institution. We don't have a system that punishes or condemns strongly, or people are not afraid of the law. People do everything and get away with it. We don't have a strong National Assembly or senators that can put foot down, because one person, the person you are challenging, could have been responsible for you being in that position. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and we don't have a decentralized system of government. Yeah, we say 3 arms of government, but how decentralized are they? Because you don't see like the executive, the legislators going against what the executive wants to do, because the executive controls the money. So we don't have a decentralized system. That's why I said I'm in harmony with what Kulata said. For instance, we say now, like today, right now I'm talking to you, Naira is 980. Okay? It's 980. Yesterday, it was 1,170 something. 2 days ago, it was, I think, about 900 and something too. And yesterday, it went up. Why? Because they're clearing the backlog. But after they've cleared the backlog, what happens next? It's like you have to see it like this.
No. After they've cleared the backlog, hold on. After they cleared the backlog, that removes the pressure on the pressure on the naira is the backlog. Okay, now is the debt. Okay, good. So if they clear the debt, then it removes the pressure on the currency.
You know, like I always say, I'm still a baby in wisdom, but I'm not an economist. But I have a little bit idea as a businessman about contemporary economics. There's something in economics they call scale of preference. That means arranging things in order of importance, right? Now, when we clear the backlog, what means are we need to sustain? That's to sustain the inflow of dollar. We are not producing anything. We will go back borrowing. We'll go back to square A. Now, and we're not even borrowing to produce anything. We are borrowing in consumption. Okay, our revenue, I think the debt servicing takes about 95% of our revenue or something like that. One time it was even more than 100%. We need to borrow to service. You understand? So now, once the backlog is cleared, we will go back borrowing. And we don't have, we're not a producing nation, we are consuming. They borrow to pay salary. They borrow money even to buy SUVs for the senators.
The backlog is not down to money. It's not down to debt. It's you know, like for instance, do you remember that period when the Emirate was not able to retrieve their money from Nigeria? I know. Yeah, so it's those sort of debts that are being cleared, not the debt actually owed from borrowing by the country.
But what they are
sorry for interjecting. I think maybe Maurice, what you're trying to say is, are we going to build another backlog after we clear this one? Are we now going to build another one? Go ahead.
Okay, explain to me why.
But we're not likely to, because
explain to me why it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
because I believe because the money they clear, the backlog they're clearing now, they're not clearing with tissues, they're clearing it with the dollars that we already have. Do you understand me? So part of it.
Can I say something?
One man, we're on 5 minutes monologue.
Yes, I'll whip it around in a moment.
5 minutes more than 30 minutes now.
All right. All right, have that interjection, Larry. Round it off, Maurice, and then we'll move it round. As you can see, people are wanting to, yeah.
Yeah. So I think one thing that probably Mr. Morris don't understand is why we're having this particular issue is the fact that everybody is leaving the I&E window and going outside the I&E window. But if they're able to clear that backlog, you start seeing the big boys coming back to the I&E window. The major pressure on the dollar is not because of me and you. It's not because of that person that just need $1,000. It's because of the big guys that are not really trading in the I&E window. But if they don't have the gap there, then they can actually leave me and you, the $10,000, $10,000 guys, leave them for the other side. That's the major place where the bulk of dollar is being needed is the I&E window. So, and another thing they've actually done is lifting that ban on those guys, right? Those 43 guys that are still going back outside the I&E window. If everybody can come to the I&E window, we'll be able to use that I&E window to be able to determine the true value of the naira. I think that's the major thing they're trying to do.
All right, bring it
So
on, Maurice.
in a nutshell,
yeah,
I will condense it in a nutshell. Naturally, I'm not optimistic. I'm a realist. I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. And it's okay to have faith and say, oh, it's going to be okay, but I believe that production is the only way that you can increase and stabilize your currency, because when you are exporting things, then you're getting more foreign reserve. But if we are not exporting, you're borrowing just to even pay salaries. You're borrowing for almost just about everything. And I mean, you guys can be so optimistic. Yeah, everything will be fine. We'll be saying the same thing since one man. I don't remember how long you've had your show, but since you've been having your show, you've been optimistic at one time or the other. So no, there's no magic wand. Another thing you should understand is that I believe Tinubu was great. That was 1999. If you check it today, it's about 24 years now, 24 years ago, right? If I'm correct. Now, that Tinubu of 24 years ago is different from the Tinubu now. Even I believe
no, Tinubu was not great. Hold on. Tinubu was not great 24 years ago because Tinubu never really left the state house in Lagos. So Tinubu
no, you don't understand.
Tinubu governed Lagos
when he was the governor of Lagos. That was from 1999, right?
No. Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State up to this year. Up to this year, and then he was the governor of Lagos State up to this year, and then he left Lagos State governorship to go and govern Nigeria.
I know what you are going. I know where you're going now. Who if you can govern Lagos State, then you can rule Nigeria. Is that not what you're trying to say now?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
you are saying
Lagos
that
is not Nigeria.
Lagos is Nigeria. Which other state in Nigeria? Hold on. Which other state in Nigeria is Nigeria more than Lagos State? Which other state in Nigeria is Nigeria more than Lagos State?
You see, let's not deviate from what we are discussing. That is not even the base of the argument. Nobody's arguing whether any other state can challenge. My point I'm trying to make is that in 1999, if you check from 1999 to now, that is 24 years. That means he has added 24 years to his age. And the older you get doesn't really mean the wiser you get. No. Right now, a lot of people are surrounded him. The number of aides he has now, I don't think he had it when he was a governor. And the number of people, everybody of different nationality around him, a lot of these decisions like budget part and all this, maybe he had no idea about that.
Why would he not have an idea? As an accountant who governs the largest.
You can be as great as you are. You can be as great as you are, one man. If you don't have a team that wants to help you succeed in that your vision, you will never succeed. Even if you like bring Jesus Christ there. You understand me? If you have people around you who are not committed the way you are committed, you will not achieve anything. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Sorry, Maurice. I did want to wrap it up and move on to others, because I know
Yeah,
people have
but
been
other people
waiting.
could speak for like 1 hour.
Yeah,
Then you
yeah.
want to okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can
No,
yield the floor
hold
to
on.
somebody. Go ahead.
Just hold on. What you're saying is not actually tenable. Let me just say two things. The most perfectly poised person to govern Nigeria is anybody that has governed Lagos State, because Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria. No other state, no other geographical expression within Nigeria captures the essence of that country more than Lagos State. Lagos uniquely is a mini Nigeria. Everybody knows that. Okay. So the diversity.
Can I ask you one question?
Let me.
If I give you this question one month, then you answer it, then I'm not going to say anything. Then you can give the floor to someone else, please. I want to ask you one question, and if you give me answer, whether it's what I want, what I believe in your answer or not, it doesn't matter. You just answer it, and then let the other people on the platform be the judge. Then you can bring someone else to talk. Now, since the inception of this government, do you believe that this government is doing great, knowing where we were when he came and where we are today? Do you think that this is that great, amazing Tinubu that everybody, the magic wand, the specialist, the genius, do you think this is his administration is working out great? Just like all of you promoted him since he entered. Do you think that? Do you sincerely believe that everything is perfect?
Yes, I think Tinubu is a God-sent moment in Nigeria. Okay. I think it's the perfect moment. Is the perfect man for the perfect moment. Okay. I think if anybody else had become the president, that country would have been destroyed. Okay. I think that would only he has the experience and the mental acuity.
Only he has the experience.
In the entirety.
Only he in the whole country. Only he has the experience.
Out of the
right?
200 million people we have in that country, only
that's what I'm saying. Only
yes.
You look at what you said.
Said.
Only
now
he,
I can repeat it.
Only him has the experience.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that would be the conclusive end to the argument.
Who else has the experience? You give me
no.
one
I just said that would be the conclusive end to the argument. Only him has the experience. Go ahead.
Yes.
Now, I yield the floor to someone else. Please.
All right, thank you.
I'll be listening.
All right. So only he has the experience in terms of experience of governance and mental acuity. There is nobody else in the political landscape that is more suited for that role than
he can't even. He's having amnesia. He can't even remember what he said 1 minute ago.
So can you let me speak? Only he has the experience and the mental acuity. There's nobody else within the Nigerian political landscape that is more suited for that job than Tinubu. Not a single person. Atiku Abubakar does not have executive experience.
The only thing that we keep deceiving ourselves all the time. We lie to ourselves, and we know we're lying to ourselves.
All right. So you don't want to hear it. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine. You asked, then I can answer.
I already said that's the conclusive end to the argument.
No. Let me have my say. So only he has the experience and the mental acuity. There's nobody else in the political landscape that is more suited for that role for reasons. He governed Lagos State, which is a microcosm of that country, and he excelled exceptionally. Imagine as the best governor that Nigeria has ever experienced governing any state space. Ever in the history of that country, no governor has governed any state in the entirety of the geographical expression.
I
Nigeria.
believe Jakonde was better.
Sorry, I'll have to mute you if you don't let me speak. Nobody has governed better than that guy in the history of that country.
No, I think Jakonde was better.
He quadrupled the IGP of that country, of that state, within a micro blink of an eye. And he then created a succession plan that has pivoted that space, that is Lagos, into an expression that has elevated it even completely outside of the African experience. Which other African country has a mono-rail system? There is not a single one. This is all Tinubu's doing. Which one has the economy of Lagos State? Not a single one. Who built an entire city space, Lekki Banana Island, all of these things? Not a single person. This guy is the most suited person for that job in this moment in time. Not one other person comes even close. Certainly not Peter Obi, who who managed a mono ethnicity, mono religious space, and managed it extremely badly. So if we're looking at best and worst, the best thing that could have happened to Nigeria is Tinubu, and the worst thing that could have, but thankfully did not happen to Nigeria, would have been Peter Obi. It would have been the worst of everything. But I will go on from you. Let's go on to Ogbeni. Ajalikoko, I'm only going to Ogbeni because he's been waiting pretty much since yesterday. He fell asleep waiting, and now he's losing patience from waiting again. So Ajalikoko, apologies. I was coming to you, but let's go to Ogbeni. But so sorry about my verbal outburst, but we can't have it now that the guy is not suited. Who is more suited? But am I wrong in saying, because I'm happy to be pushed if I am wrong? I'm happy to be pushed if I am wrong. But am I wrong in saying that anybody that governs Lagos State and does a reasonably decent job is perfectly suited for governing Nigeria? Ogbeni, pick it from there.
Woman, you are not wrong. We've all been saying it, but it's for me, it has become issues I don't even discuss any longer or engage people on any longer. Whatever Tinubu does, let me tell you, from now to eternity, some people have sworn and they have made up their mind. Even if Tinubu drop dollar or pounds down to 200 naira today, they will be telling you that, during Jonathan's time it was 150. Even if Tinubu comes and says, see, I've created 50 million employment in Nigeria today, they will tell you that, it's a lie. The Bureau of Statistics is telling lies. Whatever Tinubu does today, they will never acknowledge that guy for whatever he's giving the country. So I've made up my mind. I will only engage with people who are patriotic to the country, people who believe in a government and they don't believe in a man. They don't godify a man. And those are the people I now invest my time and resources, and my training, which I paid to get to engage with. Any other people that don't share all these values and virtues, I don't waste my time to engage with them any longer. It's just my decision, and I think how many years are we coming to spend on this surface of earth that you need to be wasting some time on people who will never ready to gain a bit from you, even when you are gaining from them? So, one man, you've said it all. Lagos is Nigeria, and there is no any other. I travel around Nigeria. I practice in almost every country in Nigeria. I think the only area I don't really go in Nigeria in terms of practice is south, except Port Harcourt. But I was in Ebonyi, Elechi. I was in his election petition. I was in Enugu. I was in Anambra. I was in Delta, Uduahan, Okowa. I practice. I involved in all their gubernatorial election. We will move there. You know the way lawyers work. When you move there, all those Okongologo market and all those grand hotels will be there for months. I was in Gombe. I was in Mubi in Adamawa. I was in Yobe. I was in Bauchi. Then when you come to this axis of Gombe, Kano, I practiced all around in Nigeria for good 13 to 15 years. So I understand Nigeria. And there is no space in Nigeria you can really say it's Nigeria, unlike Lagos. Every 36 states in Nigeria has their representative in Lagos. There is no tribe you pick in Nigeria and you won't find their people in Lagos. If any calamity happens to Nigeria today, God forbid, every state in Nigeria will be affected. If not every family in Nigeria will be affected. So when you have a man who led that state into what I call modern Lagos, I overheard somebody talking about Jakonde. Yes, Jakonde tried. But when you look at it, somebody paused Jakonde's development in Lagos. The man called Buhari. But somebody kickstarted it again and kept it rolling. The man called Tinubu, but they will never, I tell you, acknowledge that. So don't waste your time in engaging and try to convince people on that. We live now in a world where people choose to believe what they want to believe. They stick by it. They run with it.
Alternative facts, Abi.
Yes, you create, whatever try to validate what they have in mind, they take it, whatever, try to invalidate it, even if it's the truth, they don't want to hear it. So that is the world we live in. We better get used to it. The earlier we get used to it, the better for us and for our sanity. So that's what about. I wish to say something about this first lady thing, woman.
Yeah, carry on. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Now, yes, sometimes when I listen to people talking about this first lady thing, two things I see here. Is either people speak from sheer hypocritical perspective, or people are ignorant of how some things work in government. I pardon people who are ignorant, but those ones I will not pardon is people who are ignorant and they are not ready to learn. But for those who are ready to learn, I try to pardon them and try to enlighten them. But for those who are hypocritical, I try to avoid them. Why am I saying this? This is why I'm saying this. See, you have a whole office for budgeting in Nigeria. The office you have for budgeting in Nigeria has a minister heading that office, right? If you've ever led a country or run an office before, particularly multinational or multidimensional like Nigeria, I've occupied a space before at a state level, and I understand how budgeting works. You see, every unit you have will bring their budget. That budget you see is not being constructed by the budget office. What they do at the budget office is they tell you for your ministry or for your department or for your parastatal or for your MDG, whatever it's your level, they tell you this is the cap. So it is you that go down and localize it. And when I say localization, it means you know your needs, right, for the year that must correlate with the vision of the president you have or the government of the day. Then you come up with your needs. Then it comes to where you harmonize all these things together, and then you come up with the budget. Now, am I supporting 1.5 billion to the office of First Lady? The answer is a big no. On every platform that I've appeared, I've condemned it. I've castigated Tinubu for that. I see no reason why Tinubu should include that in the budget at this critical stage where Nigeria is. I think it's been insensitive of the government, particularly considering the time that we have today. We are in a critical state in Nigeria, and the earlier all these leaders understood this better for us. We are in a state, look at Israel, for instance. You see what happened in Israel? All hands on deck. Both the opposition and the ruling party, they all came together and formed an emergency cabinet, and they declare war, and they are all fighting it with harmony. No noise of opposition, this and this again, until that war will end. That is how a nation works. In Nigeria, we are in a critical moment where, in fact, I don't even know to compare it to a state of war. I don't even know how to compare it. We have a lot of things we are battling with. We are battling with insecurity. But on insecurity, I want to say the military are doing very well now. But we are battling with other things, poverty, unemployment, many things we are battling with in Nigeria. It is not a time when you'll be devoting 1.5 billion to the office of First Lady. But that is that. But to say that the office of First Lady should not have any budget at all is being hypocritical, or somebody is sounding so ignorant, doesn't know how things work. And let me tell you why I say this. And I have some questions. Some of my friends that raised it in the afternoon, I asked them, I said, please, open your constitution. I've read the constitution separately during the time of training, and I use it in practice. I asked them, can you find the office of chief press secretary in your constitution? The answer is it's not there. Just scan it and look for. Okay, can you find the office of media aides there? The answer is not there. Then I asked again, okay, can you find the office of state house correspondences? The answer is not there. I said, okay, please look at chief security officer. The answer is not there. Now, why am I bringing out all these offices? They are offices within the state house that are created for conveniences, for some tasks to be done. And when you are writing a budget for the state house, you have to consider all these units. The constitution does not need to be creating. You see, if you have to create everything, constitution have to spell everything in total, you will have loads of volumes of books, and you call it constitution. You complicate things. These are departments, these are offices, they are created for purpose. Now, when you now ask me, okay, what about First Lady? Let me tell you, as far as I'm concerned, the First Lady, Obasanjo moved us to presidential system. We were never practicing it before. We move us to presidential system. We pattern our presidential system after United States presidential system. United States presidential system, there is no budget for First Lady. Go and research about. There is no office of First Lady created in their constitution and by any law at all. Go and research.
Ogbeni, even the office of the chief of staff is not explicitly mentioned in the Nigerian
It's not, sir.
constitution.
It's not. But there's budget to it every year. So, but when you now ask me, okay, what budget? It's part of state house. You see, when they say presidency, and that's why that man has said, who is the presidency? You remember that man, that grass cutter. Now, when you say presidency is an institution, you have a lot of, the president is the head of that institution. That's but you have staff. The president employs staff. They are not created by that law. So now, when you now ask me about First Lady, and I tell you, I said, First Lady is the president's first personal staff. The wife is his first personal staff. And he takes care of a lot of things. If you have ever gone to the State House, you understand that First Lady takes care of a lot. He's in charge of all those hostesses you have in the house, all the maids you have, all the cleaner you have in that house. She's in charge of the kitchen. She feed everybody when you come. The one that really wants to work anyway, but she's in charge of her kitchen. She's in charge of the house staff and others. So, and also in charge of president's room. So when you now come and change of clothing sometimes and so many things, personal drugs for president sometimes, and a lot. How many can you mention? So the point is this: if you now have that first lady, I said, by virtue of marriage and recognition as a first lady and legitimacy, first lady, as far as I'm concerned, is the president's first personal staff. You must have budget out of the state house budget to that office. You can't say, oh, it's still the president. No, there's somebody taking care of that president there. The first lady is the one heading the chef of the house. Is the first lady controlling the chef.
She hosts first ladies from other countries that come to visit.
Ogbeni, don't be sexist. Don't be sexist now. What do you mean she's the first chef? What if she doesn't cook?
But Buhari told us now they belong in the kitchen.
One man.
We're in
She does not just
2023.
host. She does not just host first ladies from other countries. She is the chief host. The chief host of either it is in the Aso Villa or in the White House of other presidents when it comes to hosting them for banquet, for dinner, for entertainment, for whatever. And that was exact. Thank you, Ogbeni, for coming
She
to my
does
lecture
that
today.
now. If I work under not a president anywhere, at the governor's house. But I was an SA at a point in time. I used to frequent government house. Every ceremonial event in the state house, you see the first lady going around, oh, have you eaten and things like that. So when you are now saying somebody like that should not have budget under the state house budget, it baffles me how we argue sometimes. But
she should not have a car. She should be catching Molwe.
But the only exception and the issue that worries me is 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion for what? Are you saying Aisha or which one that just left the place? The cars, where are those cars? Did she go with them to Kaduna? Where? These are the things. It's not giving the government good optics. It's not giving Tinubu good optics. He should care. If he doesn't care, because he looks as if he doesn't care about all this, he should care. And for me, henceforth, I think he shouldn't leave that budgeting to that body that is doing budget. I think Bagudu is in charge of that. He should try his best to be looking through all these documents and verify things and before. So that's for me on first lady thing. Whoever want to learn should just learn from this. This is how
Ogbeni, let me interject.
Work.
Ogbeni,
All
let
right,
me interject. Yeah, let me interject you. You see, I like that you did not support the allocation of 1.5 billion for purchase of vehicle. It is mentioned specifically for purchase of fleet of vehicle for First Lady's office. That is insane. It's totally insane.
True.
These criminals are taking us for a ride, and they just don't care. They are very insensitive. You see, when these politicians are mismanaging our resources, and we don't tell them that this is wrong, then they will be emboldened to continue to mismanage it and show it to our face that we are mismanaging it. There's nothing that you guys can do. Who allocated responsibility to the First Lady? Where's her responsibility? And you said, oh, she host some people, she prepare me, she prepare that. There's budget allocation for presidency. Everything should be there. All our roads should be packaged under general services inside presidency. This is just for only cars.
So you don't object to the money, you object to the designation.
Look, the delegation and the money.
Sorry.
1.9 million for vehicle. Hold on. 1.9 million for vehicle.
I just want to make a 5-second interjection because I think people are not the most vexing part of this thing is the fact that this is a supplementary budget. Meaning a debe. Okay, I'm speaking Yoruba. Meaning you got there. You guys look at it and say, okay, we want to spend extra money. The extra money we're now going to spend is for yacht, is for 1.5 billion for first. It makes no goddamn sense.
Sorry, just to address that yacht. That yacht is a carryover from the Buhari space, and is an installment owed.
No,
for what?
I know. Look, we practice traditional budgeting. Essentially, is a copy and paste of the previous budget plus some incremental things. We've not started doing performance-based budgeting yet, where we're measuring goals and doing all that stuff. So don't be surprised if we don't change our budget model, if you see all this nonsense again next year because of the way we do the budget. But the biggest annoyance for me is supplementary budget is I get there, okay, we have some serious money we need to spend now because of XYZ. But it needs to be serious things, right? Not bullshit like we're finding in this budget. That's what vexes me the most because it's a supplementary budget. Ajaliku, sorry for the interjection.
Fulata, you are right. You're right.
So we have general services inside the presidency. Everything, the hosting of what do you call it? Visitors and all these things are, allocated, and that for the First Lady in our own entertainment of people too should be allocated there. We don't want to. Government should be mindful. They should be very sensitive of the people feeling, particularly in a very hard time like this. So the optics is not good, and it totally shows that the sacrifice they are telling us to make, they don't believe in. They are not ready to sacrifice. They want to continue to live, excessively at our own expense, at the expense of the people. It is not good.
Can I interject you?
They are just doing all these things, whether they do it in one state, that the state governor office, wife, they allocated money for her. It is not, they don't have to, they have state house. Our office is inside that state house. The budget for whatever she's going to do should be allocated there and not separate. a way of separating it in as not I mean in contrary to the constitution. I think it's not good. We should be able to respect the law and spend
No,
our money.
let me ask you a question, but a brief answer to it so that Ogbeni can carry on.
I want to interject, if you don't mind.
Hold on, Bishop. If an additional complement had been added to the presidential budget, let's say about 30% to accommodate for the for the first lady, but it was not designated as a first lady budget, would you have objected to that? So everything essentially that they budgeted for the first lady is still budgeted, but they don't call it first lady. They just put it under the presidential package. Would you have objected to that?
It would have been better.
Also, so it's the designation that you're objecting to, not the money.
Yes. They should be mindful of how people will perceive them. How do we compare their action from what they are preaching for us? I mean, what they are preaching to us. Hey, you people should sacrifice, it's going to be better, but your action totally in contrary to what you are preaching to us. That is not good. It shows that they won't manage our resources well. This is what it means. This is what it means. And it's just too bad. For vehicle, when already you have several vehicles that they are using there now, what wrong to the vehicle that you just met on the ground? It is, I mean, these people are just, let me just leave it there. This is insane. It's insane.
All right. Have that in that interjection, Bishop, and then Ogbeni carries on. But you know, Ogbeni, he doesn't like people to interject him too much. Well, have that interjection, Bishop, and then Ogbeni, back to you.
You just mentioned something I wanted to say, that maybe Ajani Koko is just triggered by the nomenclature, that because it is mentioned in the office of the First Lady. I did say something yesterday. One thing, thank you, Ogbeni, you have been able to establish the fact that the office of the First Lady is very essential and it is very important. I pointed out to them yesterday that the office of the First Lady of the President of the United States is a very essential, has an office in the East Wing, retinue of staff. Now let's go back to Nigeria. I just want to say that, look, by chance, maybe there are 20, 30, 40, or even 50 persons that are directly attached to the office of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chances are that those 50 persons are direct breadwinners of their family, for the fact that they are actually working at the presidency, the prestige, the clout, the respect, and the rest. And it has a way of trickling down. Everybody is against wastage, but sometimes we take it to a little bit some kind of extreme that I begin to wonder. And that was why I was jokingly telling you yesterday that if you become the president, will you be riding Keke Napep to work? I mean, the time we are in. Oh, you are saying are there vehicles? Were there not vehicles they were using before? We all know that President Buhari completely eliminated or crippled or eliminated the office of the First Lady. So it was practically non-existent. That at some point, the wife had to even relocate out of Nigeria because she was not functioning. That office was not functioning under Buhari. Now, the style of governance or the style of operation of Buhari is different from the type of operation of Tinubu. When Buhari said that there was nobody and the wife couldn't bear it because so many things actually were supposed to fall on her and maybe her responsibility, she relocated to Dubai. People were complaining, but Tinubu's wife is not going to relocate. And the people that were supposed to be in that office is 8 to 8. And I'm not saying the amount is justified, but the way we are making it to look like as if it's kind of obscene. Like it's an unforgivable sin. Like we know better than the few people. Yeah, there is something that we need to guard against. That is wastage. in
Alright.
our polity. But sometimes we take it a little bit to the extreme because the way you are saying, honestly, I'm just chuckling, I'm just laughing.
Oh.
Even yesterday, the way you were trying to point out. So I think we should
Alright.
just slow down.
One more. Can I
1 second.
interject a
I think
minute
we just
before
So
mellow down. It's
1.9
just
million doesn't mean anything to you
I
to
don't
buy
want to.
vehicle.
I don't want us to deviate too
To buy
sharply from
vehicle.
Ogbeni,
Just
but
1 minute before
Bishop,
Winnie come in.
1.9 billion for vehicle. I mean 1.5 billion for vehicle. It doesn't matter to you.
the question is,
how
have
much
you
is
asked
that
the
in
question how
dollars?
many
How much is
vehicles,
that in dollars?
how many
No, don't go to
exactly?
dollar.
Have you asked how many
They are
vehicles they are
importing the
buying? What are
vehicles.
the
They are importing the
functionality of those
vehicles.
vehicles? Is it 10? Is it 20?
So
Is it
currently
30
she doesn't
vehicles?
use vehicle. She
There
doesn't
were
have
no
no
vehicles.
vehicle she's
I
using.
just told you now that there was no
Oh no,
office
no,
of the first
just
lady for
forget that.
8
Just forget
years.
that. Don't say don't even say that. Do you know how many vehicles that is attached to the presidency?
The president,
I'm
but
not
for
talking of the one
that
that
of
the president
how
used
how
personally.
many do you know that is attached? Tell
Oh,
us if you know.
come on,
Tell
man.
us if you know. Ajale
First of all,
Koko, I
what
challenge
is
you.
this?
Tell us how many vehicles is attached to the president if you know.
The money is not
I
much
say
if
you
we.
tell us if
It's
you
not
know.
up to.
Since you
It's
know,
not
tell
up
us.
to $2 million. This
Tell us if you
1.5
know.
billion. I mean,
Is it
stop
up? Is it? It's
differentiating
not
what
up
is
to
the
$2 million.
difference.
It's not.
Is it up to
You,
$2 million?
Ajale Koko, you tell us how many vehicles is attached to the office of the
Oh, you
first lady if you know. Tell us.
okay.
All right. Let's hear
Just
from Prestige and then we get
just a
back to
minute. Just
Ogbeni.
a
Yeah,
minute.
Prestige, come in.
Okay. My opinion about the whole thing, the way it was handled was kind of careless and insensitive. But let me go back to what we are talking about, because we model our democracy according to American kind of government. I mean, in government, the first lady is well taken care of. She has 9 staff members. She has chief of staff. She has press secretary. She has communication secretary. She even have chief of floral designer. So she has a total of 9 staff. And in the American Constitution, there's no place for the first lady. But in America, the budget in money for the first lady, which is approved by the Congress. The Congress has to approve it, every year. So that has never been an issue. And in my case, what I'm taking in Nigeria, which have not followed previous politics, and I believe they're still doing the same thing. But at this particular time, that they did this. I don't know if the money is excess. We are, we are suffering from we are suffering from lack of forest at this particular time. Just the way they brought it up, it sounds very insensitive. People are suffering right now, and the what make it so bad, they call it a supplementary budget, like Kulata properly stated. That is something very important. So that's the least important when it comes to Nigerian people. That particular word they use, supplementary. Of course, the first lady has to be taken care of. There's no doubt about it. That's supposed to. But the way they come up, bury it, and making it, they have to make it known because in this of social media, and you can't keep secrets. Say, let's just hide it under this presidential budget. I mean, it has to be part of the presidential budget. Just the way they made it seem. That's why we're having all this hoopla right now. So that's
And
what I
it's
have to say in
borrowed
that
money.
regard.
It's borrowed money, and they're spending it lavishly. Borrowed. They borrowed the money.
So I think
All right, Ogbeni, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I agree with what everybody said. Yes. Uh, it's not good at its time. Not that it is not good at all. So whoever believe that there should not be budget to first lady office at all, I think should have learned from our engagement just now. First lady should have. Then Baba Daleko would have thought, okay, it should just be under state house generally. Budget doesn't work like that. You have to be specific on what you need. If not, somebody will misappropriate. It will become an issue later under procurement act and all this. There are a lot of bureaucracy involved in governance. Governance is not a tea party thing. No. Somebody can pick you tomorrow and say this budget is not for you. This budget is not for Bonvita. Why do you use it for Bonvita? That's misappropriation. Doesn't mean that you have embezzled. It means that you have put money meant for A to C or to B. So, but in budgeting, you have to be specific to a certain extent, and you don't have to have all entities being provided by constitution before you say this is the entity that will spend this and that, as long as they are not against the constitution. So sometimes you say they are extra constitutional. And thank you for somebody who also enlightening us on American system, the way it works. First lady do it. And in Nigeria, I can tell you, it's African country. They have more different this thing to their office, even more than America. A lot of things Do you know how many people that come to State House and eat per day? Man. Okay, that's for that. Now I want to speak a bit about. Let me go to Boa and Dangote a bit. Boa and Dangote has been fighting over time. It's not today now. I remember they fought on the Opela Cement back then, and so I don't think it's today. And I think Boa is just learning too. It's time for him also to learn. Then for me, Dangote also has learned his own lesson. I think they shut down his own factory in somewhere in Ethiopia and Senegal also. They've been shutting his factory also on all these on competitors in those countries too. So Boa will learn. And for somebody to now, for you to praise Boa and then castigate Dangote, maybe you need to learn more about how all these things operate. Boa is not a claimer too. He's not, I won't say he's a claimer. He's also a businessman. They are all shrewd businessmen. They are all doing their things. Possibly now, Boa has somebody else. The government is more friendlier to him. It doesn't mean tomorrow Dangote will not find his way through to the government more and deeper than Boa, But in all this, it's affecting a common Nigeria. For me, I don't buy an idea of monopoly in the market. I'm not an economist. I don't talk much about what I don't know much about. But I don't think monopoly in the hands of somebody like Dangote is good for us. I don't think it's good at all. I think we should spread this thing and let others compete. A very good example for us is MTN Glo. Remember when MTN first came, see the way they were just doing us anyhow. But when Adenuga brought Glo, see competition and see how everything flourished and spread. And that's for that. On the issue of Yacht, for me, I call some of my friends who are military officers and others because I know there is no way a budget will come. And that's what I still keep saying about Tinubu should sit down properly and look at all these things. You don't have budget coming from your military. Since you told us you're going to concentrate on this military and you want to ensure that they are successful, I think it's one of the areas, even if it's not going to look at anything in that budget, you should be able to look at what is coming from this thing. So who prepared that budget now? People are no longer talking about Ogala. Our budget would ordinarily have come from Ogala office. That's our chief of naval staff. But nobody is talking about him now. And rightly so. Because Tinubu is the president. So we shouldn't be even talking about him. But if you understand how this governance thing work, you know that thing is coming from Ogala. But I know they should have questioned him. Okay, what do you want to do with this? But some of my guys in the military that I called and said, look, I know they are progressive.
Do you sorry, Ogbeni, there's the theory that that yacht is a fifth columnist insertion to undermine the administration. So do you buy into that theory? I think it's actually Reno Mokri that is promoting that particular strap line. Do you think it's a fifth columnist trying to undermine? Yeah.
I don't know what Ren or Mokri call fifth column list though, because it's very clear, expressly stated in that image that I saw online. That is, they capture part of the proposed supplementary budget, and some people posted it online, and I saw it clearly there, presidential judge. So that somebody now inserted, I don't know where, except if Ikechukwu Ogala himself was the one who inserted a vice admiral in fact, I don't know. But I know our Nigerian chief of naval staff is Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala. That thing came from his office. He should be able, and even for us rep to just say, oh, we have struck it out. It's just sensation. Nigeria, the way we do things, I don't
Ogbeni, I don't know if you know. Ogbeni, I don't know if you know. Yes, is this yacht? Because I saw the same line item because budget for yacht during Jonathan's time.
You see,
a yacht is supposed to be something very expensive, and for pleasure. So is this? This is one part I don't know. Is this because I don't see a yacht costing $6 million? That's ridiculous. Are they buying a catamaran? You can't buy a yacht. Yeah,
Kulata, my guys in the military. In fact, first and foremost about Jonathan, let's forget Jonathan. You see, that's why I keep saying some people are just emergency political analysts. Was it not same Jonathan that went to go and buy 1.5 billion presidential jet when we were suffering in 2013? So I don't even like going to... Jonathan bought a lot of things now.
Do you know Buhari had to sell about 9 of our aircraft? I remember Hawker 4000. It was Buhari who sold the thing off back then. Buhari sold about almost 9 or 10 presidential aircraft that Jonathan went to go and buy. So I don't even like comparing, because Tinubu has said that it's not his business to be comparing himself to all those past. He wants to deal with what is here. And I love that attitude. But yes, some of my guys I called in military said, you see, this yacht that they are called armed yacht, that they are armed.
What's an armed yacht? I'm confused, because a yacht is kind of like a luxury item, right? What's the purpose of the Navy? Because if you buy a yacht, I mean, for president to chill out in the Atlantic or something, I don't know. I really don't know the purpose of this yacht. It can't be this cheap. Number one. So are they paying multiple times? I mean, over several years. I don't understand.
Just also know too, but what some of my friends in the military told me is that is armed yacht, and when they call it presidential yacht, it's a mark of honor for the president. It's actually for the military, but a mark of honor for the president. And that is why I said, I don't know why House of Rep, sensation, Nigeria, I don't want just have to keep it.
Man, this guy, man. This guy, you need to stop
let me quickly
spinning.
land.
My God, Jesus Christ.
Let me quickly
land.
Is there nothing this guy not going to spin?
There's
is there nothing to do?
There's a rule on this platform. Who is talking? There's a rule on this platform. Can't you just abide by
What is the rule?
If you want to interject, wait now. Who is talking?
People interject all the time.
Let talk when he land. Yes. You ask for his permission. Yes.
Learn the rule and live by the rule. That's how we
he used to run the platform once upon a time, so he should know the rules. But carry on already.
That's forefather.
That's forefathers, yes.
Forefather, you know the rule now. Why are you preaching the rule?
What are you talking? Kulata was interjecting now.
He has come with wireless.
He tried to bully you.
He has come with wireless. Is he wireless?
Are you Kulata?
He's trying to use.
I know forefather now. No, I always enjoy forefather. I enjoy his argument. So you can interject, no problem. Interject, please.
His argument is psychedelic yum now.
You want to start with your psychedelic yum. How can you spin this type of thing, given the state of the nation?
You don't let forefathers speak because we go military now. Security.
Of course, I'm going to go military now. I just discovered that our military postponed the
recruitment. We even support Tinubu on that yard. That if you have atomic bomb, atomic bomb on that yard, that's what you got to say.
These people, they are not ruling you guys keep taking that as a joke. One day you are going to realize when they put you in chains and you start serving again. That's when you know these people are not governing. They've just postponed. I just saw it just now. They postponed recruitment again while they are busy sharing money. They are not postponing sharing money. When it comes to sharing money, these people don't have shame. You look at the state of the nation. Things are costing people more now than just 6 months ago, and they are still thinking about buying yachts and spending $1 billion. That's $1 million for a car in Nigeria.
So, what's the solution you are offering? What's the solution?
Okay, and he also told them, why not just source it from a local manufacturer? That way, the funds go back to the Nigerian state. No. Why would they do that? They have to give it overseas, like everything they do. These people, you guys, if you don't hold these leaders accountable, you are going to find the consequences one day. They will be reckoning. The solution is very simple. They asked them on the news today, why are you people not sourcing these cars if you are going to buy cars from innocent and Nigerian manufacturers? They say no. Why would you source
talking about something else now?
And then no, yacht is similar. It's the same expenditure where they are spending money, the national resources that we don't have a lot of. Instead of them to spend it on things that generate money for us, they just spend it exorbitantly. They don't need to spend that much.
We are saying
they really don't need to spend that much. Yeah, but you are excusing them like some of the camp for the first lady now.
No. He said it's an unnecessary expenditure.
Oh, okay. I missed it. I thought he was the other guy that was.
All right. Let him carry on. Carry on.
I called some of my friends, which I know they are progressive. In the university days, we were all student union activists, and I know they are progressive of mine, but they are military. I call some of them to ask all these nonsense yaks I'm hearing about. And for them, what they're trying to justify about it is calling it presidential yacht is a mark of honor, as to be point as number one when it's on the IC or when it's on the sea. That, but it's an armed yacht. But they still confirm to me that even though it's an armed, but it's still luxurious yacht. And I said, why do you guys need luxurious yacht when we are fighting pirates every day in on our territorial this thing, where we have a lot of things to do for military and others. They couldn't justify. They couldn't. So for me, yes, you can have yacht, but not now. Nigeria is suffering. We have a lot of things to set our priorities. They should set our priorities well. The only thing I won't agree with people is, because the government has put this and we have made noise, therefore it's the most useless government in the world. Anybody that is still supporting this government is coward. The person doesn't love Nigeria. No. I'm not a fascist. I'm not a sadist. I know I've learned a little about governance and I've involved a bit. I understand how this thing works in reality. So I'm not an idealist. I won't tell you why I think will not work. That's why I ask, what's your solution? Solution is not to go and unseat a constitutional government. The best solution is what we are doing here. We engage, we talk. Don't think they don't listen to us. They listen to us. They have their ears everywhere. So they pick all these
Nobody is saying that now, that because they made a mistake on yacht or supporting one young boy, the government is useless. We are here to at least.
You need to go to some platform.
I'm not on that platform. I don't. Wait, hold on. I don't have much time, please. Sorry. I don't go to that platform. So I come to this platform.
You should be.
Hold on.
Yeah, don't go there. I'll stay here. Don't.
I don't.
Stay here.
I like my pride. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, but I came because of you. I quickly, Mama, sorry. I'm very sorry, Mama. I have a very busy day. Please hold on, this man. Yeah, you came and say you condemn the amount of money allocated to the First Lady.
Yeah.
At the same time, we could not condemn, when we're condemning the House of Rep and senators for their money going to share, you said it's their constitutional right. It's their budget. We cannot condemn it. You are letting us hear too, which is true.
So. Which one?
When we're talking about 160 million vehicles.
The SUVs.
SUVs.
No, I was never on this platform to discuss SUVs.
No, you didn't just, what you're telling us that is their budget that we cannot really stop them. We talked it not one day, many times, so which is true. Now, if you are condemning the amount given to the First Lady, like you said, that is all right, then why must you condemn her if it's a settlement? It's a constitutional right. If you say the office of the First Lady and you're condemning the 1.5 allocated to her, then I think it's kind of hypocritical because it's a settlement.
Let me answer your question. First and foremost, I've not said anything about SUV. I've not been on this platform to discuss House of Rep SUV. Go and check properly. I tried to join the platform, but I didn't join on the issue of SUV. Possibly you're talking about something we've discussed about National Assembly over time. I think it was the allowance they gave them back then, which Abdul said I've sent something to their account. And I said there is no way you can control them. If we want separation of power, they will function on their own. Tinubu should not meddle into what is happening there. But for the one under Tinubu's nose, I will condemn it 100%. The budget coming from executive, particularly the one coming from State House, that's what is within his control now. So you can't apply the same principle applicable to National Assembly with the one under his nose. This one is within his home, in his house, budget coming from his house. I mean, I don't know how anybody can justify that 1.5 billion. I don't know.
Yeah. From your explanation, sorry.
Let Ogbeni carry
I will move on. I will move on. I know. Sorry, one man. I will move on. But you don't need to respond. But this is just my submission. If you, as you say, that there's the office of the First Lady, there's no office of the First Lady, and she deserves 1.5 billion, I criticize it. I feel you are not making sense to me. That's just my opinion. Then, Dangote, please respond.
I don't know where you heard that one from.
Okay, hold on. Dangote, please tell Benny, I'm leaving the show platform now. What happened to Betty?
I will repeat again. I didn't know where you heard your own from.
Okay.
I said I consider 1.5 billion.
I've said it severally on this platform.
Okay,
But
I
for you to
agree.
come and say I supported it, well, I
I
don't
didn't say you
know.
support it. I
Sometimes,
didn't say you support. I didn't say you support 1.5 billion. I said you support the office of the
okay.
first lady.
Oh,
Now, Dangote,
okay,
please tell
office of
Ogbeni I'm
first
dropping
lady.
out.
Okay,
I'm
make
dropping out
that
of the.
final point and let Ogbeni carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like to tell because I want to leave. You're in America and Closer is there. Tell Ogbeni what happened to Dr. Betty Biden when she made the statement that Biden can invite two basketball teams, the one that lose and the one that went to the state house. He was reminded that he has no constitutional power. He has no rule. He has to come back on air and apologize. They told her you don't even have constitutional power to decide who comes to the White House or not. Your role is to receive people that comes. Please tell Ogbeni and she tell me where the provision where there's office of president in America. I'm Bishop. Thank you. I'm out of the platform.
World peace. We have established something today which you have not argued against. That same US you refer to, there is office of first lady, and there are budgets to office of first lady. If you don't argue against that, that settles my point. There is whether something incident now happen, they remind the person that he has no constitutional role in the US. Yes, in Nigeria, so we have also said the first lady has no constitutional role, but the first lady is part of the presidency, is part of the state house. Whatever you bring to the state house, you must remember is her roles there, and her roles you must budget for her roles. The same way it's happened in the United States of America, except you read it somewhere where they said there is no budget for Jill Biden. Tell us and refer us to that authority. That will just be refer us to your source, and that is what will just be my reply to your point. Thanks.
All right, back to where you were. You were talking about the Boa Dangote fight, and you were saying that Dangote should not get any blame. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'll forward it to you. But the press releases by both the Dangote Group and the BAU, it tells a different story. Dangote has been trying to, and not really succeeding, he's been trying to stab this guy in the back for nearly 4 decades.
Yes, one man. I've told you they are both shrewd businessmen. There are two businessmen, both of them from Kano. Their family intermarries. They are brothers. They are. I don't want to speak too much about this Boa Dangote thing because sometimes was it 2017, 18. I was involved in a meeting we had somewhere in Kaduna to settle their issue back then when they started washing their dirty linen outside. And Sanusi Lamdo Sanusi was the emir of Kano back then, and so it was a very small meeting, very small meeting. The who is who, they were like 16. Governor Fayemi was the minister of solid mineral back then, and then we had Dangote himself, Boa, and some few guys with SLS to settle this issue. And a lot of things I heard in that meeting, it's meant to be confidential meeting anyway, but little thing I heard, they are brothers, the family has intermarried, they've been doing business over time, but they've been learning from each other, sometimes in a very bitter way, sometimes in a sweet way. And Boa has been flying Dangote jet everywhere around to monitor his own project to Dangote. See, these are businessmen fighting. We can be here, analyze them, and think there's hostility. They are better off tomorrow. What is there for the commoners? That's what matters to me. And eventually, and I've said it, I don't like monopoly markets. I don't know, Kulata can explain that, how that one is working for us. But I'm not an economist, so I don't think it's really working. I think there should be competitors.
It's not working for us, Ogbeni.
Yeah,
It's
there
not
should be
working.
competitors. Dangote cannot be. See, you do know many things Dangote is bringing to that country. Sugar, a lot of things Dangote is monopolizing. So yes, we need somebody to be competing with Dangote, and thank God we have another Kano man to compete with him. So let them continue riding on this. But for me, I'm not going to pity any of them. They are just businessmen. Well, what has Boa really done for Nigeria? Corporate social responsibilities. Two of them. What are they really even doing? Tell me, what's the
But to be fair, part of Dangote's corporate social responsibility, I think, is getting a tax break from it as well. Is actually fixing that Apapa port road.
One man is getting a tax break. That's not corporate social anything. That's business. He's getting a freaking tax break.
One man understand that. One man has this way of
of garnishing bad news as a good news informer.
Yeah, but it's guaranteeing it for 50 years, which is you know that
Roma,
Dangote man.
Roma,
Sorry,
leave that thing.
let me ask you this: is Dangote and for all that is the man, is Dangote a positive or a negative for Nigeria by your reckoning?
Well, for me, it depends on what you are looking at. You know, I've said this severally on this platform. For me, I don't write up a man and say, "Oh, this man is negative or positive." I go more specific. Okay, what exactly are you looking at? Which area are you looking at? I used to fly Lokoja going to Ekiti from Abuja very well in those 20. There's a time around that Yaradua Jonathan time that road became Obajano became so you can't even ply that road. Dangote did it now. That is cement road. If you enter that road now, straight, within 30 minutes, you are already entering your Ondo Ekiti straight. You are entering your state. So on that score, I would say, it's positive, at least for me to be able to fly my Abuja to Ekiti. So it depends on all that. But when I look it holistically, this guy has been monopolizing business in Nigeria. It's not working for us. They said it's increasing its employee by how many figure? Nigeria is increasing 200 million plus. And I always have issue with, big companies like this without clear corporate social responsibility plan or policies. I don't know what corporate social responsibility policy of Dangote is. I keep saying it. I don't know. If there is a law, we're going to have to be compelling them to be doing one or two things. Is it education you want to face? Is the health? That should be something this man should be doing for Nigeria. You're making good money from us now. Government should be pushing them to do some things, but not to be buying recharge card for National Assembly guys and then be supplying cement to them and building houses for them. That's what they do,
All right, brilliant. There was one other topic you wanted to speak on. Did you were going to the Abacha loot? Were you?
One man, that Abacha loot,
Is a gift that keeps on giving. I think our grandchildren will still be collecting Abacha loot the way it's going.
You see this Abacha loot. Do you know I have mixed feeling about it. They call it loot, but I've listened to this guy. I know he's a bad guy. Many people don't really like him, and although he's gaining,
is it Colonel Amza?
Yeah, Amsa. I've listened to Amsa a bit about Abacha, and it makes me to have some change of mind about all these loot thing, And he kept asking questions about that. Abacha didn't just pick Nigerian money and just didn't take it abroad, according to him. And he tried to justify, and he mentioned names, people that are still alive. He mentioned names, and he's saying they won't come out to disclaim. And he tried to. You need to be listening to that guy, particularly on Abacha. I'm not saying I'm legitimizing the guy. I know he's a very bad guy. I don't rate him like that. But in that Abacha part, I know he would know much than many people that speculate. I know he know much. And little things he said, which I can recall, was that look, when embargoes and everything here and there and everything came, Abacha was trapped, and the economy was almost stranded or stagnated, and Abacha had to do something. There are many of all these monies traveling here and there, you have gold here and everything here, that they were with the consent of who is who in Nigeria. So many people back then, the head of service, Secretary of Federal Government, the Supreme Military Council, and all of them, you don't know of all those things. And so shipping it through back door to make sure that we are still maintaining our reserve outside there and all what's of not, and then to be able to be getting something from all these Western countries, despite their hypocritical, in quotes now, embargo and everything on us, we're still able to survive that area, and that these were part of the strategies Abacha deployed that helped the country back then to be able to to sail through that time and everything. And so he died. So many of them were dislodged from government, so they couldn't really account for all these things. And then the Western nations tried to seize all those things and close shop. And some of them put non-disclosure on so many of these things. And because
Back home here, we painted Abacha as a very bad person that you don't even want to relate with him. You don't want anything to even connect you to him. So many people that know all these things or knew all these things by then just kept quiet and nobody was talking. And then the few ones that the Western world wants to make friend with us, they will tell us, oh, something is available somewhere. Oh, we go there like a rat that is looking for something on the hill and on the pit. We'll go and pick the little, we'll come back, we'll still say, oh, this Abacha is a bad man, this Abacha is a bad man. Why people who knew so much about this thing are just sitting and they are growing older, and they are going to their grave without telling us the truth of the Abacha day. Let me tell you one man, one of the things I wish to run on our radio when it's set is we want to run a program, an historical program on Abacha government. We want to really understand.
We have to talk offline. We have to find a way to synchronize your radio station with the platform. But we'll talk offline.
Because there were actors in that government that are still alive today. We should be able to put on record what actually happened back then. How did they survive those times? And we should go beyond this rhetoric of bad man. We all know he's a bad man, but we should know about him more than just being painted as just bad man, just one big brush. Oh, he's a bad, then he's bad. That's
do you guys
want us to.
Do you guys know this? Do you guys know this saying? Olowo tó ń fowó ẹ̀ ṣàánú. That's Abacha from the grave.
In terms of Abacha being a bad man, I think it's more from the south than the north. If we are to be realistic, in terms of building infrastructure, I think Abacha built the highest infrastructure in Nigeria.
Such as?
Abuja, for instance.
Abacha did not build Abuja.
Okay.
Far from it.
No, let me. If you know Lugbe, federal housing in Lugbe, Abacha built federal housing in Lugbe. Abacha built Gwarimpa. And Lugbe was actually meant to be for junior civil servants, while Gwarimpa was supposed to be for senior civil servants. So if you ask the northerners why we from the south believe Abacha is that bad guy, but the northerners will keep telling you that guy still built one of the highest infrastructure. Because if you look at all of them, right, I think we still need to sit down and analyze all of them. What exactly did they build, right? With all the sanction and everything, you can still point to one or two things that this was actually built by Abacha. From Obasanjo till today, how many infrastructure have these guys built? So
I think sorry for listening. Definitely, people will always have different perspective, but largely, I would say people you are talking to are the people that benefited directly from the magnanimity or the lagis of Abacha, and of course, even the devil. Some people will still tell some very good stories because depending on how they benefited from it. So, the people you are talking to are probably people that benefited largely from the large-heartedness, or what do you call it now? Or whatever of Abacha, and you can always give away freely without any recourse, things that doesn't really belong to you in the first place. So yeah, there are people that will celebrate and even watch it. I agree to that.
But to be fair on Abacha, hold on, Tunaja, PTDF. If you guys remember that, PTDF was under, but that was an Abacha.
You mean PTF, not PTDF.
PTDF, Petroleum Trust Development Fund. PTDF.
No, it was not. No. It was PTF.
I am positive. PTDF.
I remember it as PTF, to be fair, but
no, it's not PTF.
Hold on. Give me a second.
It was PTF under.
No. Give me a second. There are two different things. But PTDF was not a brainchild of Abacha. I can tell you that for free. I was involved to a great extent.
That was Obasanjo now.
No, PTDF was established under Abacha's in the 90s. You guys can check. And that was used to use our oil revenues to build. And that's Buhari is the same. No, there's Petroleum Trust Fund. Then there's a PTDF. Petroleum Trust and Development Fund.
You are missing it. PTF was doing.
Maybe it's the same thing, but
Hold on. Let's not get bogged down on that.
Let me just give a definition to what those two mean. PTDF is Petroleum Trust Development Fund. And it was simply meant for a scholarship and sponsoring of education, scholastic, whatever, both locally and internationally. I was involved in conducting some of the tests to select the
beneficiaries. So it's different from PTF.
No, exactly. PTF is completely different. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
But Abacha was responsible for that one too.
Yeah, and he was able to build, and he used that to build the road from Port Harcourt to Onitsha and to.
So that's probably PTF then. I mixed it up.
PTF,
so PTF was used for infrastructure. PTDF was used for human capacity.
They use it for to build Port Harcourt to Onitsha Road, and they use it to build to Benin Road.
Okay, I mixed up that. So PTDF is separate from PTF. I get that.
Exactly.
But a lot of it is under Abacha.
Exactly.
I think to be fair to what they were saying, that Abacha is a complicated figure. And I think the fact that he has been maligned more than any other leader should give you cause for pause actually, because this is a man that came into office with a lot of debt in Nigeria. Inflation was around 50-something%, and he brought it down to around 8-something%. Foreign reserve, he grew it. He didn't borrow money from anybody, not the one this one is doing right now when he came into office. And Abacha, hold on now. Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point. Yeah. Then there was, Nigeria was in free fall with 419. He brought it under control. The banking system was in free fall too. 419 was all over the banking system too. He brought it under control. So many things that guy put in place and repaired in Nigeria when he was in office is uncountable, really. And even the privatization process that Babangida was carrying on, he halted all those things. So he did a lot of. For me, his gravest sin is why he held Abiola in prison. I don't understand that till today. Why he felt him and Abiola cannot work something out. So, but he did a lot of good things by Nigerian leadership standard. And the fact that he didn't borrow money from the West, and now he's been accused. This is a man that didn't travel overseas. This is a man so he's stealing all this money and putting it overseas when he doesn't travel there. Mustafa said that the funds that he's putting overseas is the way, like somebody like Gaddafi. Gaddafi hides money overseas because they went to Libya to go and learn how to subvent he was under sanction to circumvent the sanctions that the West is putting on Nigeria. So that's what they went to go and learn. And Mustafa came online. We're on the same panel. He talked about these things. So these are the kind of things that he did, and people are using it now to malign him that is the money that he stole. But in reality, it's Nigeria's money. Or people is holding Nigeria's money. They are not giving it interest. They are holding this money for years. And when they give us the money back, our leaders take it back and thank them because they are maligning the leader that didn't take money from them.
Permit me. Please permit me for 1 second.
Hold on, Bishop.
No, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Hold on. Let Ola come in first because he wanted to come in earlier. Ola, come in.
Yeah. Guys, this is the dangerous game we normally play in that country. The same way when we're about to bring Buhari back in power to destroy Nigeria, this is how it started. He started promoting. Just wondering if Kubirat Abiola's son or children will have seen Abacha the same way. Afre Rewani, if I get it right, it was under Abacha that some different level of insecurity was introduced in that country. You can't be walking on the street, boom, all those stuff. And we are here today to keep saying Abacha. But because the thing is this, I'm happy that many of us here for sure we were adults as at that time of Abacha. And for us to come out just because Mustafa is doing some kind of image laundering and we are getting carried away. When Mustafa himself was fingered in this, what do you expect when the man is still a free man? So you expect him to accept the sin. Is it not the same Abacha that incarcerated Yaradua and Obasanjo under Fatonko? You will know what happened to Yaradua. We know everything. All evil that was never recorded in the history of Nigeria happened under this man. And you are saying someone that promoted.
It doesn't mean he was a terrible leader.
He was.
Really?
He was.
It
Please,
just happened to kill a few people.
Permit me to.
All the
Permit
ones
me.
that are not jailing people now, what good
Permit
has
me.
it done us?
Please permit
We're
me to
not
just
jailing
chip in.
anybody. All the people that are stealing our oil. We are not jailing all the terrorist funders. We are not jailing the people that we are not even executing the people that have been convicted
My
to death.
brother, in the issue of Nigeria, we didn't know how to throw Ado just to scare one. That guy introduced it in Nigeria. And from that period, it has never stopped in Nigeria. Eventually, the likes of Boko Haram, they took over from him. What he could not finish, they escalated from that place. See,
Are you saying Abacha introduced Boko Haram? What are you talking about?
Listen to me properly. Nobody was throwing. I don't know whether it's allowed to say to be said on YouTube. Nobody was throwing akara in Nigeria before Abacha. It was
those were Nadeko people now.
Nadeko
you didn't know that. It's Nadeko people that were doing it. That's what they do when they are trying to subvert the government. You know that.
Ola,
okay.
Ola,
I'm
can you
beginning to
just
have some kind of feeling about Nigeria. I don't know where you were when Abacha was alive.
He wasn't even born then.
I wasn't
born. He was a little boy.
Stop it. I was in Lagos and I was in Port Harcourt. I was in Port Harcourt when he executed Sarawiwa, and I was in Lagos too.
So Tinubu was throwing that, right? All those pro Nadeko people, they were throwing that, right? That's exactly all those Afenifere, they were throwing all those stuff. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I hated Abacha when I was younger.
This is how we stay somewhere and we change the entire narrative.
Ola, there was a group called my task. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Maitasine that existed before Abacha, so you're wrong.
Kulata, I know when they promote a government, you can promote anything. But the thing is this: you were alive when Abacha was there, and you were an adult. I was an adult. We all
I jubilated when Abacha died. I was dancing.
So,
I think I was in Lagos then.
The same way I witnessed Nigerians change the narrative for Buhari. The same way you are changing the narrative now that Abacha. No, don't worry. Abacha was able to be the greatest president that Nigeria has ever seen in their history.
Do you know that? Let's say Tinubu's government end today. People will think Buhari was a genius.
Listen, so just keep it on. Keep it up. Let's see.
Ola, my disagreement with you is you're not willing to have a nuanced view about a controversial figure. Everything about him cannot be bad. There may be some positive aspect of his I don't know, is it governorship, his dictatorship we can pick up.
We can as well begin to debate about the good side of the devil himself. Please, Ola, can you permit me to stop putting in work? Can you permit me to put something, Ola?
I've not landed, Bishop. You've spoke today. I've not landed. Please let me say my own because I will soon leave the street too. So the thing is this: you have to weigh the consequences of those things. Okay, someone is buying you a shoe, right? He's buying you a pair of shoes, and the same person can buy another person tomorrow. Which one carries better weight? The one that buy the same person that is buying shoes and buying someone. Come on, let us look at this thing. You have to look at the weight of his crime.
It's pros and cons, Ola, pros and cons.
You are looking. See, Nigeria has been battered. Nigeria will be battered to the point that we now see normal government administrative roles as something that is significant, as something that is highly innovative. Because someone was repairing roads. Thank you. Because someone was repairing too.
Ola, see, in public life, the only morality that you can judge a leader by.
So let's forget about
if they serve the greater good. It's not about individuals. The only morality you can serve the leader by is whether it's good for the greater good. Because if you look at how many things that he tackled within that short period of time, I think he had performed most leaders. I just named them. Free fall in 419. You don't know if you were in Nigeria doing that where 419. You can't even call a bank and trust that you are talking to the bank.
See, come on. That's why I'm beginning to doubt.
Not
Uh,
knowing that I was a
Where was
Nigerian.
419 during
yeah,
Abacha?
419 was so bad under by
Where
the time.
was
But
That's
this,
not that's
you
not
can't
correct.
where was
Tom,
you can't call
419
a bank
Abacha?
and trust that you are actually talking to the bank
no, no,
manager.
no, no. You don't have your
Which
facts. You don't
419
have
did
your
you
That
facts.
is
have
a
during
fact.
Abacha?
I
No,
was there. I
Ola,
know, so you can't tell me what I know.
Who
can I
told you
interject,
that?
please?
You don't
Please go
know.
ahead. Please
Who
go
No,
told you
I
ahead.
that
was in
Okay,
419
Nigeria
during
then.
Abacha?
okay.
No, don't tell me anything I know.
But
Okay, let
that's
me
true now.
quickly interject. Number one, I want to correct that impression. The person that spoke earlier on, I don't know who that
Two
was.
Niger,
Okay,
that's it.
Tonight. Number one, Abacha did not create PTDF. PTDF
No,
have been
no,
in
no.
existence
I didn't say that.
way. Okay,
No,
okay.
no. I think we've gone past the PTDF.
Yeah, yeah. Just no, no. I'm just trying
We
to
cleared
put
that
you.
up.
No,
No, we
just
cleared that up. Yeah.
just to set
That
the
was
record straight.
Abacha.
PTDF have been in existence years. I can't remember the year. Yes, because I know some of the beneficiaries. That's number one. Number two, I shudder at the thought that a day will come, we'll begin to eulogize and celebrate Abacha. And the man that is talking about 419, we knew when 419 started, and I can count on my hand, how many 419 kingpin were reigning then from
Okay,
Lagos,
champion. Okay, champion was
Lagos
under
to
Abacha
Oyo
now.
to Bende. That
Are they
is the
Yes.
Bende?
center.
Who contained
Lagos,
most of them?
Oyo, Bende. That is the center of, and I can tell you the kingpins that were reigning from Bende. That is from Agbo. What do you call this other side? Axis.
Fred Ajudwa.
Fred Ajudwa from
Now,
Ibadan.
who
The
jailed them
Laka,
now?
the
Who
Abi
jailed them?
Bende, the Shongbas, the Bengenes, the
That
Laka
is where two Niger
of
came
Ibadan.
from.
Then from
That is
Lagos.
where he came
So we
How
know
do you
when
know?
it started. Now, equating 419 now that it's a part of the success of Abacha. I'm sorry, it's somebody I happen to was able to meet personally, even before when he was the chief of army staff in Ibadan. And which what happened eventually, the children were very humble. I know them, and I'm not dropping names here. I know them fairly well.
Do you know the?
When
Oh wait, do you know that pretty one, Gumzu?
Of course, now there are four of them. Is there 4 or
We
5
go
of
school
them?
together.
They were.
The wife
The
is
very
an
Where
pretty
Arab
one.
now.
they
Is
were.
the wife an
Are
Arab?
you the commando we were talking of? Who is speaking there?
Oh, that's
Don't
cool.
worry. No,
They were in
Otigasco,
Bodegbo.
continue.
If you know what I mean, they were in Bodegbo. They were in
No worry.
Bodegbo and they were in
No
Unimate. We
worry.
met at
No.
Bodegbo and we met at Unimate. So I know them. So
Myself did that body go continue.
okay,
I
so
know
let's
what's
leave
talking.
that. So let's leave that angle, commando. But the truth of the matter is this: I shudder at the thought that a day will come, because Abacha was not accountable to anybody. There was no rule of law. It is either you fall in to what he wants you to do, or you disappear. So that a day will come that will begin on such a very enlightened platform to be celebrating the times, the dark days of Abacha.
That is
I
because
mean,
you don't know what it takes to build nations. If you knew, you would know that you need people like that to
no,
build nations.
okay. So that means we can as well retrogress to dictatorship.
You call it
Tyranny.
retrogressing.
Don't
You call
mind this
you call
guy.
it you
don't
call
know,
it
you don't know
retrogressing.
two Niger. That's
Are
why
you
you
talking
Oh,
about the West?
now the two Niger guys
Hold
are
on now.
resolving it.
It's two Niger now.
Are you
Okay.
talking
That
about
is
the
two
West? Are
Niger.
you talking about the West that
When
is
it comes to
responsible
military
for
to
the
go and give
slaughter
So why were we right?
of
So
10,000 people? Hold on. Are you talking about the West that is responsible for the slaughter of 10,000 people in the Middle East right now, and
okay,
maybe 200 to 300,000 in
Can I
Europe?
round up?
okay.
You guys, what you people
So
don't understand is that
Oh,
what it
oh, oh,
takes to
oh,
build
oh.
nations. But it's
so why
okay.
so
I'll leave
why
it
All
there.
right,
so
all
why
right. Bishop, let Ogbeni
let me
round
just
up.
round up my thought on that.
Otherwise, we won't. Okay, land it quickly, and then Ogbeni round up, and then we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Okay, just in 1 minute. I mean, I can assure you I'll be done in 1 minute. So what you True Nigeria, or if I got the name right, is now saying is that we have every reason to have accommodated anybody in the recent past that we are judging as being dictatorial, as being undemocratic. Because what we are saying is that democracy has no place in our space. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Ogbeni.
Thank you, Woma. I love this topic, this Abacha thing that and I will round off with it. You see, I don't know the person who spoke last. That's Bishop, right?
Yes.
You see, when you try to dig historical facts, you don't go with a narrow mind of, oh, this man is bad. Then you say, oh, he's completely bad. Anything about him is bad. No, that's not you. That's not how you do history. In history, you open your mind. What is good about this man? Is there anything that can be good about him? No human being is completely bad. It will be too sadistic for someone to now pick a man and say, oh, he's completely from 100% is bad. No. Abacha, in terms of human rights, and that's why I like
Benny, you are only doing
No, let him
engineering.
Let him learn. We're pushed for time now.
That's
Yeah,
why I
sorry.
like compartmentalizing.
Sorry, Ola.
Yes, that's why I like compartmentalizing it and go specific. In terms of human rights abuses, Abacha was very brutal, and I don't think there's any military government in Nigeria that was no brutal. Abacha was so brutal. All right, but you won't use that to override infrastructural development. At a point in time, Garimpa was the largest estate in the entire Africa.
Yeah.
Even to date, I think it's only in Niger at a point in time, they now had one that is larger than it. And we learned that it was Abacha family that even built it again for their own personal thing from our money. So I won't see that in history when you study history and I will say, oh, let me overlook it because he's a bad man. No. You will go deep into, okay, what happened? How did he achieve this thing? Oh, he was able to achieve it by direct labor. That's what they told us. And you dare not steal Abacha thing. And for me, little I know about Abacha, most of his military administrators under his time did perform. At least I know that of my state that they brought to our state then. Many of the infrastructure you find in my state today, except the one fire Oshe came and now built on it. Those military administrators were the one who built it there. Because you can't go and steal under this man. He will be the only one up there stealing. Then we now say, oh, because they kill so much in his own time, therefore I should use that to override infrastructural development and little thing I can say about him. No, because I've seen killings also too, and that's what forefather trying to say under civilian government. After all, Obasanjo government killed Bola Ige, he killed Mashari, he was under his government they killed Ayodara and even Shuba Okadibo that they gas and killed, and so many people like that. Will I now say because of that, Obasanjo is the brutest man in the world, therefore few infrastructural development was able to do, then Obasanjo did not do it? No. So I would like us to be narrowing our things, not to pick one man, just use one brush because everybody say, oh, he's a bad, oh, he lose money, oh, say he lose money. And you know, oh, I shoot them when I see people now eulogizing Abacha. No, this is an enlightening platform. It's not a platform where we'll come with the this mindset of when somebody is bad, then everybody should start saying he's bad. Yes, he's a bad man, he's a very ruthless man, but there are some little things you can pick about this man. Life camp in Abuja, they said he built majorly part of it, but Babangida started it with Jeremiah Hosseini. But Gwarimpa, largest estate at a point in time, he did it. What do you call this one? Ascon in Akwa Ibom. So he did Ascon. He did little on Ajaokuta that we're all proud of today, and we are praying that they should build again. He built the larger part of that, and some infrastructure you can pick in Nigeria he did. So why won't we talk about it? Why should we now rob the entire thing because he's a bad man? No, we have to talk about it, and so that's where I leave this today. Then when you now talk about Al Mustafa, yeah, we can say Al Mustafa was a very bad guy. He killed Kudirat. What will the Kudirat guys will be saying today and everything? Was Abiola also even completely clean? No, he was meddling with all these guys. He was part of them planning coup in Nigeria. So will you now say Abiola family will be completely exonerated from all the shenanigans that have been happening to leadership in Nigeria? The answer is no. So you see, history is so bitter when you talk about it, but yeah, it's truth. It will allow us to learn our past. That's the way I see all these things. And issues during Abacha government, they were all shrouded in secrecy. And that's why for me on my radio, I want to beam a searchlight on that Abacha thing, because a lot of things were shrouded in secrecy. They took over NTA, took over all these guys. They can't even tell us what is really happening. At a point in time, I think the guy, for a whole year, we can't even see him until I think it was Tell magazine that now went to Arthur Villa with a secret camera and now brought him his picture to say, I think the caption back then was the difference is clear or something like that. And it became a serious issue. He invaded their house. And so we need to talk about what happened that time. We shouldn't come with the mind of, oh, it's bad, then it's bad. And that's why I agree with Father on it. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to the woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. When I'll call you tomorrow. That's your radio project. I know. Anyway, we'll talk offline. I'm excited by it. I'm so excited by it. It's a license that I've been chasing too, But you have to talk me through because I need a radio license in Nigeria as well because I want to
that's
cross.
fine.
I want to cross
I will put you through.
from
that will
Ibadan.
suit you.
Yes. You know, so that's of course. I mean, the excellence that is Ogbeni. You know, we are just we're so rich on this platform. The quality of our personalities that are, but then just to keep it to tone it back down a little bit, we have 2 Naija always to bring it to, you know, we have
Ogbeni scored 10% this evening. Now 10%, Ogbeni, me and you go see. I know why you talk like that. So that's why I won't push you so much.
No, but Ogbeni is not disregarding the foibles of I don't think anybody. It's probably the worst example. But if okay. What Ogbeni is saying is that this guy, okay, we know that Babangida built Third Mainland Bridge, but let's say he built Third Mainland Bridge, which is a necessary infrastructure, but then he killed 100,000 people. So we condemn him as an evil man for killing 100,000 people, but we cannot say that he did not build Third Mainland Bridge when he built it. Okay. And I think that's what Ogbeni and Tunaija are saying. Yeah.
See, one man. If I found myself in Ogbeni's shoes, 2 things I will do. I will either not talk or play politics like that. That's why I say I understand what is happening there. So I don't need to talk too much, but no try. Next time, I can't say because Yoruba will say, so I can't say maybe no stay. But something that we put some dents, you know, you've been excellent for the forum. But there are some kind of a very dangerous issue that you have to avoid totally. That's just the way I say. See, look at it this way. If Abacha,
because he created Ekiti State for Ogbeni, that's why Ogbeni is jumping.
I am from Ekiti too.
He created my state now.
Yeah, he created
I know a friend.
That's why Ogbeni
I had a friend that was.
He did some good thing, because he gave them state.
Baba Aja. See. Sam Aluko, the friend to his son, we days together inside the same room. Nobody say I don't do anything about Abacha at all. That's not even what we are saying. The question is, okay, assuming that Abacha yamu to my papa, and my papa could not send me to school, and my life is destroyed forever. And someone will be telling me that Abacha did good because he did road. What are we talking about here? This man destroyed.
See, there's a reason why they recuse doctors that they are paid. Hold on, let me just make my point now.
Let us land.
How many times do you spoke when he was speaking? And now I can't speak.
I won't allow this your narrative to go on challenge because this one is very annoying and it's misleading.
Okay, I will reserve my right to reply to.
Their clock will be correct at least twice in a day. Then it doesn't mean that we are going to put dead clock and will be your reference. You will never see a dead clock as a good tool to use for your own personality. So just because someone constructed some roads and equipped some hospital, we should normally be the normal thing that local governments and state governments should be doing. Suddenly, the person is now, you know, the way we are talking this evening is that there's a way we can position Satan to even be holier and better than God. That is exactly what you are doing here this evening. So because you perform the normal roles that normal government function, so you now forget about the anarchy, about you that could not walk along the streets.
Quantify the anarchy and compare it to OBJ.
I can't believe it.
Kulata, I won't go down out this evening. You know the truth. All of us, we were in school during Abacha time. Some of us, we participated in politics. So to tell you that we were so enlightened, it's not as if we don't know what was happening. For me to be challenging Tunaija, I know exactly what I'm saying. For me challenging Tunaija, if Tunaija is talking like this and you are saying Abacha is saying, oh my goodness.
All right. Hold on. Right to reply to Tunaija, and then after Tunaija, Adanle Koko takes the floor.
Yeah, thank you. See, I was in Nigeria when all these events were occurring, and I didn't like Abacha myself, and for that specific reason that Abiola
Tonight,
won the election.
you're feeding bottle now. How do you know Abacha?
I
Look, it
keep going
wasn't
on
born
now.
then.
Keep
Now we
going
all know
on now.
it
You
wasn't
don't
born
guys.
then.
If you knew how far, man, how far I went. I don't know how I stumbled into all these things because I was in Rivers State when he executed this in Sarawiwa, and fortunately I was also present when Abiola was being buried in Ikeja. There, it's just weird how all this is just happened and weird stuff. But that said, this what Abacha represented was a leader that tried to do, for once, one leader tried to move Nigeria in a direction that it was supposed to go. But we're unlucky that he came in when somebody that won an election, they just cancelled it. In a way, he's like Tinubu, where he's been wanting to be head of state for such a long time that by the time he came in, it was a rotten state that he came to. The country was in free fall, and he stabilized the entire system. And true, a lot of the people we love to hate today that are corrupt and stealing our money, enjoying our money while the people are suffering, those people didn't find succor in Abacha. They were all trembling. Many of them were heading off to Western countries under Abacha. Abacha didn't take loan. He didn't travel. He's not in every capital every single second. He was in Nigeria. If there was a true Nigerian leader that we've ever had, he is probably one of them. And for better or for worse, he did a lot. He did some things. When people say he killed so many people, I don't see so many people he killed. I was in Nigeria then. He didn't kill that. Everybody was dying everywhere. People were dying. The number of people dying now is probably higher than during the time of Abacha. So I don't understand why people keep saying this. Stalin killed millions of his own people, and today he's one of the most respected leaders because those people understand.
I wondered how long it would take you to get to Stalin.
Come on, man.
I was waiting for you to get to Stalin.
I have to give concrete evidence because when I talk, I like to see so people understand what I'm talking about. Stalin himself was responsible for the death of so many people. You know why they respect him? Because by the time he left a good legacy that meant he saved more people. Ask yourself, did Abacha save more lives with the anarchy he met? He probably did. But maybe, from my point of view, maybe he wouldn't have had to save those lives if he just released Abiola. That is what I hold against him. But as in terms of administering the nation, he did administer it well, better than most, actually. He didn't even stop in Nigeria. He went into Sierra Leone, Liberia. He did a lot of things. Extremists, he was jailing them. Sultan of Sokoto, I think he jailed Sultan of Sokoto or removed him from throne. He wasn't tribal. So if you want to talk about a leader in Nigeria that was, for once, truly Nigerian and acted Nigerian, I think it was probably Abacha. So I don't know. You can paint him all you want. I didn't like him when he was alive.
What of his effort to transition himself to civilian leader? That one.
I didn't like it then. And personally, I don't see those things as big deal. It's whether you are governing the people well. That is the most important thing. Because the Chinese are not the Democrats.
Okay, just don't worry. Say it and let's.
Ajale Goku, I know you're going to take the floor next, but I want you to take the floor with this question, if one man will permit me.
Yeah, carry on.
Gita mentioned something in the comment section that actually got me thinking. That head for head between Abacha and Obasanjo civilian government, head for head, who killed more people? Because we also have Obasanjo trying to perpetuate himself, third term. You have Abacha trying to perpetuate himself, civilian. In my world, those are like for like. So when you actually look at this Abacha, are we just loading on Abacha because it was military? Because I want to go. Let me not talk too much. I want you to look at it objectively, like in terms of human rights, people dying, people getting killed between Abacha and Obasanjo. Don't let any sort of preference for economy or ethnicity cloud your judgment. But let's look at this thing objectively. Thank you.
But Kolata, you're asking for a lot. You are asking one for Ajale Koko to be objective. That's one. And then you're asking him to go against Obasanjo. Good luck.
Mama, please. To add to the question Kulata just asked, I think Babajale Koko should just pick this as a footnote. And when you are making this analysis, sir, remember Bola Ige and how he died. Please remember Rimasha and how he died. Please remember Shuba Okadigbo and how he died. Just let me leave it on those three.
Okay, over to you, Ajale Koko.
Okay. First of all, let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Under Abacha, we were operating military administration, an administration that is not responsible to any constitution, not responsible to the rule of law, and did not get mandate from Nigerian people to govern. So he stole government and he enforced military rule on us. Thereby, nobody can say anything in opposition to what Abacha wanted to do. You do it, you are gone. That was Abacha. You go against Abacha, you are marked down to be killed. So, under Obasanjo, we saw, under Obasanjo, we operated under democracy. People were elected, there was rule of law, there was constitutional, we have separation of power, and it was accountable to the state, to the to the people. The legislative arm of government have to approve his budget. The judiciary have to check him sometimes, not to go excessive against the constitution. So Obasanjo was able to correct all evil that Abacha committed during his time. All the mess that Abacha created, Obasanjo was able to correct it and put the country on the right track for international investors, for foreign partners, and for Nigeria to have peace. So there are two different men. They operated two different governments, and the best government that we had up to date is under this fourth, under this fourth republic. Obasanjo still stand the best, and on human rights, it's still better than Abacha. In any circumstances you want to measure it, better than Abacha.
Ajale Koko, sorry for the 5-second interjection. Give me the equivalent of OD massacre under Abacha. 1, 2, 3, go.
I will not. But
Ajale Koko, let me answer him.
Yeah, look.
Do you permit me? Okay.
Oh, you want to say something, Bishop?
No, I want to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, somebody, I don't know if that was Kulata that asked for the equivalent of a. Let me tell you for one thing. There was something that happened in one of the barracks in Abuja under Abacha. I don't know whether they want to call Sani Abacha barracks around there. I can't remember that area now. Now, we never had a situation whereby 11 security personnel were kidnapped and they were practically pleading for their release and they were slaughtered like goats under Abacha. If we had had it, we would have had something that was worse than what happened in Odi. When they kidnapped those officers, I mean, at least I know one of them was an assistant commissioner of police. and they were pleading for their release. And there were pictures of them that came out, and the manner in which they were slaughtered. No state anywhere. Yeah, maybe with benefit of hindsight now, perhaps there could have been, but in as much as they succeeded in buying those people, as you people used to use that language, then whatever they received, unfortunately so. So yeah, the fact that we want to now look at the other way, but there was no justification for arresting, for kidnapping 11 policemen and disposing them the way they did.
Bishop, to add to that, just a minute. You look at this thing, Kulata. Obasanjo said this thing. You form a policeman. Your policeman is to maintain law and order. And you send your police to a town. You give them gun. They were not brutalizing you. And you kidnap them and you pie them. And these are the policemen that are supposed to maintain law and order. So you send, that's why I'm saying this is so sensitive for me to talk. Will you send another soldiers and policemen so that the same people, they will pie them again? See, Kai, when we are trying to justify Abacha with the anarchy, let's just look at what we are talking about for goodness sake. You say police should go and maintain peace and order. They pie them. Okay. Oh, they pie them. Okay. Another please go. You see, don't even try to justify, honestly.
You are elongating this unnecessarily.
We go
show me. Wait, hold on. Let me make my 5 seconds. You know me, it's just 5 seconds. Show me an equivalent example of leveling a town of civilians by Abacha.
There's none.
You need
There's
not bring
none.
such
You
example.
don't know
That
that
example
soldiers died under Abacha
barbaric.
too. Soldiers died under Abacha in Ogoni land and many
don't
different
get
places.
You don't get it.
Like
There's
Oji, like a whole town leveled. It never happened under Abacha.
There's a breakdown of law.
Yeah, no, Abacha never did anything. That's why I'm surprised people keep. I took it that Abacha was like evil and all the rest of it, but compared to what is out there, you guys haven't seen, man.
You guys, you are amazing. You are, in fact, really, you say, okay, go and maintain law and order. That's the mandate for the police, and you yamu to those people that should maintain law and order. So now, what do you think is going to be the response? I ask you. Obasanjo defended this thing even at the international level when they say, okay, you that you pose that question to me, if you were in my shoes, tell me, what would you have done? He asked me, what would your president have done? So you, if you were in Obasanjo's shoes now today, tell me what would you have done. You were the commander-in-chief of armed forces. You send the agent of the state to go and maintain law and order, and you are supposed to maintain law and order. They jam to them. What would you have done?
I will send my forces there, special forces there, to go and apprehend them. That's what you do.
To go and apprehend them.
And bring them to justice and try them, found them guilty and execute them.
You cannot extrajudicially kill people now. Is that Ola? What are you saying?
I don't understand why.
1 minute he wants democracy. They will argue for democracy, and the next thing they are saying, go and level a village.
And listen to Obasanjo on international stage. He was asked the same question. He pushed it into the presenter. You advise me, what would you have done?
That's a presenter, but you see, my problem is, and my problem is me. I don't know that a day will.
You are only bringing all this just to say Abacha was the best since the sliced bread.
No, we never.
No, nobody said that.
That's what we are saying. What of?
Yeah, but that's not what he's saying now.
We never said
nobody said it was perfect.
Okay.
I still hold grudge.
Nobody even said it's good. Nobody even said it's good.
We all look at. We shouldn't use one big brush to just rub Abacha off completely. And
compared to the others, I dare to say that he performed better than many of them.
Let me quickly land on this point. It marvels me that same you that said, how will Kudirat's family and children be looking at us, eulogizing Abacha?
They are not the same situation. That is exactly what I'm saying.
I'm coming, and you are eulogizing.
Every situation is unique. No.
Let him land now. Yeah. And then you come after him.
Same you. I'm coming now. Same you that is saying, how would Kudirat family feel if we are eulogizing Abacha? Same you is eulogizing Obasanjo. How will Shuba or Kadigo children feel and Bola Ige people feel when you are eulogizing
Ogbeni,
Obasanjo? You see the way it
They
is
will
now.
feel bad, but it doesn't matter in the bigger
Wait,
scheme of
no,
things. There are leaders make
King Aizana,
decisions,
let me engage
and people
Ogbeni. Let me just engage
are rubbed the
Ogbeni.
wrong way with by it. You
Let me
can't.
engage Ogbeni.
All right, let him take on what Gwenny said. Ola, yeah.
Ogbeni, see, you are a lawyer. I've heard you say it. I've heard you say it here different than that. Every case is unique. It's different. You have to look at it differently. Now, all of a sudden, now you are comparing someone that was trying to maintain law and order in a state, and someone that for no reason other for him to stay in power.
Was he maintaining law and order with Bola Ige?
We are not talking of Bola Ige. Let's just talk of this OD and whatever this
So
is
why
talking
don't
about.
you want us to talk of Bola
No, Bola
Ige?
Ige is a speculation. Let's talk of what we know.
Okay,
Bola
what
Ige is
of
a
Shuba and
speculation.
Kadigo? Shuka Bible na speculation.
How can you say it was Obasanjo that killed Shukwu Akpabio? How?
I don't know.
What's the
Yeah,
evidence?
he went to protest and they tear gas him.
Who
So
killed
why
Shuba?
did Obasanjo kill him now?
So it was that where he died? Abba, why are you talking like this?
He was Nigeria.
Let's talk of what we know.
How are you
OD,
twisting?
we know.
How are you beginning to rewrite history and twist past?
Wait,
Ola,
Police tear gas him, and then what
Obasanjo
happened?
is free of
I mean,
Shuba's
during Jonathan time, Jonathan police they tear gas this Buhari too now in Kaduna when he was demonstrating against Jonathan election. They tear
Baba
gas
Jale
him.
Goko.
Yes.
Baba Jale Goko. Please let me say this thing. See, Obasanjo, when they interviewed him, you understand, he said, okay, when the chief of army staff called, I said, okay, oh God, this is happening. He said, okay. He was like, I don't know, I'm just trying to preface what he says. I said, okay, why will you come to me? You are the military man. When you see the rules and guidelines of the military, what are the rules? If this happen, what will you do? If this happen, what will you do? Why are you coming to me? What are you supposed to do? Why must you come to me? That's what he said. He told that chief of army staff. And the next thing, the chief of army staff got the message and went ahead and followed the rule of the military. Go and listen to Obasanjo interview.
So what's the rule?
Justifying.
What's the rule? The rule is to go and level a town and kill human beings there.
Where you are the one saying that.
We do that in the United States of America.
One man is a Yabuto rule. Yabuto rule.
So for trying to use that,
and then justify
what Obasanjo did was excessive, even by American standards. It's still excessive.
To even hear that we are justifying it is what
all these things you are saying, Ogbeni, what a bulaba, what a bulubala. What really? Honestly, see, the issue of OD is very sensitive for me to discuss. That's why I don't want to talk about
OD. Nobody should justify that OD.
See, why are we not totally justify OD? Let's even forget that thing. Because it's unfortunate incident, right? No matter.
Yeah, but Ola, what they were inviting you is what equivalent have happened to that Abacha equivalent to OD?
We don't need that equivalent. It's very unnecessary.
What do you mean? We're comparing head to head.
Are you conceding then that Obasanjo was more brutal than Abacha? If there's no equivalent,
I'm not interested in that, woman. My focus is on Abacha and what about. I'm not for that. Now, people, this is lawyer.
Then why are you in this conversation? Why are you in this conversation? We're having a head-to-head comparison. And you're saying you don't care about the other side. So what are you talking about?
I'm not ready for that. See.
And so what are you talking about? That's the conversation. That's what the conversation is about.
The thing is here, you are a lawyer. Someone committed a treason, you understand, overthrew a democratically elected government, right?
Who is that?
Abacha.
Wait now. When I mention it, you will now. In 2015, you guys promoted him.
Shureko is not democratically elected though.
Wait now. You promoted Buhari that destroyed Nigeria, that did something evil, because you use some kind of sweet word. Oh, he built road, he supplied drug to the hospital. You use that one to promote him. The way you are going, I'm afraid you are already setting the president. Wait now, when you start listening to Mustafa now.
Okay, Mustafa. Yeah.
How you manage to promote Buhari to become the president of the country? Nigeria may end up the same way, and you will promote Mustafa to be the best. Oh, that man didn't do anything, and might become the president of Nigeria in 2027 or 2031. When I spoil some kind of narrative like this, that is why you get me angry, and I want to take it up with anyone to stop all this.
But you have
how
not
do
taken
you
it up though, because you've
how
not
do
taken
you
it up.
see one man? Sorry, let me ask him a question. How do you see analysis of somebody's regime as promotion? It baffles me. If you're analyzing a regime, does it mean you're promoting that
you are a
regime?
Yoruba man. You
No,
are a
he just
Yoruba
want you
man.
to say Abacha is the devil, and then he'll be
Wait,
So
you are
satisfied.
a
you want me
Yoruba
to
man.
follow
Yoruba
that?
will say gbogbo sọ̀rọ̀ kó rántí ẹni tó mọ̀ gbọ́. Let me tell you one thing. When you speak this way, when you speak this way, you are the engineering mind of so many people. All of a sudden, you understand? All of a sudden, you can analyze devil. You can analyze how devil was the best, how it used to be acting there.
Hold on, Ola. Hold on, Ola. Is it your contention that we should all agree that Abacha was evil and then leave it there and not be nuanced in any engagement? Is that what
That's
you're
not
contending?
How can you see? No, see, we were analyzing that Abacha.
No, just answer that. Is it your contention that we should just all agree that it was evil and not
then
unpick the details of whatever it is that he did do, good and bad?
Okay, if that's what you want to, yeah.
No, I'm asking you now. What's your contention? Because I don't understand what you're.
No. You are pushing me. You are pushing me to a corner. It's like you are.
No, because you are looping around in circles, and we are deviating from even what the point is.
One man. That's okay. Thank you.
You see that, but that's the thing, though. You said a lot, but you've not landed it.
No. See, when you're a moderator,
hold on. Don't worry about when. Hold on now.
You've taken a side.
No. I'm not taking a side. I want to know what you're. Okay, what is? Can you hold on? Hold on 1 second. You still get the chance to respond. What I'm asking is what your contention is. Is it your contention that everybody should agree that Abacha is evil and not unpick any of the details of whatever happened? Or are you wanting a conversation around the good or bad of what he did? So what is your contention?
See, we are when someone was saying Abacha was a good man, right? That's where I came in that we should stop all this unnecessary promotion. And suddenly we started expanding the situation. Oh, Obasanjo, this. See, in all attempt to defend evil, we are now looking for evidences everywhere. Let
me ask you one more question. Did Abacha do anything good, or did everything that he did, was it all bad? Did he do any good, or was everything just all bad?
Even a dead clock can be good twice in a day. I said it. So we use it because a dead clock will be good twice a day. Will you use that as just stick to measure whatever you are going to do? Because this dead clock good twice a day. It's like clock. I keep using it going forward. Will you use that? So why do we look for something good? Why we are talking of something terrible that has generational effects? I told you that assuming that Abacha pied my father and I could not go to school and he destroyed me, probably the escalation of what happened to me will have escalated on my children.
That assumption that you are making, it applies to everybody that has governed Nigeria, because they've cited the examples of Okadigbo, of Bola Ige, etc.
Look at what they said Buhari did with Nnamdi Kanu.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So we have to find.
Buhari was not exactly this thing gentle with Nnamdi Kanu, was he? When he went to the compound to go and invade there. So I don't know why we keep making it look like
I'm sure they were all in school, because I'm sure that maybe all those Tony Fash, all those Barry White, all those will be the junior at OAU, all those kind of that in that time, and they all know clearly what was going on. All these things were not new when they were discussing these things among the students then. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about here, for goodness sake? If I'm talking to someone born in 2005, I know, okay, they don't know. They're trying to change their mind. But people that witness, go and ask about this and let Fisher respond to you.
Let's not get emotional.
So let me ask a question. So those people who live during Ali must go. Then they should hate Obasanjo for the rest of their life. Is that what you're saying?
Ogbeni, like I said, I understand your point. I don't have a problem with you. If I find myself in your shoes, I will behave like you. Don't worry. I'm not. See, Ogbeni, we can talk in camera. I understand you, but for
Wait,
No, I know,
so
I know, I understand. I understand.
I don't
I
want
understand
me. I
your
don't.
point.
I'm not Abacha family.
See,
I don't want
not like
Ajanle Koko to wait.
if
Ola, wait.
Baba.
I don't want Ajanle Koko. Wait, Ola, wait now. I don't want Ajanle Koko to escape from this.
You don't want that to Salo.
I don't want Ajanle Koko to Salo. I'm trying to normalize human rights violation. Abacha one hand, Obasanjo one hand. Forget all this emotional blah blah blah. Ola is talking about because we have the death of Bola Ige, we have the death of Ari Marshall, we have the death of Ayodara Mola under Obasanjo. We have Odi massacre. We have his intervention or lack of intervention in in Benue State and the Zaki Bian massacre. Then we have Abacha, we have Kudirat Abiola, we have what's the name of that elderly guy? So let's look at it like for like, objectively. Forget about your personal preferences, whether it's military, whether it's democracy, it does not matter. Human rights is human rights. Let's look at it from an objective point of view.
Kulata.
Etiquette, Baba Jalale, you.
All those killing during the Obasanjo time that you are attributing to Obasanjo, there's nothing to substantiate it. Nothing to substantiate.
So what do you have to substantiate that of Abacha's then?
You don't have any fact to show that Obasanjo was behind the
He
killing.
personally ordered Odi massacre. He personally ordered
at least we know that one.
That of Odi massacre, yes, we can hold him responsible. But for the death of Bola Ige, for the death of other people, you cannot hold Obasanjo responsible.
But how can you hold Abacha responsible?
Sorry, Ajale Koko, let me quickly insert this and then you get a real chance to launch at it. Outside of the Nigerian Civil War, has there been a greater atrocity in Nigeria apart from the Ode massacre?
I don't think so, actually.
There are some that we
maybe
can...
Ikeja bomb blast.
You know, wait. So you guys forget Izu River by Peter Obi.
We can't.
Why? Come on.
Obasanjo carries some baggages with him. No doubt about that.
Metacini.
What happened to Fela's mother, all those stuff? Nobody is even disputing all those stuff.
In terms of casualty, there was one in there.
When we are facing a particular matter, and in attempt to defend that matter, you start bringing some kind. That's where the thing is getting ridiculous.
All right. Let Ajale Koko attempt at the question put to him. But land that sentence, Ola, and then let Ajale Koko attempt at
so the point is that people were praising Abacha. That is where I got angry and Nana interjected. You were praising Abacha. I say, like, seriously? As if we didn't exist in that country at that point in time. That's the point. But when you were now bossed into corner now, next thing, okay, what of OBJ? What of this? It's not about you were praising, you were energizing, you were pushing, you were saying, "Oh, Abacha was a saint." That is where that's why we have to fall after the reaction. The next thing,
we did not say Abacha was a saint. Now, I was the one who even brought the.
Who is going to dispute that Abacha is the bravest leader Nigeria has ever had? He is by far the bravest leader Nigeria has ever had.
Let me just finish my statement.
You know,
this statement. They said when you the message you want to convey sometimes, about 15% of it are verbal. Others are by body language. What your body language speaks carries more potency than what your verbal language says. So all you've been saying about this thing now, that
virtual body language. So this is a new
yes. So you can read body language from virtual. Exactly. So your 85% of your body language was actually supporting, was actually supporting Abacha as a good man. So why you now leave the remaining 15? So nobody is saying Abacha is not a bad man. So
no,
85% were supporting Abacha. That's how
Can
I
I ask him a question? Do you understand the concept of the greater good, where if sometimes somebody may do some bad things, but
I didn't go to school, so I won't even answer
No,
you.
I'm trying to answer because somehow you just are dismissing
So
everything
Naija,
about
I
Abacha as if it
didn't go
didn't
to
do
school. I will
any
not
good.
answer you.
I'm just
Because
trying to
I'm done with this topic.
Okay. Ajale Koko went to school, so maybe I'll attempt at that. So over to you, Ajale Koko.
So, as I was saying, all those killing during the Obasanjo period, other than the OD, you have no fact to show that Obasanjo was behind it. On the case of Abacha, all those killing, all the fact came out during Okuta panel. We saw it. Accusation upon, revelation upon revelation. What is the name of that killer guy? Is it something Sam, or what is his name? That was the one that
Sergeant Roger.
Sergeant Roger.
Yes. The hitman. The hitman. He said it openly that Mustafa is the one that sent me. I got my order from him, and he mentioned other name. So, look.
Was he not the one Mustafa said that he confessed that they made him do it?
I don't know what.
Mustafa is saying that they made him do it. So
this Sergeant Roger, he confessed at Okuta panel everything that they did, all that they went after, as they went after
that duress on that vehicle.
Yeah, as they went after the ambassador, United States ambassador in Victoria Land. Only God save us that they didn't get that man down. Maybe some aircraft would have destroyed the whole of Nigeria. Who knows? But they attempted to Yamutu ambassador, United States ambassador to Nigeria, as they attempted Baba Adesanya too. So during Obasanjo, there was democracy, rule of law, and the voices of opposition were heard, loud, and clear. They were not intimidated. They didn't run away. They confronted Obasanjo face to face. One of them is the president we have today. Why during Obasanjo, the president we have today have to run for his life? Professor Wole Soyinka, that is enjoying in his father's land, that has retired home now, he ran away. All for the sake, just for Abacha not to get them down. Others, Dele Momodu, ran away. A lot of them ran away for their life. But under Obasanjo, our president was one of the leading opposition against Obasanjo, and nothing happened to him. So you can't compare the two, or you can't in any way want to tell me that Abacha, when it comes to rule of law, is better than Obasanjo. No! Obasanjo time, during the democracy, Obasanjo governed all the menace that Abacha left.
Ajale Koko, I don't think you are being fair. Let's look at both. Except you subscribe to Animal Farm. Are you telling me a big man's life is more important than an OD man? Let's look at the body count.
No, look, the case of OD, like
a life is a life.
Hold on, the case of OD was bad. I totally oppose it. I'm not a supporter. But
okay,
why? Something happened before that action was taken. That action was excessive. You cannot kill police or kill military. They killed police. Army went to make sure there was peace, and then they killed army, and that was what angered the military. You don't kill military officer in any place and think that you can have peace there. You're never going to have peace.
You don't go and wipe out the
Nothing.
village.
You don't
You
wipe
are
out
excusing it now.
a
You are
town, a
excusing it
town,
now. You can't excuse such a thing now.
a
No,
town
no,
with
no. I'm saying,
women and children and fathers. You wipe them down, and they're human
That is
beings.
worse than Abacha by far. What are we talking about here?
the-
That's
the-
worse than Abacha. Abacha never did anything like that.
well, how many people was reported killed in Odi? Can somebody tell me?
I don't know if they wiped out the
Okay,
village.
no,
That must be a lot of people.
they demolished their village. A lot of them, a majority of them ran out from that village. It was the village that they destroyed.
So they didn't kill anybody.
How many people? How many people?
But the
was
question, how many do you know
people.
now? Tell us how many you know.
2,500 people were killed in Odi.
Abacha didn't even make that record.
2,500.
That was the estimate now.
Estimate. Where are the
Amnesty
people?
International. Babaja.
And Abacha wasted a lot. What's his name? Was Abacha wasted a lot of our money anyway. All the governance that we are talking about now, he got a clean sheet where we don't even owe a penny, and they still managed to squander all the money, and we still don't have power supply till today. This, come on, man. I don't know. If you ask me,
Nigeria under Abacha.
yeah, you may be able to debate him, you may be able to insult him, and you may be able to talk to him because it's a democracy.
Sorry, I just fact checked.
So what does that matter in the end?
Sorry.
If you are not,
All right, gentlemen, hold, gentlemen. Give me a micro moment. I'm going to hand over to Mike, the mighty Mike. Now, as we are renaming him, the mighty Mike, acknowledging.
What make him mighty? Call him a small boy Mike. He's not mighty.
Well, he's helping out while Thomas is away, so he's mighty Mike.
Oh no, Mike, Jesus Christ.
So I'll hand it over to the mighty Mike. Of course, your super chat. Of course, the man in the bow tie, Ike Ogelme, he joins him, and then I think a new name came in. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pronounce that name, so I'll just say thank you.
King.
Is that Tosi? Is that how they're? Oh God, they've turned it into what's it called? Twitter text. Text. What is that? Guy, maybe I should even return your £2 for that. You know what I mean? Spell the name properly, my guy. But so there it is. Over to you, Mike.
One might see those Bender people that bear Yoruba name.
Is it Bendel people? Okay, all right.
They like to change the spelling so people don't think they are Yoruba people, you know. So
I told you that the supremacist is here now. It started now.
No, I'm just saying, it's the same thing.
All right, Mike. Adale Koko has the floor. To Niger yet to speak. Jide yet to speak. King Emeka, I'm not even sure if he's still with us because Emeka not often that quiet. Larry is to come back in because he was entertaining us with a real excellent delivery. So just mix it up as you usually do. Mike has been stepping in excellently for Thomas. So over to you, Mike. Please make yourself available the next session, the usual time. Mike.
It's not even close enough. Okay. No, okay, I'm going to go. Yo, before you go, Sha. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So we cannot compare the two men when it comes to human rights abuses. Abacha, only God save us in that country that Abacha left as at the time that he left. He will have plunged that country into another civil war. He will have plunged that country into another civil war. But God save us because we had a country then that had militia everywhere. It was for, resistance against his bad rule that brought us what do you call it? Odua people, OPC. And we had some others across the country. So, but, Yoruba people, particularly the leaders of Nadeco, saved that country. Because politicians were already falling in line. Abacha was already creating party for himself, and politicians were flowing into that party. Those that are ready to, follow him so that they can eat their own. They already, he already registered, I think it was 5 parties.
Daniel Kanu, do you remember Daniel Kanu, ABN?
Yes. So, but, Abacha was driving that country towards disaster. You saw economic sanctions that we were going through. We had political instability, serious one. And it went, all the mess it left behind was what Obasanjo came to clear off. Obasanjo was able to stabilize the country politically. He was able to stabilize the country economy, because the economy was going down during Abacha time, except we want to...
Actually, that is inaccurate.
Okay.
The records don't lie. I'm sorry.
For God's sake, you...
Ajale will just allow two Nigeria they play.
So
you don't... They are using exchange.
I'm just saying something factual. I didn't make it up.
The currency exchange as a yardstick for economy.
No, the inflation rate, everything. Just name it.
I hear you. I did that country that time. I know how many debts were in my family. I mean, when I say my family, my parents personally, I don't come here. They tell me story of waiting no happen.
I didn't like Abacha when he was alive, but compared to all the leaders I've seen and the ones that have come before him.
Okay, let me run.
I tell you this.
So that others can talk. So we were politically unstable. Obasanjo came to stabilize that. Economically, Obasanjo came to stabilize the economy. The economy worked for everybody. Obasanjo economy was the best ever, has been the best ever in the history of that country, whether you like it or not. There was buoyancy. Everybody. I mean, the country was wealthy. Everybody, was it was good economically. So, and Obasanjo did another thing. The unity of that country, our unity in diversity, Obasanjo was able to manage it well. He was able to manage because he formed a government of unity. He brought leaders across the country from different tribes into his government. So whether you are PDP, PDP was in his government, he was a PDP leader. AD were in his government, APP were in his government. He ran the country with government of unity. Is that what we have under Buhari? Are we having government of unity today? Some people, they don't believe we have government of unity today. So Obasanjo, in comparison with Abacha, I think there is no. Abacha is nowhere. You can't match it. You cannot in any way, match him with Obasanjo at all. So,
Baba Danle Koko, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Was there South agitation under Obasanjo, and what was the reason why they were agitating?
South under South.
Yes, Masob, Asai Dokubo, and others.
Yes.
And why was
it started from all those Ogoni now? The same question we can ask you: what led to why did Abacha Yamutu Kensarawiwa?
Yamutu, this Yamutu.
Abacha because of YouTube. That's why we use the word Yamutu.
Yes,
because
I know.
if you can answer that, then you can know what escalated to that.
I think it
struggle.
was towards the end of his government that those Asadi Dokuban and all the rest.
So
like,
my point is just you see, my point has always been that pick each government. You know, I'm not in this way of comparing government. For me, Sha, my point is that pick a government, analyze that government. Don't say there's nothing good at all about the government. During Obasanjo time, yeah, we are talking about national unity and everything, but the South guys, they felt cheated. They felt they were not part of
how
his
how
government.
do you say they felt? Hold on, Benny.
Okay.
You see, when some people were playing bad politics, we should be able to say it loud and clear that they are playing bad politics. Obasanjo was the one responsible for the creation of Niger Delta Development Commission,
Yeah.
just to bring development to their area.
He's one that brought NDDC. He brought the 30% derivatives.
Ajale Koko, if you don't mind, help me add this one. Baker is asking me, say, how did I know that Abacha Yamutu Kensarewa? I was like, seriously?
Nah, that guy must be 20 years old.
He not in Nigeria. He did Germany.
Ola, there was one young Nigerian guy, I think about 5 years ago. Me and somebody were having a conversation. We mentioned coup. The guy asked us, what is coup? The guy don't know what coup means. The guy didn't know what coup meant, man. I'm like, wow, when they born you, he didn't know the meaning of a coup d'etat. I'm telling you, like they don't teach history in that country, man. People don't. Those young ones don't know anything.
As I was saying, he created Niger Delta Development just to correct all the what do you call it? All the neglect that the way Nigeria has neglected that area, just to give them that sense of belonging. Okay, Niger Delta, so that they can have rapid development. Government can, allocate special fund to develop that area of Niger Delta. But what did the people of Niger Delta, what did they do? They lavished the money. They shared the money among themselves. They did not develop their place. Up to today.
Wow.
They did not develop.
What a simplistic way of describing this stuff.
Number two, Wike was talking about it. This is not me.
Wike wasn't talking about it in those terms.
All the time. Wike of today.
Not through NDDC. He was talking about the state governors. What they got. Not through NDDC is different.
He was fighting.
Where NDDC did the same thing now? Where's all the NDDC money?
Look, Wike came out several times to attack NDDC that they did not do any development that really, make impact in the life.
And do you know why they didn't? Have you bothered to look into why they didn't? They have not made a lot of development. If you knew that, you find out that most of the funds that were coming to the South is still ending up in Abuja again.
Sunaja, let me ask you this. Ajala Gogo, please. What did Abacha do for the Niger Delta?
I'm not saying Abacha did anything for the Niger Delta. Abacha is an equal opportunity.
So he didn't do anything.
No, he did something. He did something in terms of Nigeria as a whole.
He did nothing in Nigeria.
He didn't favor anybody. He didn't favor anybody. See,
Sunaja,
I don't know if you keep. See, let me just say my piece on this one.
Abacha killed Kensarewa that was fighting for
yes.
What do you call
the Nigerian army
degradation of their place.
Ajala Gogo, let me even help you. Do you see that thing that spill over when they started agitating during Obasanjo, those Nigerian Delta people? It was as a result of constant torture that Abacha army were doing to people in that region. I have many friends, I'm telling you, many of them they are still refugees. They came to America as refugees during Abacha time. Many South people.
You see, the way you sound, you know that you are sounding a bit patronizing, but go on.
Give me 1 second now. Give me 1 second. He was like literally they couldn't step up. It was straight crushing and all those things. But it was when democracy came that they have now freedom to voice themselves and express themselves that they started doing the agitation under Obasanjo time. Now, as a result of because they are against Obasanjo, just because they are just anger towards the government, the Nigerian state. That was what that was about. Because if it was about Obasanjo, it was just ridiculous to say it was Obasanjo that was marginalizing them when he actually came in and introduced pay attention to their region, give attention to their region, whereby the previous military regime, since the end of civil war, just abandoned that region. Even Gowon was more focused on the southeast. like in terms of trying to fix them after the war. And then after going left, the southeast, the whole country was just abandoned by the military. They were more focused on the capital city. You
No, but
understand?
that's too simplistic.
Let
That
me
your
just add.
submission is too simplistic.
Mike,
Do
It's so
you do you
simplistic. Was it
do
not
you know
Obasanjo that
ASCON?
was insulting the South
Mike,
the other day, telling them that they don't even own their resources? I don't
forefather,
know.
sorry. Let me ask. Mike, do you know ASCON? Do you know ASCON in Akwa Ibom? You
Okay.
need to go and read about ASCON. Abacha did ASCON and he established it and constructed it in the South. So don't let us be sounding too simplistic
Maybe
about this.
they no
Oh, they
no
just
when they say they did, I mean when someone put one structure up, it's
read
just
about
everything.
ASCON
one
now.
area
You
in
can't be
ASCON
pointing
is
finger
from
at one structure. It's probably one
just
federal
go in
government
one
it's
project
not
for
just
area.
the
one
benefit
structure.
of the army there, the army
Please,
bar. Come on, let's stop this.
please, it's not
My,
just
my
one
brother,
structure.
here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Go and
Let me
read
say
about
this.
ASCON, please.
Okay,
ASCON is like Ajaokuta on its own. ASCON is a
really.
massive project. Go and read about it.
What are they
ASCON.
doing? What?
ANSCON.
Okay,
Abacha
tell us about
constructed
it.
that
What
thing.
is it? What is the benefit
It
of
has
it?
power generation plant inside. It has a lot of things. It's a plant, the whole
So they have
estate.
power in the south. Okay, thank you. But anyway,
So
here's the
read
deal. Here's
about
the
it.
deal. But,
So we
but,
shouldn't just
but wait
not
now.
they
But wait.
abandon them.
But wait. No. The whole I said the whole country was abandoned. All the federal roads they are
Oh,
dilapidated
okay, the
today.
whole country.
That's what I said. All the federal road they are dilapidated today was as a result of 36 years of military rule abandoned. Military rule they abandoned all the roads in the country. That's why we are still dealing
No,
with them today.
That is completely inaccurate. The same civilians
that's
that are
Are you
running the
accurate
kidding
country.
me?
now.
So all the bad
Hold
roads in
on.
Nigeria today.
Let me finish my point.
Wait,
See,
Tonanja,
the
you
same
allow me to talk now. You can't be cutting me
you've
off.
just spoken and you say you will let me talk. Then when I want to talk, you would still want to.
Guy, I won't allow you to be doing this rubbish because I know you not allow me to do that on Dr. Damages. You literally kick me off the show when I even before not because I even argue with you. So don't come and be cutting me off, okay? I won't tolerate that bull crap with you. The point I'm trying to make is the 36 years of military rule. They literally all the federal rules in Nigeria today are not working. It's as a result of them just not doing anything. That's the roles became over the years why they became what they are. It was during this democracy that now attention is being paid to the roads around the country. So it's the military years 36. Abacha didn't fix all the federal rules now. Come on, guys. I mean, you can just say maybe they were working in Abuja, doing Abuja, but they abandoned the whole country. Let's be fair. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Mike.
Can I
So
interject
who
real
built
quick?
Third
As
Milan Bridge?
saying,
Now civilian government build them.
But it was a
Can I
capital city. I just told you now.
can I interject real
that
quick?
So okay, you can interject.
Yeah, this is Adewale. Is it forefather that said that Bashar administration was one of the best in Nigeria history?
Forefather is a Mununa. The guy is
Both
one
Fulata
retarded guy like that.
and
And
Ogbeni,
like, yeah,
not only
okay,
Nigeria.
well, I found it very,
I did
very
not say
not.
it's the best. So I said on my radio TV, I've dedicated the whole time to get people enlightened about what transpired during Abacha. I was trying to
Fulata,
highlight.
I
Ogbeni,
would not.
say we
I
will still
would.
go to
Obi,
I,
Kabiyesi.
I would.
let me summarize what I
Ogbeni is
said.
not
Wait,
celebrating
wait.
him. Ogbeni
In terms
I
of,
was
was
trying to
just telling us
highlight.
that he
I
did
was
in
trying to
terms,
highlight
some
to
few
give
in
things.
terms of,
highlights
in
about
terms of,
infrastructure and the few
in,
things he did.
Ogbeni,
So
wait.
the way
Uh,
some people now interpret it to me eulogizing and promoting Abacha, it baffles me.
No.
okay.
Ogbeni
That's
is not
not
eulogizing.
promoting.
Ogbeni is not
You
eulogizing.
are just
No.
engaging on it. Don't say Abacha didn't do anything. He occupied his space and he did
Wait,
some
see.
things.
Can I make my submission real quick? I purposely joined the show. I've been listening to everybody, but I wanted to make my own submission. Probably I would leave early.
But I'm the one that have the floor.
Thank you very much, Evangelist Koko Agbanya Dale. See,
Okay.
I can't believe this is year 2023. Abacha ruled till 1993, right, and died in 1996, if I'm not mistaken. So more or less like 30 years, right? But you see, history is going to be people are going to rewrite history and make it look as if when this man was alive, Nigeria was living in paradise. Under his administration, people were living in penury. As at that time, there was sanctions left and right. Economically, we were wretched, we were poor. People are talking about him building infrastructure. As at that time, PTF was the one doing the major infrastructure in the South. In the Southwest, non-existent. And who are the one in the forefront trying to liberate Nigeria? It was the Southwest and a little bit of South, right? His human rights index was zero, completely zero. Economic impact of his administration was completely minus zero because we lived through his administration. Apart from his human rights record, people are living in Nigeria en masse because this is a person who became head of state without anybody's mandate. He hijacked it and imposed himself. It was more like before when you had the likes of IBB that also governed with other generals, he was more like a terror to the other generals. So when we are comparing the era of Obasanjo, whether in 77 or in 1999, it still not be like when Abacha was in power. Someone mentioned Odi. Odi was a different ball game. You know how many people pleaded with Abacha not to kill Ken Saro-Wiwa and co and the others? They were hanged and they imposed sanctions. So that tells you or showed you the kind of leader that he was. A benevolent leader, but perpetrated evil. It shouldn't be given an excuse at all. So we shouldn't rewrite history by trying to say where he built. As at the time Terminal was built, it was even belated. Because you remember when people were driving from mainland to island, during the week, if you have odd number and even numbers. So it was far way belated. Even before IBB left Lagos, Terminal Bridge should have been built. But you see, as at that time, people were living in terror simply because they couldn't voice out, they couldn't say much. People that were bold enough to protest, how many of them even survive it if they are not even chased out of the country?
Yeah, Diwali, hold on,
Majority
give me
of
1 second, man. Diwali, give me 1 second. Let me respond to the people in the comment section or ask me a question. I didn't kick Forefather off. I put him in the back just to tell him not to stop that thing he does. But he left on his own. So I didn't kick him off. But this is the same for I would normally won't put anybody else in the back. This is the same Forefather. He was hosting Dr. Damage's show, and he was telling me to condemn Oba of Lagos for something he said about the Igbos. Because I said I'm not Oba of Lagos, I can't condemn my Oba, especially not in the midst of people that are already insulting me there. And he kicked me off the show. He literally kicked me off, removed me. That's what Forefather did to me.
Mike,
You
basically
understand?
that's the
So
thing. You don't have to go back to what
no,
happened.
I'm just trying to let people know. People in the comment section trying to look like I was mean to him. I'm just trying to hold on, wait. I'm not addressing you, Diwali. I'm addressing people in the comment section.
I
Like,
know, Mike. Sorry, Mike. That's why I came in. Whatever
yeah,
you did, you
hold
didn't
on.
do
Let me
wrong.
land one
But the
piece.
wrong part, sorry, the wrong part is that don't bring action from another show to this show to justify your point. That's why I came in to tell you. Why he did the show
No,
damage
one
show.
piece. Now, here's the deal. Not gonna start doing this, man. What you come in trying to preach and this thing, but
I'm not preaching. No, I'm
maybe
just
one day,
I'm just
if I
telling
see you
you.
come on Nigeria Watch, I'm gonna preach there. Then we start taking your preaching here seriously.
No,
Don't only come
no,
here to come
no.
and preach
Have you ever seen me in any other shows?
But what I'm saying is, you
Because
come
that's
here to
just
come and
simple.
preach
No, no, no,
righteousness
no.
and trying to tell us.
I'm not pushing righteousness. I'm just telling you. But I will not tell you. You can continue. You cannot. What happened in
No,
Vegas
I
stays
got
in Vegas.
one piece. Hold on. We don't want to. I don't want to drag you. I only want to address. I just has the floor. We don't want to take this to that matter. The point of the matter is, we're all grown men. It's not if I choose to take action, if someone slap me, someone slap him here, it doesn't matter. It's me. That's where I do my own thing. It's not don't come and be telling me, hey, because you come here, some of you come here to try to control how we do things, but you never go on other this thing to preach to them about how they do things.
Mike, when you talk
So
about some people, when you talk about some
no,
people, you and
I'm
I
an
have.
adult, you're an adult. You make
I
your
know, I
life choice,
understand.
I make mine.
You and I have like 3 years in this platform, so you understand the people you talk to. You've never seen me in 3 years in different platform. You give me that. You don't see me. I position myself. In life, you have to set a target for yourself, and I've done that. You can never see me in any show.
Yeah,
It's not to talk I'm looking for.
true. I never see
So
him anywhere.
I get it, I understand that,
So why are you
but
talking about now?
But no one. I'm not saying I'm bringing anything from anywhere. The one I'm trying to, because the thing is, they are looking at it as if it's just one righteous guy that I'm just this main guy that went off on him. I wouldn't have done to anybody else. Yeah, that person can go back and forth. I won't push you in the back or anything. But the fact that I know him, that he won't tolerate that when he's hosting a show, and he did worse to me. That's what I'm saying. That's why I won't tolerate that. Him doing it to me here. because what it did to me back then was just literally I had these guys, one guy named Kenan, one guy named CM. They were just jumping me like like they wouldn't even allow me to talk. They were bullying me, even bullying my ethnic group, and you know me now, so I respond to them. And Tunanja took their forefather took their side. And literally, he was and that Kenyan guy was like, Oba of Lagos said this about Igbo people in Lagos. And then Tunanja now tell me, Mike, okay, do you condemn what Oba of Lagos said about Igbo people in Lagos? And I kept quiet, I refused to condemn, and he kicked me off the show. And then people calling like, what forefather, how you do that? Even this man from Benue was so upset. That man, Abba, John Abba. Like, why would you? The people blast, they do all these things here. Why would you kick? He said he refused. Mike is the Yoruba supremacist. He refused to condemn what Oba of Lagos did. He kicked me off the show. So that kind of person now wants to come at me and hosting, want to start arguing with me. I'm like, no, I won't allow you to do that with me here. You know, because I know you won't even tolerate it. When you are hosting a show, you don't like me like that, or my people. You are very biased, you know. So I'm just trying to let people in the comment section know that this person you are trying to defend here is not a saint. I know him. If it's somebody else that was arguing with me here, I won't do that. I won't put him in the back and try to address him. I won't take that on the advantage. It's because that's what he would do. That's why I did it. But I didn't kick him off. He left on his own, you know. So I'm just addressing it. So it's not like I'm trying to start anything or bring anything from anywhere else. I just only want people to know that this person you are defending here is not a saint. He's like that. That's the kind of person he is. But anyway, continue, Sha. Sorry.
All right. So the Niger Delta, Obasanjo gave them Niger Delta Development Commission. He gave them 30% derivation, just for those people to enjoy life, to feel, to enjoy, you know, that the distribution of the wealth of that country, the wealth of that country that we source from their own part of the country. Why must they be neglected? So Obasanjo did very good to them. And so he did across the country. He didn't neglect any part of the country. He run the country in such a way that a country should be run. So he have some areas that we have to condemn. You know, one of it is that of OD. Yeah, so it didn't do good there. But if I have to score him against Abacha, I think on human rights, I will score Obasanjo 70. And Abacha, I don't even know what to score Abacha. Let me give Abacha because Abacha is a killer. Don't go against him. He will go after you.
Abacha is 0 now in terms of human rights abuse.
He's a killer. He's going after all my politics straight in it. So I don't know what to even score him. Let's even forget about his side. So, but Mike, let me speak on this thing, then I will quit for others to speak on this issue of Naira value that is getting improved since the day before yesterday, and due to the fact that the government has injected some forex into the market, and the backlog of is being cleared already in the forex. So, but how long? How long will that last? Nobody knows. It's unfortunate that the president and his team, what we are seeing them doing in terms of the management of the resources, particularly on this, what do you call it, this supplementary budget, it socially show that they are not trying to do anything different from what Buhari did. The way Buhari, mismanaged the resources of that country. The way Buhari was administration, we saw the way they were living large. In fact, This regime is worst. It's worst under this regime. Looking at that supplementary budget, you just want to cry for that nation. You just want to look at that nation as if it's a nation with no future. So, but on the Naira devaluation, on the improvement we have seen on the value of Naira, it's not going to last. It's a short-time measure, just like the palliative they are giving to people. That palliative is not going to solve problem. It's just a temporary relief for people, and then after then, what happened? They will go back to their suffering and pains. So the same thing this thing is going to do, because this money, this forex is being committed to consumption, largely consumption, because people will get that fund, that forex, and they go and import whatever they want to import that is not mainly committed to a production. So I think the government should be able to run a transparency government that everybody can see, because today we are paying 97% of our income to service debt. Already, we have budget deficit that is maybe around 8 trillion. So with this 2 trillion they're going to add to it, 2 trillion plus, maybe it's going to shoot to around 11 trillion before the end of the year. So 2024, what should we be expecting from them? What is in the pipeline concerning the way they want to run the economy? Are they going to be transparent for us? To us to know? And they are taking ways and means. Already since it came in, already taking like 4 trillion ways and means. Borrowing there. NNPC is borrowing money for them. How long are we going to live on borrowed fund, on borrowing for consumption? How long? It's nothing changed from the way, except the sanity that they have brought into the monetary, monetary side of the economy. Like the central bank, the person new there, and the new person there is not going to operate the central bank the way MFLA was, that man with full of corruption, the way he operated central bank. This one is not going to do that. But in terms of, the borrowing and spending, I don't see the difference between them and Buhari. In fact, it looked like, to me now, within this short time, I think it's really it's bad, because you form a big government, the bigger government in the history of the country, and you're committing a huge sum of money to buy vehicle that is not that necessary. I don't know what they want to use that vehicle with. They have existing one they are using now. For God's sake, why can't they just stay on that money that they are committing into buying vehicle? All these vehicles are imported vehicles. We are going to continue to fund other economy to grow, while our own economy will continue to suffer. When we have
Angelico, if you don't mind, sir, which vehicle are you talking about?
the fleet of vehicles that they said they're going to buy for the presidency and the president's wife in the supplementary budget. You did the 1.7, 1.5 billion they budgeted for the president, first lady's office.
Yeah.
And
Although personally, the only problem I have with those vehicles is that if you are not buying from the local manufacturers, because I will see those vehicles now as something like a fiscal, expensive fiscal something. So if you are buying from the local manufacturer, to me,
yes,
it's not an issue.
I won't
You
even
are
have
building the
problem.
economy.
I won't have problem because
Exactly.
that will turn around the economy.
Exactly. But because to me, buy another vehicle after a government leave there, because if I follow the principle of accounting, normally after 5 years, you should be able to depreciate vehicle fully. So if you are doing it that way, it's okay. You are buy the only thing that you buy your vehicle, but you buy from the local manufacturer and let our people get job, let our economy expand.
That's
I'll
right.
be happy. But you are not buying from Toyota or those developed countries that already
BMW, Toyota, and
But Ola and Ajani Koko, the so-called local vehicle, they're CKD. They're just completely knocked down vehicle from the OEM, from China.
What does that mean?
It's the same duties that you pay.
What does that mean, Kolata?
Kulata.
It
When
mean,
Kia,
so
when Kia
what
just
that means, all I know what you want to say, but just let me explain what that means.
I know what
It means
but I mean, whether it is technical knockdown, whether it is body they are putting together,
it's the same duties you pay for CKD and for even imported cars.
Kulata. You know that technology, we are in electrical. Oh, I don't catch you, we are in the same field. See, technology is as good as the support you have. Yes, it's breaking down, but you must have a strategy to support it. That's just the main thing. So let's start from somewhere. If we keep saying this thing breaks down, we are not going
No,
anywhere.
I'm not even saying it's breaking down. What I'm saying is, when you look at it, I'm not saying there's no value add, but the value add is so small in terms of incremental job because it's a completely knocked down product. That's why it's CKD that's already prefab. Hold on, is prefab from China. The only value maybe this guy is adding is maybe the plastic in that vehicle.
See, let us start from somewhere and expand. You understand? We can because when we have automobile policy that was enacted, it was even a law under Jonathan. How do we promote that if we don't start implementing this? If it did not enforce the policy, the local content of our cement, the like of not Buhari this time around, what's the name of this guy? Ibeto, we still be boasting that we flood Nigeria with cement from China today, and we still be doing that. Let's just start from somewhere. Even if there are 25 people they are going to employ, let them employ that 25 people first, and let's see how that 25 people will escalate. But let us be our own. Let the thing be
Yeah,
our
but
own.
what I'm trying to say, the argument that we're giving another country jobs is not, I mean, it's only marginal jobs that we'll be saving if we give
Okay.
this guy. And we will also be losing on quality on quality. So at the end of the day, you need to look at, like I said, it's all pros and cons. So it's not exactly that terrible that they import,
But
but
we
also
must
it could
have
be good.
behavioral change too. Behavioral change is something too, because what we are going to get is behavioral change that we cannot really quantify now in the short term. In the long term, the behavioral change now can now eliminate that marginal thing you are talking about that creates a very huge value add. So first of all, change the behavioral from foreign product first, and let us have content. Let us be contented with what we have locally. So over time, if people have their way today, they will go and import MTN, Econet. I don't know whether it is CATN, I don't know what they call it. Ed salary, they will go and import it from their country. They won't patronize the one in Nigeria. So if we don't start now, when are we going? So if we don't encourage a child to work, to crawl, when will that child work? So to me, no matter what, even if now only one job is going to create marginally, let us start and change that culture from foreign taste to local taste. So that's my point there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Ola. And that is what I think. Look, if this government have shown courage and leadership to say, look, I'm going to be buying innocent Muslim. Innocent will supply the presidency the next vehicle. Or not, or locally made. Nigerian people will start to have that confidence that, look, we start to have confidence in our own product because you see the president patronizing it and pushing it to showing leadership by example that yes, it is time for Nigerians to look inward and develop our own capacity. Any country that doesn't look inward and develop their potential and their capacity can never be a great nation. And that is what I see these leaders doing. They are not committing resources into developing the potential that we have in that country. Technologically, in any other thing you want to look at it, they are not doing it at all. Innocent is doing buses, CNG buses. We have some other guys that guy, I listened to that guy on the TV when he was explaining all the challenges they are facing. I was just shaking my head for Nigeria. Why are we like this? Why can't we have these young guys that are trying? They are coming up with something good for the country that we can package and market well as a pride for us, for our country. But we want to neglect them. We don't want to support them, but we want to support Japan for Japan to keep growing. It is just not good. That is what I see. So Obasanjo, Tinubu, they should start showing to us the direction it's taking the country. It should be transparent. They should let us know how critically they want to, tackle the inflation rate and this devaluation of Naira that we are suffering, that they have injected money now, that have, save our Naira from further devaluation. How long can that stand? Where are we sourcing how are we sourcing revenue that can put us on the right track, that be enough for us to manage the economy well? I don't think so. Even the next year, what they are projecting as revenue for next year will not be able to service the budget for next year. The budget that they are proposing, because they are proposing for, like, I think this year we had, how many, is it 21 trillion? Is it 21 trillion for that Buhari? Yes, Buhari's budget for this year was 21 trillion. Halfway, they've run into deficit of 7 trillion. They exhausted it halfway and deficit on top of it. Now this 2 trillion, that's another one. So next year, I don't know. We are just operating on debt, and I don't think it's good for that country. So they should be able to commit resources into local production. That is the only way out. If we don't have productivity to support our currency, we cannot, our currency cannot compete against dollar and other international currency. That is what I know. It is not borrowed fund and put it into pocket, into the market that will save our naira. It will not save it. It will save it temporarily, but in the long run, it's going to crash again. We are going to see it go up and further devalue. And that is not good because we're going to be having an economy that is not stable. You don't have a stable currency. In foreign investors, they won't be able to come because your currency will show to them that you don't have a stable currency. So by investing in your economy will not allow them to plan for the future. So we have to stop that. So that is the only thing that I see, the way they are running government. I don't see transparency there. I don't see difference between the way they are managing the economy and that of Buhari. Yeah, a little different, we can see it, but when it comes to, the spending and borrowing, it's because Buhari borrowed, and plunged the country into economic mess. Are they following the same path? No, I think they should stop it. They should look for the better way out. So let me leave it there. Mike, you can go to someone else.
All right. Who the woman say was after you, sir? I forgot. All right. Okay.
I think people have not spoken. Me, I have not spoken, but let me just quickly.
I think it was after me.
Who?
Ola after me. Ola.
Okay. Ola, you there? I think. Now Ola left. Okay, go ahead. What please then?
I will second what Adeleke was saying on this borrowing and bringing the dollar down. Yeah, dollar is going down is a good thing for the short term. But what was the long term plan? We should not forget that we are happy that subsidy is gone, but through the back door, they are bringing subsidy again. Yeah, the fuel price is stable now. Yes, good, but it's subsidy. They are paying subsidy to make it stable. Now we are saying again in our face, they want to borrow $7 billion to inject to the forex market. Oga Adeleke, abeg, can you explain what that means? Is that not subsidy of the naira too? Oga Adeleke, are you there?
What you say?
I said they said they have stopped subsidy, they have stopped the arbitrage of naira, but we can see that through the back door they are bringing subsidy again for the fuel. The fuel is stable now, but kudos to that. But again, in our face, they are doing to our face. They went to borrow $7 billion and injected into the forex market to stabilize the naira. What is that one called? Is that not subsidy?
Yes, you are right. But if they don't do that,
yeah,
the economy
yes, they don't.
It could collapse.
Yes, I understand. That's why I said that petrol one. I give them praises. What they're supposed to do, but it's still subsidy. But this one they are doing again is subsidy.
No, what is not subsidy? We're clearing the backlog.
Yes, it's a tenth. We are clearing the backlog.
So
yes,
we're
I
just
agree.
borrowing money to pay basic.
Yes, but
So
the
it's not
question is
subsidy.
how much is the backlog for the airline? Is about $1 billion. So which other backlog? I don't know how much
The
other
total
people.
one is like close to 7 billion, 6.7 billion.
Okay, 6.7 billion. Then you borrow it to clear it. That stabilize your naira. To me, it's subsidy. You subsidize the economy.
No, it's not subsidy. It's basic. It's the obligations, the money you already owe. Yeah.
I understand the collateral. It's like you borrowing credit to pay credit. And
Yeah,
you're not holding
exactly.
credits. And it's still subsidy now. For that will subsidize our naira to stable for a little bit. Now, after that, what next? Where would this money come from? But for now, yes, they're supposed to stop that naira going up by $1 million every day, which would have killed our economy and drive investors away. For now, the people will have a sense of relief and let money come in. I don't have much to say about that. I believe Kaduso and the economy team have a long-term plan to stabilize it. But from what I heard from the economic space, from a reliable source, that money will fall to 470 or 430. So the dollar will crash more, but to be pegged at 430, 730 and 750. That way it's going to stop. But can they maintain it for the next 3 years? That will be on that question for the day. And for the board, Simeta Dangote and his co-brother is fighting over ownership, those who own Nigeria. I don't think there's any Nigerian billionaire we can actually vouch for. Most Nigerian billionaires become a billionaire by ripping the country to pieces. They did not really make money, create wealth. Rather, they took Nigerian wealth, common man wealth, turn into their own. There's a reason there's no seaports in some, like there's a seaport in Port Harcourt, but not as fully functional like that of Lagos. Now you just said it that the Boa family own the waterway. So can you imagine those kind of people will not allow the local shipping that business to move to that area? Those people make money from barges, a lot of money. That is wealth, generational wealth that you will kids unborn will come and enjoy from it. So we have a lot of things monopoly to break. The government have to break up from these single individuals. That the cement battle they are having, well, it's good, but I think the president should do more. They should give a lot of people license for now to be importing cement. That will actually break the hegemony of that space they're fighting for. Just the way they did NITEL. Give more people a license to bring cement in. So their fight will become all to us. Now, guys, they're still fighting for who's going to control the source of cement. If a Boa take over, he'll start making more like Dangote, where Dangote was the only one remaining in the market. Give more people license, the cement price will crash, that monopoly will crash. That I have for those people. That presidential fleet, they should please. My own problem I have about that budget. Bring in that budget, separate that budget and bring it to House of Assembly and say the budget for the First Lady. You have structured the constitution like that. If you pass it, that means you have restructured the constitution through the back door. There's no office of the First Lady. That budget is supposed to be in the House, be in the State House budget. Breaking it down is led for the position of wealth, how you spend the money, what you spending money for. But budgeting that money and take it to the House of Assembly and say this is for the First Lady's fleet and this is First Lady housing. You have created the office of the First Lady by fiat, which is wrong. Let's say the truth. What is wrong is wrong. We should not be cutting corners. There's not like office of the First Lady. Yes, but there's provision for the First Lady. So that is that I have. I need to jump out from the floor, Mike. Thank you for this time. I think some other people have been ready now to take over the floor. Thank you, Mike.
All right, man. Well, please. Thanks, man. Yeah. All right. Who wants to go next, though? Midwest, are you there? I know Midwest, you can push us another zone. Can people hear me? Or is it just...
Yeah, Mike, I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you very loud and clear. I think loud and clear. Maybe this thing.
Okay, maybe I'll go good. Let me first a bit talk. Yeah?
Give me 3 minutes, like that.
You're breaking. You're breaking.
Okay, before Mike,
oh, skip you.
Before they get to before the next person come up, that of Abacha they were saying nobody is verifying Abacha that Abacha is a saint. First of all, I want to talk about this loot. This loot of a thing is becoming ridiculous. Abacha rule.
I know that loot they keep talking about. They just that thing is ridiculous. It's just
ridiculous.
They just I think they just want to rubbish. To me, this is what I think. Abacha was a terrible guy. There's no question. I would say none of those leaders are better. You understand? But they keep on making it look like Abacha had the monopoly of looting or something like that. And every money they just like Abacha loot. What about everybody else loot? Are you telling me why don't they?
No, the funniest thing. When Abacha died in 1998. This world or whatever they call them that are giving estimate, they estimate that the money Abacha stole there was $6 billion. The money they have returned since
Go ahead.
The money they have returned, calculate the money they have returned since they say Abacha look is more than $6 billion. Yes, where are they seeing other money they are bringing? Anytime they want to please our government, they will bring out Abacha look from nowhere.
I
There's
know.
Abacha look. So France just kept that money since 1998. They just when we were shouting, we are looking for our money. They didn't say anything about it. So today yesterday that president is coming up, president is coming. Hey, he now brought the money out from one corner. It's funny now.
You see, what is even people that took over after Abacha died, most of the people were Abacha's enemies in a sense, or people Abacha did
Yeah,
wrong. You understand?
yeah.
If you look at everyone, a lot of people in politics were people that fled the country when it was there or were in jail, all those things. So of course, they still the hatred for the guy, is so strong that they have to like constantly rubbish his name. Even after 20 something years after he's dead, they're still talking about him and still, just doing those things. Now, I'm not saying Abacha he was a bad guy. In fact, just like, but I'm not gonna see and say the rest of them were better. I mean, they were all terrible, man. To be honest, they were all terrible.
Yeah, there was. And again, that of Abacha, I'm not going to verify him or cutting corners or singing praise about the massacre or the atrocity he did. But if you have to look at it, who was he? Who was he after? It's not saying the politicians. Abacha era was my era. I used to remember that time when my friend would bring car to university at Edo State University. We would drive from, his father had Lexus. We go in the morning from Benin, we go to Lagos to go and see our friend. We would meet checkpoint, but we can drive the morning. So now we leave Lagos late in the night. We'll get to Benin around 1 a.m.
One piece, what I hated most about Abacha, like I hated most about the guy, was the fact that the guy used to hunt people down. And I hated that thing about him. But the way
Yes.
Nigerians behave today, man, I'm beginning to like, maybe I shouldn't hate Abacha that much for doing that thing. You understand now? Like, there's some people that the way they behave, like, I mean, I'm like, maybe the guy, maybe that's why he was behaving like that, And
yes,
today, we
Abacha, the
maybe we
same
need
thing.
someone like that to just clean all these people, man.
The
Like,
same thing we are noticing right now. Now that's what Abacha was saying then. That's why you are going after the people, the noisemakers, it's not the government, no matter what. Anything you take, if you take harm against the government has the right to protect itself. Even though it's a dictatorship government. That's why people will advise you. Don't take harm against any government. Do go a peaceful protest. But during Abacha, Felana, Fayemi, all those radical lawyers, they're still in Nigeria. They were not on the run now. The people that was on the run were the politicians and Nadeko. Yeah, people he assassinated. Of course, we don't know many, but the few we know, Rwani, Kudurat, and some few others. But those ones were people that was Biola's henchmen now, making money from politics right from the ones in the 70s. So I'm not going to cut in corner, but it's the people that was dealing with him and people he said he was a threat to his cabinet he was going after. And like somebody actually said, 419 was an epidemic then, and it was true. Because of 419 and drug dealing, I actually have to bring the DR brothers. One was heading NGLA, and one was heading this fourth department. They able to reduce that drug and 419 to you just think the 419 was just by Fred Ajujua and they bended. There were massive 419 fraud from top Nigerians to international bodies. But as at least reduced it. Yes, I'm not saying it's a cent. But many was going on then.
I mean, there's no matter how bad someone is, there's got to be one or two things that you have to do.
Yes, no.
That you do, So, I mean, I can't say the guy totally didn't do anything. Of course, you can find things, one or two things I did, and you can say that. But overall, I would say, I mean, it was bad governance, man. That military era, that statistics of military intervention was they kind of set Nigeria back. They set us back because those guys have no knowledge of governance. They have no ability. It's not their area. They just didn't have it. That's why you see this massive corruption. The thing is, most people always think it was the soldiers that were stealing the money, but no, it was the parastatals. It was the people in the civil service. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
people that are running the economy, all those people, the economists and all those people, they were the ones, the civilians were the ones really losing the country during that time because the soldiers didn't know nothing about governance. They just took power.
I
Then
have a friend. I have a friend. He was just a head of it, the second head, though, not in the forestry. His father, I mean, we're not friends at his late, but his father was in the section of the forestry department during the Abacha time. That guy had like 70 sawmill that time,
you
but
know,
they could
anyone
not
in the
buy.
civil service, when you get to one rank, one level of rank where you really can manipulate you understand, the system, you already rich. Like in the civil service, those on the high level, from level, whatever they call their levels, is it 12 and up? They were rich, man. Everybody was taking care of themselves. You understand? Nigeria was so like the military they didn't understand those, those things, agencies now, the operation, the bureaucracy, they didn't understand it. So those civilians there, they were just looting. You understand? They were the
It's
one
the guy.
looting. What people would say is
Yes, they were
the soldiers.
they were looting like crazy. I said that guy's father was loaded. And he was just a civil servant. He was just heading one department in forestry.
Hmm. You know, you know, we had state government back then, and it was
Yeah.
just what they did was they would make a soldier and the
Mm,
state governor. A soldier that don't know anything about administration. You understand now?
mm.
So yeah, all the states in Nigeria now they had governors, but it was military governor. The one guy that joined army from village, all he has known, the only career I ever had is a military career, because now he's an officer. You make him a governor, a governor. So now he is running states, and most often they will pick a guy from another part of the region to be the governor of a state in another region. You know what I'm saying now? That they can get one guy from maybe
Yeah,
Benue
they'll bring somebody
to
who
be the
knows
governor
nothing
of
about that state. Yeah, who
Bayelsa.
knows nothing about the states. Who knows nothing about the states.
Someone like Marwa from, I don't know, maybe Sokoto, is the governor of Lagos. How this guy didn't grow up in Lagos now? What the hell does he know?
Mawa was from Adamawa. Mawa really tried in Lagos. Oh.
People just pray because you fix one road like that. The guy had no
Not
clue what he
only
was
road
doing.
though. Mawa brought disciplined. Mawa was the one who implemented Abacha's advanced fee fraud that were chasing all those 419 everywhere around. I think he really tried. He sanitized a lot of things in Lagos.
Yeah, but what about the administration, administrating all those things? There's no way you could have the knowledge of that now. In the
Those
administration city like Lagos, you have to have.
those military administrators under the military government like Abacha were more disciplined than our
Yeah, they
politicians.
were disciplined. There's no question. I know, but they didn't have the knowledge. You see, what is it? They didn't have knowledge of governance. Like they are not people. They
They
understand
use
administration.
civilians now. Don't forget they have
That,
commissioners
and that's what I'm saying. They were
who were
using the civilians, but
civilians.
they didn't understand. They were using the civilians to do the work. So the civilians under them took advantage of their ignorance
Yeah,
and
but
were
so many
looting.
of them, if they have a project and they told you this project I want to achieve it, they're not born you. You must work every day to achieve that project for them because now military. Unlike now that our system is so bogged down by protocol, file and move file here and there, and we don't have politicians that really have that strong will of
But you
pushing
have
things.
to admit that the roads in Nigeria, all over the country, were come on, man, like literally going and going and gone
During
during
Abacha
military time.
time, during
No, through
military
the
time.
entire military time now.
No, but during military time, we used to travel now. We used to
Ah,
travel a lot, oh, and we used to travel without fear of somebody who not too much fear. Because I remember back then, I used to go with my dad from Ekiti to Benin, Onitsha. We'll go as far as Meduguri. We can travel any time of the day. We'll be traveling, but
maybe in the 80s. In
we'll
the
meet
80s.
we'll meet roadblock. You meet roadblock along the way. All those Takum, from Takum, that Taraba side, enter Onisha, down here, still come back to Ekiti. At night, we go and
So
walk
when
around.
did the roads begin to dilapidate? All the roads.
So over time, for me, those roads, I don't know much about those road infrastructure, but what I can say is that lack of maintenance
And
killed those
that's
roads.
what I'm saying now. All the
Lack of
roads just
maintenance.
became rubbish in Nigeria.
I'm not sure who created FEMA. Now, Obasanjo, right? I don't know anyway.
Yeah, I think all those things started coming during the civilian time.
Yeah.
Obasanjo, Chai.
Obasanjo really tried, in terms of this thing. Obasanjo na man. Oh. But my own about government is this: don't pick one government and just rubbish it. Government comes and go.
you will still find something about a government that you can say, okay, there's something outstanding about this government. Even Abacha kill everyone, kill. In terms of human rights abuse, Abacha na zero, because he will go after you, kill you, except you are so obedient that you don't. Even those ones that are obedient, Abacha used to use divide and rule system against them. He will put somebody to also be looking after you and see what you are talking about. I remember in those days, Abacha days, you go to restaurants and they just mention Abacha, just stand up and go, because they had
In
a lot
Africa,
of
if
secret
you send
agents
it to look
everywhere.
about him on the streets, if the SSS, we
Now,
can rescue, man.
they have secret agents, even beggars in the streets. They are Abacha agents. You don't know. They are just speaking information everywhere. Terrible days. And we were using Abacha stove, Abacha this and that. We'll go and pack sawdust in a sawmill and put a bottle at the middle to make
that
sure.
man terrorized
Ah,
us.
no. It was a terrible times. I never cared. We would just
So,
see
but
things as
don't
it is.
forget, we were heavily embargoed, we're heavily sanctioned,
Yeah,
heavily.
because of
That's
him now.
that's what key because of him. Because those things led to the destroy of the refinery. They will sanction that they cannot buy international equipment like those kind of sensitive equipment to repair our
To maintain
refineries.
our refinery.
Refineries, yeah, that killed our refineries. But
But the
people
problem
don't
I have with
know.
Abacha was when the West, when they sanctioned him, why didn't they sanction him back? I mean, the British oil company, they were still there now, enjoying their drilling. I mean, you sanction him back now. But at one point, Gaddafi was getting closer to him. I don't know. I think he was getting closer to Gaddafi. Gaddafi was trying to show him the ways and things like that.
Some of his lieutenants believe that it was Gaddafi that actually permitted the guy eventually.
No. Yeah.
No, but that was the major narrative. When Gaddafi, Gaddafi
No,
visited him.
Arafat. It was when Arafat. They said Arafat visited him.
Was
They believe it was
he
Arafat.
Arafat or Gaddafi?
No,
No,
Arafat.
no,
Arafat
no,
came
no, no.
last.
He was not
Arafat
close to
came after the
Arafat. He was
coup.
close to Gaddafi. Though
It was
he was.
Gaddafi
No,
now.
no, 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 no. I'm talking who came last after the visit. It was Arafat after the Pope. No,
No,
after the Pope came, released. After the Pope
he,
came, hold on. After the Pope came to Talve, he released that because he was supposed to execute Apostle that day. The day Pope arrived, that ambush the Pope Abacha. So Abacha now released Abacha after the Pope left. Now, then Arafat now came. Arafat now came.
I don't have knowledge
Uh,
about Arafat in Nigeria. What piece? You are the only
Hmm?
ones.
Arafat, he was in Nigeria now. Go and watch it. Arafat, that was Iran. Arafat came to Nigeria. Arafat was the last person that came to visit to visit Abacha. Meanwhile, before he came to visit Bangladesh just came back from a trip, and he met some top Nigerian politicians. That triggered some fears. Then I think the next day Arafat came, the third day, but Abacha was confirmed dead, or 2 days after. Arafat was the last
No,
person.
no, come on, man.
Go and check now.
The,
Go and
the we
check.
all know. No, no.
He met
Wait.
Arafat at he met Arafat at the presidential wing, Eagle Square. Arafat didn't even go to State House. He met Arafat at the airport, Eagle Square, the presidential wing. Go and check it. Check the news. Google it. Arafat was the last person. When this guy came, Saddam Hussein, it was after the riots. Saddam Hussein was way back after the Kaduna riot. They're supposed to buy Sanusi. That's when after then this guy came. But Arafat was the last. Arafat was like 98. Saddam Hussein didn't come 98 now. You go and
okay.
check it.
Because
Saddam came to Nigeria.
I've listened to this guy that they freed, this guy that killed Kudirat.
Saddam.
Mustafa.
Oh, Mustafa.
Mustafa's story was that it was that man. I think it's Yasser Arafat. That Arafat came with one tall guy behind him, and ever since that guy shook Abacha, Abacha became unwell, and he never recovered from that till he died. There was that tall guy that shook him I listened to. Did I read or I listened to him? But that was our Mustafa narrative. Anyway. That it was that guy that shook him.
I think the man had put cancer in his body. I think.
Arafat's visit was not official. Arafat's visit was like a transit. Arafat was going somewhere, but transited in Nigeria. You know, Nigeria airport used to be the biggest hub then. So it was like going to Jordan or somewhere. He transited. So Bangida went to meet him, and they met at the traditional wing at Eagle Square. They showed now that he met him there, then Arafat move on. So people believe that that guy that shook him put something, maybe cyanide on his hand to shake the pata of them and all that. But Arafat was the last person. No, he did not interpol. He didn't. Abacha was heavily sick. He had problem. He had organ problem, but he never stopped drinking and smoking and taking drugs. So whatever he got was.
Abacha.
Yes, now. Abacha was a heavy.
I don't think the guy was a smoker.
Drug, he smoke, he drink and smoke, die. Abacha. So, but those are the things that led to his dismay. But not like they used to say, not every bad they blame on devil. Devil didn't do every bad, but we used to blame everything on devil. You know, Abacha did bad things. People sabotage his government to make it look bad. But if you look at it, Abacha was fighting the criminals that were fighting his government. The politicians like you see today, all the Rwanda and co. You people don't even know Ibori was Abacha's boy. Those are the people that was doing bunkering for Abacha during the sanction. Now, come up this money they're putting aside.
Even Peter Obi was Abacha boy.
Yes, now same share Chevron and all that. Yeah, all this same share Chevron and all that. They say Abacha. Alternative way to have money outside so you can use. So people like the Ibori will do bunkering. I believe you know what they call STS, ship to ship. So when they take the crude from Nigerian coast, they take it to the high sea, they transfer that crude to an international vessel. It becomes a legal crude. You cannot trace it anymore. So that one go and sell it and put the money in share account for Abacha, so Nigeria can have money to use. So that's why you see Nigeria was having pocket of money in different spaces. Like you said, when the guy buy, a lot of people quiet and sit on some. A lot of people return some, and while FBI is returning some, not like he was just dipping hands in federal government coffers. Somebody said he went to CBN and collect money. A country that is heavily embargoed, how can we have 1 billion in the account? When they embargo you, they want to strangle your economy now. Iran was heavily embargoed. Just recently, America released Iran $6 billion. From which account? It's not Oman. Yes, it was in Bahrain or Oman. The money was in Bahrain. Who knew that Iran has that kind of money there? So these are the things that Abacha was facing at that time. But we understand his politics. We want to put him black. But my own anger since 1993 to 98, since then after 1 year, one other person ruled Abu Salam, but Abacha came. They have been returning Abacha loot. When will the money finish? When will the money stop? And when will we know the total of the money? When will we know which area they start this money?
You know why I find it difficult that those money are Abacha, so-called Abacha look. Abacha was not a guy that believed in. He wasn't living in Nigeria. I don't think it was someone that planned to move it to another country.
Abacha was actually traveling outside Nigeria, but not to the Western countries. He used to visit Saudi and some other areas. So it's not as if he was not traveling.
You have a record of that?
No, yeah, he was traveling. He was traveling to all those Eastern countries and African countries. The only thing,
but where they are discovering his money is in Western world now, the Western countries. People why would he be putting his money with his enemies?
No, like someone rightly said, and he used proxy to move all those money. You know our politicians in Nigeria, they are complex. So
if it's proxy money, how do they know it's his money now? Nigeria.
No, you know the problem we have with the Western countries is this: they are hypocrites. You understand? So you know, like they will say, "Babalawo to she ogun affair."
You are right.
You understand? To she ogun affair refinery lo sha na go fe diye. You understand? You will say, "Oh, don't do this," but you are the one aiding all those stuff. So this guy they know. You will see okay. Let me even talk about the recent hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of this Western country. You know, when these people wanted to push Roman Abramovich, the owner of Chelsea, but they wanted to push him away. Now, meanwhile, this same guy won a case in the United Kingdom court against those people saying, "Oh, these are the Putin guys, you know, the Putin guys." You understand? They won the case, and the court established that, oh, this guy has no connection, and the publisher, they even fine the publisher heavily. You know, during the time of politics, see the way they descended on those people that are Russians, that are Russian billionaire. They say, oh, they have relationship with Putin, they are doing this thing. The same British, the same UK that is doing this thing, the same UK sold weapon to Saudi Arabia that were used, the Saudi Arabia that were accused of gross human rights violation. So it's hypocrisy.
You know, the fact is that Ola, they were seizing those Russian businessmen's assets, and at the same time, they were still buying oil from Russia. Like that, the Western world, man, they just make themselves look so. They set themselves up for failure in the future because history will not judge them well. Yeah, like 50 years from now, like in the future, the way they've done things, the hypocrisy, the behavior, even people will not be comfortable putting their money in their countries. They just took, like Abramovich, for example, they took his club, Chelsea. They took, I mean, what did they do? I mean,
na corrupt money, they take build United Kingdom, whether we like it or
don't
not.
be slave money, don't be slave that they slave
Now
looting
blood
of
money, blood money. Now blood money, they see they build France as it is so. If they come out all those exploitation of the Francophone country, nothing did for France. So these guys, they see, just because they have that power, they've been oppressing the weak one. So I they made the law the way they like. You can't be selling, for example, like that. You can't be selling weapons to Saudi Arabia that you see is committing war. They are committing war crime just like you are accusing others. And who are those people selling the weapon? You. For several billions of pound sterling, you are selling to them. And the one that even your court said, oh, this guy knows nothing about this thing, you are accusing him. No, you didn't take that. You use political way. You hide under politics. You push him away. So it is, if you see why our leaders are stealing money, go, you see, America, United Kingdom, France, Switzerland, they are not, they are the reason our leaders. If to say they are not helping those guys to warehouse that money, you know, no way. Those people won't have somewhere to send their money to. But unfortunately, that's what they do. They now come back to us and now be telling us and be pretending to be saints. So to me, they are part of Abacha. They work with Abacha. The only thing is that on the surface, oh, ban. But at the background, they can't tell me that the money that were coming to Nigeria, that if they wanted to trace that money during the Abacha time, they would trace it. But they decided to take the money to help the economy and just do firm, you know. So we can't trust them in whatever we are doing. So on this Abacha, everybody has his opinion. Like I say, I've maintained my own opinion. You see, one thing is this. Yeah, like I said, a dead clock will be correct at least twice a day. So a dead clock, he has done something good 2 times out of 24. So that's like how many? That's like what percentage? So like maybe like we can say that's less than even 10%. So because of that, now we should be praising, right? I won't do that. Yeah, I understand that those people that say they are not praising, but the danger there is this: when we start creating these narratives, the thing is, look beyond the immediate narratives. Look at what the bigger picture. They are trying to, because by the time you keep repeating all those good things that Abacha did, with time, people will forget about the real bad things. And if Abacha were to wake up from his grave tomorrow to say, well, he would like to become the president of Nigeria, all of a sudden, everybody will tell you how it has been the best thing since the sliced bread. That's just my challenge there. So when we see those people,
Nigerians are known for one thing. They know how to make a villain a hero. And then heroes, they make them villains or they forget about it.
Exactly.
Throughout the history of Nigeria, look, people that have done some of the worst things, somehow, they turn them to heroes. Like, for example, Ojukwu that dragged the country to war, that was responsible for destruction, death, and like lives for our families, where people haven't recovered till today. All of a sudden, the guy died. Nigeria was like, our heroes died. Remember when we were celebrating the guy, when the guy died now, he was being buried as a national hero, and they shutting down road, carrying his coffin, celebrating the guy, talking. I'm like, are you kidding me? Is it the same guy? This guy is a hero, national hero. And then when I ask people, okay, please, I'm not saying okay, if they want to bury him nice, that's their business. But please explain to me how this guy's a national hero. Was he a president of the country? I turned things around. Was he? I mean, he wasn't even in national politics. It was even a regional politician. Or what did he do? That what made Ojukwu a national hero? Nigeria. Oh my God, man.
The person that was supposed to be tried for war crime.
Hey,
You know, so that's the unfortunate thing. You know when people were be telling us, oh, you guys were coward, and we just laugh. Even though I can't trace Adekunle Faju to my family directly, even though we share the same surname. This
like
is guy
people like that, they don't talk about them. Bro. They don't,
no, you won't remember. They will rather tell us that we are cowards. Someone said, look, you can't take my commander in chief. Even they were saying, okay, don't worry, we are going to make it, but I said, no way. No way. It's either my commander in chief or you take me away. Anything you do after that, I don't care. He knew and sacrificed himself. But
no, if
someone
it
knew
was the
that
Southeastern that says the national hero, at least I can say, okay, those one are being biased. But I'm talking about the Nigerian government.
no,
Maybe it was just Jonathan. Maybe it was Jonathan.
see, during our own lifetime, if we have in the wrong government, they will give a Mustafa award. That's as bad as
Even
continuing.
Mustafa that we all knew was assassinating people. Now people like Tuna Jazz come here to tell us, you know,
You
he's
understand?
a good guy.
We all listen to Obutapane. That's why I'm asking that, okay, if that thing didn't happen in my lifetime, I will start doubting. And the thing is that some of us at that time, I know some of us we were involved in student union politics. And so there's no way you will be involved in student union politics that you won't know what is happening, because you go and make research so that you will sound informed, so that by the time you start speaking, you understand all those small things. That's what will make people, you attract people to you. So, and suddenly, for those people that existed that time or that did not be telling you the story otherwise, I know not what I feel. I feel all this, and that was the time that you will see soldiers or SS in on campus. And as soon as we greeted them, I said they will greet them to know what exactly they were going to.
Ola, I was reading your chat that when you were talking about your dad, that he retired as a military officer. And
no, he didn't retire. He, after serving for some time, he just left for the further school.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and he didn't return during Abacha time, or what?
No. Before that was before that. I'm even talking of as early as 1982, 81, 82.
Oh.
No, because that's right. That if my father should just wake up from his grave today and ask about the military, people were saying, "Oh, the military government were better." I say, my father, who happened even to serve with the military, will tell you that a lie on the talk. You understand? That's a military man will tell you.
What he even went through in that military institution was even worse than what we were going through outside as a military officer within that military institution itself. The kind of, I mean, that Abacha time, it was war during the military. You never know. I mean, no officer trust each other. Anything can happen to any officer. I had a friend then. He was telling me, he said, people just pray for him. If he return home, they know that, yes, God save him back home. Because anything can happen. They can.
You know how Omeka they terrorize people. Where we say people they miss on the street. Omeka, that directorate of military intelligence, whatever that call himself. One guy narrated his ordeal. How he was just kidnapped on the streets of Lagos. That he was used to testify against someone that he was planning against the government. That they say, okay, that will be your license for you to escape. That guy was saying. So see, a lot of things even happened during that Oputa panel that people were confessing. I will listen to those confessions. Every evening like this, all of us will just gather. That's
even,
what we wanted to
even journalists cannot operate freely. What do you call it? You remember back then we had this under the table newspaper that is it
PM News.
PM News.
You know, I spent a lot of on those days on news was I
But
spent
those
money.
those guys fought the military. They fought them hard. They tried everything. You know, they didn't know where they are operating from. They went their permanent office. The military went and destroyed that place. And then those boys, they were operating underground. They keep printing their newspaper. They will just come out and it was journalists went through hell.
A lot.
Go and ask from journalists. They will tell you. They tell newspaper. Those guys, what they saw.
Those guys suffer.
You know, I think those are the Nigerian military. After that civil war, I think many of them were suffering from PTSD. You know, their behavior was just. I remember back then when you get around
rapists.
IBB really destroyed our military. To be honest, the destruction started from IBB. You know what IBB first did was when Idi Agbon was the last chief of staff supreme headquarters we have, because it was the position was so powerful that my understanding of the role was that all the commandants, everybody they were reporting to, just like practically they were reporting to Idi Agbon, and Idi Agbon was reporting to the commander in chief. That's the first thing that IBB first of all removed. He removed that position. He made sure that the chief of general staff had no military troop, no troop. That was why that when they said Dia planned coup, someone said no. That how possible? That it was surprised that if Dia actually planned a coup, because this guy has no troop. So why will he be so foolish and be depending on someone's troop? So how will you plan a coup without you when you don't command a troop? So a lot of things. That guy did a lot of framing, a lot of things, and person now want me to be listening to Mustafa because he is very eloquent and is making a presentation. Let him go and argue with Sajaroja.
All they listen to Mustafa talk, they just believe everything is there because the guy was sounding.
Mike, if you listen to Mustafa, if you didn't understand what happened, you will believe him.
You believe him now? The guy is talking.
The guy gets sugar. When you listen to him, you want to listen to him all day. His mouth is sweet. Lord.
The guy still talks to Nigeria to the point where he was even Abacha.
But God saved that guy, yo. If Obasanjo was able to achieve his third time in office, that guy will have women in prison. It
was Jonathan that saved him now. The guy was even sentenced to death. It was Jonathan that pardoned him. I think Jonathan's regime that pardoned him.
Because he was looking for second time. He thought
he can get northern votes.
Those northerner, we give him go ahead for second time in office. Look.
I think when Jonathan was pardoning some of his old friends, like his former governor of Bayelsa now, that guy.
No, that's his boss now.
He pardoned him, so he felt like he had to pardon other people too. You know, so he was like, okay, let me just pardon everyone as he pardoned Mustafa too. I'm like, okay, what are you doing here?
He pardoned Bamayi and all of them. All those criminals that terrorized the country back then.
You see, when people just say this military, sometimes they don't even know that some of us, we became brothers. Okay, like my papa served the military, his immediate brother served in the military. Then the one that followed that one served in the police. So that's I'm just talking of the same. My father too and his brother, so they serve in the police. So when we talk about this, it's not about.
Ola, why didn't you go to military? Why didn't you go on?
No, Baba, I was dreaming of going to Navy or Air Force. I had that dream, to be honest with you. I had a dream. But when I found myself in Nepal, I spent 6 years in Nepal. That's 1997 to 2003. Baba, the thing I saw within those years, I was not happy, to be honest with you. That was the day I just said, okay, because I was even seeing my colleagues that they were making it. People will put on white shirt and this thing. And me, I didn't want to live by robbing you, stealing your cable to make money. Because once they say I pick up like this, I want to today, oh, I won't leave, I won't get. You see how people go just they talk to NEPA, they cause them anyhow, whether you offend them or not. That thing was irritating. And I see my people, my guys were driving nice BMW, they were. And if I just go buy just small Celica still dey talk about that time, Celica then, everybody go they look at you say, waiting.
So like you went to join NEPA. Oh boy, because they don't be to NEPA. I'm going to join those people.
Mike, even for you to get NEPA those days, you would be so happy because Nigeria's situation was hopeless. It was an hopeless situation because
every day I had this way give NEPA. You want to go join them?
I didn't find it funny. I see. I want to me. I know they disconnect like now maintenance idea, but people don't know the difference. You understand? I was working on a level KV and the normal distribution. Sometimes I went to work on 33 kV. You understand? But people that used to disconnect, they have those people in the commercial that I know they even they touch meter. I know they do anything. But people don't see, people know for the, but the only thing is that whenever we are doing there's something we call the task force then, doing task force reconnection. So AB, I hear you. I don't say you go come, I've been looking for you since. So the thing now is this, there was a time, let me narrate, it was brutal during that Abacha period. Let me give you a story. I was at Ogboda taking them. So we went to somewhere in Adeni Jones. So I don't know whether people can remember this one, James Oluleye, one of those Obasanjo chief when he was there.
Yes.
So now we get to that place. So
Mr.
everything happened. But so they gave this Baba some kind of crazy bill, and they wanted to disconnect the Papa's light. At that time, during that military era, so there's a Colonel Maxda. He was the one at Alausa then, so that was controlling. So we have Colonel Maxda at Alausa. So we're doing they were doing just to, they were sent to NEPA so that to boost revenue. That's what we're doing. As he wanted to disconnect this Baba's light, the Baba said, my friend, if you climb that pole, I will bring you down. That's how the Baba they talk. My friend, you're my friend. If you climb that pole, I will bring you down. Our manager was there. He didn't even know. I just go now. Our manager was there. He didn't know. You see one bad thing about followership sometimes is your followers sometimes you have to be very careful. They can lead you into trouble. It didn't take anything from some of others to say, "Oga, wake up." That makes you man. People were not able to. Even some will say, "Okay, you this Oga, we go show you today." You know what the manager said? The manager said, they say, so our manager commanded the lightsman to climb and disconnect the light. Say, my friend, they will climb that pole, I bring you down. You know what happened now? That Baba said, okay, our lightsman could not climb because the man quite well knew that, okay, this Baba I'm talking to, he knew. So, but nobody was telling our manager. And so our manager now said, okay, someone should please go to, no, he used the radio to radio the office to say, okay, please bring soldiers to come. So the Baba said,
that Baba radio soldier to come.
No, our manager radioed the office.
Okay,
that he should bring soldiers to the office. Colonel Maxda was the one at Alausa. So soldiers, we were using soldiers to guide NEPA to do disconnection that time now. People were brutal against NEPA whenever they see them disconnecting. So that's so the man said, wow.
But NEPA, God, you guys are wicked. First of all, you don't give us life for 2 weeks, and then we are hoping that maybe one day life will come, and then you are coming to disconnect to give us the impression that okay, now life will come again.
See, Mike, let me finish the story. Wait, let me finish my story.
Mike, are you hearing me?
As the same man them go carry
yeah, I hear you,
and the same man they go carry soldier come. Baba say, wow, you want to go and bring my soldiers to come and arrest me? Our managers hear that thing. If the manager will do sharp, maybe he go hear that and say, you want to go and bring my soldiers to come and arrest me? It's the manager supposed to understand what
my soldier to come and arrest me.
Our soldier, our manager didn't get that message at all.
Yeah.
So when the soldier just arrived with the pickup, you know, they fell for the woo. They didn't even know that they were coming to General Nuleye. So as they got to that place, as they see the man, you see the way they hit their gun and just put the gun down, boom. You know, they just put the nozzle of that gun down immediately.
Someone your money. So that how were they able to recognize him?
There's
soldier know their guy.
they will now. Because the sergeant lead them come. At least the sergeant that let them come must have spent some time with them. They must have known now.
Yes.
So those people now, as they salute General Finish, they can't tell our manager say,
your guy no run away.
I wait, our guy was still confused. Our guy no sharp is that stage now. If I tell you what they don't do for us for NEPA, you don't go believe. Say the day they carry one guy, they call that man Ewulong. It at that any use that go carry gun. They send a Babangida friend, go carry gun. Our manager left his motor, enter pick up. Then come out the four tire of our gas vehicle and they put on us. So see, we suffer a lot for that place. So no be small thing. I tell people, no be small thing. No, all those are there by me close that they go see.
Complete this story of this man and this general.
So as they just put the nose down, the sergeant just go meet manager. Say, Oga, look at this man very well. You sure say you don't know this thing? That's a Major General now. You don't know him. Without Major this thing. Oga. But the two of you now, old man, if I were you, I would just find a way to just apologize and to just apologize. You know? Even when Colonel Maxda, when they allow us hear that thing, he know if he do anything. Even though they report to Apache directly, they don't say no, they don't step now. So that I don't even tell you. That Baba slap our manager, I know be small thing, no. He slapped that. He slapped our manager heavily. I said, followers too can be bad. We know, say this man a soldier, but because you know the way some of guys they do now, they won't go. They don't want to listen to you. They just want to command you. If you say that guy, if you say you know they for command. If you don't hear voice for don't say Oga. This man now some look,
I want make them teach and lesson that day.
So they just say they go settle. So Oga come beg, you know, they can't find the. I think Pierre Okeke, no, not Pierre Okeke now. There's Engineer Okeke was the distribution manager there. Then that allows us. So they just find a way to just appeal to Baba. So they now find a way to rectify all the errors. So because there's no way you are going to win that case. And funny enough, that Baba was paying his money regularly and was nice to guys. But you went to give this man crazy beer. No, it wasn't funny.
What buy it here? What buy it manager here?
What buy it manager? Ajale Koko, what if he bonle manager wa ri to jẹ́ pé ó bẹ́ sínú pick up. Àwọn pe manager ní bẹ̀bẹ̀ tó later because anigba tó jẹ́ mo mere. See. Okay, Ajale, I've been to a side before. So as the linesman wanted to climb now, someone just called me, say, okay, that place belongs to the chief of general staff. I hear that, I say, oh boy, did you hear what they say? I don't close for today with that, so I don't close for today. I know they go again. You understand? So a lot happened under the military that time. So this thing is not funny because we know, especially for those of us in Ikeja, I don't know all those guys that were in other station, but for those of us in Ikeja, if light went off like this, oh my goodness, you will see them the way they be coming. It took them time for them to really understand what was happening, and the fact that Colonel Maxda was the one in charge of Alausa then, it died everything down because on several occasions, you know, there was a time that one wing commander just got to our pickup and just put it in his compound. So when they reported to Colonel Mazda, I think Colonel Mazda took that into the military, to the Ministry of Defense, and they asked the boss of that guy to drive the pickup back to our office. So a lot. Power play did that country. When people just they talk of this, now I laugh and laugh and laugh.
But Ola, good morning. All
Morning.
these things that you are talking, all these things that you are talking about them, all these military, was it good? Is it really? That is impunity.
It's
The
not
man
good.
that
That's
you
what we're
want,
saying.
the man that you went to his house, that you want to cut his light. I think maybe he was not even paying. They were not paying
wasn't
NEPA
owing,
bill.
No, but that
owing. It
Baba was
wasn't owing.
paying. It wasn't owing.
It
was
wasn't owing.
paying, but they
So
gave
why
him
did you want to
crazy
cut
bill.
his light?
You don't
Because they are
understand.
NEPA now. NEPA
Got the do gara.
Your normal bill,
What a
for example,
ballet
is 18,000. Your normal bill is 18,000 a month, right? That Baba, not only that he was paying, he was even paying ahead. Now, assuming the regular bill for that Baba was 10,000 then, I can't remember his bill. You understand? Because he has small factory like that.
Does he have a meter?
Baba had meter. He had everything. I said, Baba, they pay ahead. Baba know the whole. But all of
So
a sudden,
your manager wanted to oppress Baba or what?
It's not the manager that wanted to oppress Baba. You know, those people that were doing the billing, that were doing the computation for the billing, they were at the district office at Alausa there. So by the time they did the computation, they did wrong computation. For example, maybe you are supposed to just look at it this way. Your monthly bill is like 13,000, and every year you already pay like 120,000 ahead, so that you don't even want anything to do with this thing. But all of a sudden, someone now brought to you a bill of 300,000, a bill of 300,000, even when you've already paid. And the manager will just act on the bill they gave him now because they were doing.
Your manager was innocent now.
The manager was innocent, but Baba was angry that he was not being treated well because he was paying his money. Not because
But
Baba
why
should
that Baba now ask them to be slapping your manager?
No, Baba didn't ask to. Baba instead slapped the manager. No, see. Okay. I remember what that manager told Baba that they slapped him. He said he was telling that like, hey, old man, don't do like this. I have person like you, old man like you at home that I take care of. He said, oh, you want to be rude to me? You want to be rude to me? Because you know the man just slapped him. How will you be telling that you have person like him you feed at home? Because he didn't know.
Well, was your manager? The question I want to ask, your manager, was he rude to the man?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. It was how did he sign to you? Like, for example, now you went to Dangote. You know that Dangote didn't go wrong against you. A rich man, because you don't know Dangote, he pays bill just because your computer
But you just said that your manager was innocent.
Wait now, Simba, you didn't get this story. When it comes to that bill, when it comes to that crazy bill, you understand, overbilling they gave to that man, he was innocent because the people that undo the billing entirely, they are out of our station. They were being handled, those things were being handled at the district office. It has nothing to do with the undertaking. So I was at the undertaking. So the district office at Alausa, they are the one that handled the billing. So they have the computers, everything to do that. So they did wrong computation. Just imagine when you are not supposed to pay more than 10,000. Not only that, you are not supposed to pay more than 10,000, but you always pay your money in advance. You pay everything. You are not even supposed to be owing.
So the man is having credit. He's having credit with NEPA.
With NEPA. But all of a sudden, they now bring bill of, let's say, crazy bill of 400,000 to you, when you are not even supposed to be owing. And now, you now want to disconnect my lights when I'm not even owing. Just because you made mistake, but you want to use that your mistake now to disconnect me. So the manager is innocent. It is the NEPA, those people that did that bill, that created that problem. But where the problem with the manager is that the manager now managed the situation wrongly. That's where the problem arrived.
How did he manage? Why did you think he managed it wrongly? What did he do?
Okay, a customer is saying, don't disconnect my lights. And it was even
Ola, the question I want to, does the customer is acting on what he has in his hand? You understand? From his own fact, the man is owing. I think what the man supposed to do, if he want to behave well and as an elder statesman, is to go to the office and go and clarify such an issue. But for him to not slap the man, It's wrong.
No,
You don't understand.
the Oga should have asked the Baba, okay, you said you are owing. Do you have a proof? Can you show us your bill and something like that? But the manager didn't want to listen.
Baba Jale Koko, did he presented the proof to the man? If a NEPA man comes to my house, let me tell you this. If a NEPA man comes to my house and say, we want to disconnect my light, all I need to do is to provide the evidence that, see, you cannot disconnect my light. See what I've paid. See my bill. If the man did not presented his facts and his we can't just be defending impunity.
Some of those customers knows how they bill. Some of them can interpret the bill very well. I said this Baba always pay ahead.
So you want to justify the slap of your manager as being
you don't understand. Our manager told that Baba that I have people like you.
Maybe Ola Baba Jale Koko Ola will like manager.
Ó ti sọ.
Kò láìkẹ́ inú rẹ̀ dùn bó ṣe gbá létí yẹn, inú Ọlá dùn bó ṣe gbá mọ́níjà rẹ̀ létí yẹn.
Àgbàyà ní Simba yìí gan sẹ́.
Bóyá manager yẹn ti gbá Ọlá létí ọ́fíìsì kó tó wá lọ́jọ́ yẹn.
Bóyá mọ́níjà rẹ̀ ò láìkí rẹ̀, Bàbá Jale Koko mọ́níjà yẹn ò láìkí Ọlá.
Wọ́n sọ wí Ọlá ti sọ pé ọmọ àti sọ fún pé kò kí ń gbọ́ràn. Ó máa tètè
gbọ́ràn. Inú ẹ̀ wá dùn pọ̀ gbá létí. Ṣé ti rí báyẹn? Ṣé ti rọ́lá báyẹn Bàbá Jale Koko?
No, now, why will our manager tell a retired major general? No,
you can see a bad follower in Ola. You can see a bad follower in Ola.
No,
justifying the slap when manager collects.
No, it's just like me go be telling Fashola that I have people like you at home that I feed. How does it sound? Me to Fashola? How will live? How do you? What do you? If Fashola may try to
no matter, nobody can slap another person. Don't justify what is not justifiable.
They are talking of the military.
Which military are they not human being?
So see,
and Simba, while that Baba was even talking to the manager, you can't do this now. You cannot disconnect. And the radio military officer to come that one customer was trying to give them.
But the guy, Baba Jale Koko, if you look at it critically, the guy was doing his job.
Listen to what Jale was saying.
Hold on now.
Jale was not supporting you.
Radio military officers to come from their office in Ikeja. So the military officers came, and when they saw the Oga, they know say like general. Then all of them put their gun down and started kicking.
Baba Jale Koko, you know, we all witnessed military regime in that country, and we knew what those military people perpetrated. They were like gods. They were like gods. They ruled us like slaves. They ruled us like slaves, Baba Jale Koko. We're here justifying that. They ruled us like slaves. They were like gods.
Simba, NEPA had no justification to give that Baba. That's one thing. But this Baba was former federal commissioner of finance. For our manager not to even know that man was
they were the people. Some of them, let me tell you, I know some of them.
See, if to say our manager said wake up, you go see the person you talk to. See, you don't have to root to okay. Even as I say now, is it good for me to go to the street and say, oh wow, I have people like you I feed at home, just to talk to a random person on the street? And you now go, highly placed man. You were telling me that you have people like him at home you feed. You that you are working for NEPA at a former.
And so you are trying to justify. You are trying to justify the slap, eh?
I'm not justifying. No, we are just.
That's what you are doing now. You are justifying the slap.
I just started what happened.
Whatever that guy said to that man, he doesn't have the right to slap him.
Okay, Major General Oluleye died in 2009. Maybe we should go and tell him and put it on the grave. Say, oh, we're querying his what kind of
manager. No, Bagbofere. Àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ yẹn. Ó máa jẹ́.
Àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ bí Ọlá tí ò like wọn níjà rẹ̀.
No, you know one thing is this. I hate it when you draft it to even go and disconnect light. You see, because I hate it. Don't even draft in to join anything, whether you are doing transport or I hate it with all sets of responsibility.
Baba Jayeko, you know now, Baba Jayeko, you know the kind of fear those military people instill in us that time now. You see a military man, you see back, you understand, you run. Those are the kind of impunity they are put in our mind. And some of us, we are still living with that trauma up to today.
Oh, yes.
See that, in fact, see that there was a day that all these operations
PTSD. We are still going through PTSD.
If engineer Ekato, they hear me where he is, if he did so now, I go no say na be they talk. Engineer Ekato, that man have been him. So
that was why people like all those.
Wait, engineer Ekato served with the military before. So now, so all those operations free people, they just enter out with woo! We don't have life. Everybody, all of us, we don't enter under the transformer, we don't disappear. Now only engineer can't remain, the man can't come out. You know, into now former military man. Anyway, I think those people didn't realize it. Say, yeah, what are you doing there? They say we don't have light. I say, so you just to say, don't raise your voice at me. Say you, who's your boss? If you see the way he talked to those operations people those days, they can't calm down. Right from there, he said he was going to talk to their boss. You understand? So we see a lot of things happen. I wish you were there with us that time. You will understand that NEPA, they were one of the most humiliated people. But when you want to talk of one of the most corrupt, police and NEPA, I don't even know who corrupt us, honestly. The only thing is that police can put innocent person in a cell forever. But when you talk of corruption for NEPA and that scale, you should be in 2020.
I agree with you. In term of corruption. NEPA is one of the most corrupt organizations in Nigeria.
NEPA, they collect 20 naira. They know this thing. You know now.
But you know what I wanted to say. Let me tell you. Those are our so-called leaders then. Starters, they were the one that granted NEPA. Most people, they use their influence. Even the government parastatals, they put budget for NEPA. They don't pay NEPA bills. Those government officials, they don't pay NEPA. Even the NEPA officials themselves, they don't pay NEPA bills. You see them, they know their houses. Am I lying, Ola?
Let me tell you what happened. I've said this thing in the background, but because NEPA is a public office. So because NEPA is a public place, there's nothing to you see, every month, then they used to give every undertaking 500,000 for maintenance.
Ola does police station pay NEPA bill?
They don't pay. Military barracks, they don't pay. All those governments, even ministries, they don't pay.
Wait, Simba. Do you know whenever we wanted to disconnect NEPA that time, especially when Mazda was there now, whenever we wanted to disconnect,
police station.
Nobody they enter barrack go they disconnect. So you know what they do? You know the high tension that feed them. That high tension. So if now 50 transformer day there, all those them go suffer together. Now from that high tension, maybe the police station itself is like 2 kilometers away. We go enter the high tension close to that thing. We go out, switch off the feeder, and we just remove the cable. They go just find it, they don't get light. But before you know, these people then go see carry the thing, go to the federal, and they go see settle them. You know how many times? Because if those police catch you, then go beat. In fact, some people go even get lost forever. So nobody enter police station, inside police station go they disconnect. So you go disconnect from the feeder that feed the transformer. NEPA, they suffer small, no be small. There was a time that it was only one woman. I'm trying to recollect the name of that woman that time. I didn't save my assistant manager then. When some naval officer, when they zoom into the office that they wanted to carry my boss. I saw that woman just stood up, say, no, that naval officer said, I will slap you now. The woman from nowhere, unexpectedly, just stood up, say, if you do not slap him, you're a bastard. that naval officer was shocked for that bullet. He said, please go ahead and slap him. If you don't slap him, you're a bastard. Very giant woman, you know. When the officer could not do anything, say, you guys, you just think you are the ones suffering from this electricity, as if you are not in Nigeria, as if you are not part of the government of the day. You all know what is happening. So why do you want to suffer innocent person? Is this guy that we supply you, that we do all those things that you say? You know that this is a federal issue. The type of beating them for Gmail gathered him, not because of that woman. Because
Ola, the way they ran that organization, the Nigerians ran that NEPA down, and we are the one crying now. We run it as if it's a free for all. You understand?
You can't understand. You see, one thing is this: anything government in Nigeria is national cake. The same way they mismanage NEPA, the same way they are mismanaging our universities, the same way they are mismanaging anything that government.
Even Nitel then.
But now the best way to go, even in the United Kingdom, even in Canada, government don't run all those organizations they allow private people to run. When you hear Air Canada today now, it sounds like government is running it. No, government is not running, but it's just
even British Airways no longer under British government. Even British Airways no longer.
So
one man mentioned it now. Their railway system. It was when they handed it over to private this thing. That was when they put sanity into it.
Exactly. Like my city now, by normally you would think it's the city that generating the electricity itself. No, they have although they give that organization monopoly, right? But it's still a private entity that generates electricity we use. I stay in the city of
government cannot effectively run anything. Even in America here, anything government, when you go there like this, the way the employees even work, the way everybody, the way they do things is like, oh man, anything government, man, you want to enjoy yourself.
Exactly. You will see that immediately you give telecommunication to Adenuga and Co. You can see where we are today. The thing that escalated rapidly. So, but this NEPA issue, I think Obasanjo.
The thing about private entities, they know they can run out of business, so they are working for their money. But government, they're now running out of business now. So whether it's not really that they care about too much about the profits like that. So
the way they run it, nobody cares. That time you will go to Abuja, maybe you want to go and see one Oga there, and they will tell you that Oga is not available. And you will queue Monday to Friday, you won't see anybody there. Just for you that if they give you access to that place to enter, the Oga they say it's not there now. You just find some Oga, they will just sit down there, put their leg on the table and be smoking cigarettes. Right?
I always think the best way to eliminate all these problems is all these agencies, government should kind of put them out, have a contract company to manage them. You understand? The management of it, they should contract they should contract it out to like a private agency, but it's still going to be a government entity. So now the management of it, you give those private entities like rules, like, okay, if you don't manage this effectively, I will terminate your contract and hire another agency to do the management. You understand? So
but that's what they are doing in all these Genco and those things. See, if you ask me, I will say, look, they did it for Richard Branson, Abi. That's the name of the person that Virgin International that came to Nigeria. Ask him today. He doesn't want to come to Nigeria again. The only government run, or let's say back enterprise that is succeeding today is LNG, Nigerian Natural Liquefied Gas. Because I think Nigeria has like, I don't know, maybe 40, I don't even know maybe 40, 52, I don't even know the one that have 52 again. So that's the only agency that is well run. But
even our embassies, like when you go there like this, you just like, why are people doing business? Why are you doing things like this? Even airports, you go like the way people they got lazy employees. That just the way they behave, very unprofessional.
Mike, we behave that same way, and we'll be the same people complaining about the same agency. You understand? And that's what I don't understand about Nigeria. Everybody just misbehaving, but nobody want to take responsibility and will be pointing accusing finger.
Simba. If I want to drive in my city today now, even today when I went to service a customer, you understand, in the road of 100, I was conveniently doing 130. It's only whenever my radar tells me that, oh, there's a police somewhere, that's when I slow down. Now, because the thing is this, we said it before, nobody want to behave very well.
Hey, but you know, Sebi, you know that the police that can catch you. That was why Nigeria, you know that even the police, they have price and you can pay them.
Let me tell you one funny thing. Even police not on duty too, with the blow speed together here. Police not on, as a matter of fact, I don't see police before where they do 130 for 100 meter road, and we they following they go too. All of us, because we know that okay, police do they run. We all, at least how many of us in one cash about 15 cars following you? Because we're all doing competition. The thing is, but once you see radar, and that police they run now, even though we know say that police will they follow, but if you see radar that we just take front to, that we not argue with you, that we send ticket to your home. If you don't pay, they report you to credit bureau. Government will do everything to collect the money from you. You will get to, because you know say you can't win the government no matter how.
How many people in Nigeria even driving with driver license?
So things like that, you don't want to do all those things. So the thing is this: when you put control in place, that is when human being will. If you put the type of control we have here in Nigeria, and you don't allow human interaction, you know, my person there, you give him change and collect bribe from you, and that's the problem. If you put that thing, you don't allow human interaction, you put the facility that you will use to penalize people, people will behave. So we are in Nigeria. How come we see police say that we behave? Even though if there's police not monitoring where we want to speed, we still blow speed. It's only that when we just say police is there, that's when we now calm down. We just pass the police radar. Immediately we are maybe about 300 meters away from that thing.
Don't you also think that for example, in America and Canada, they reward good behavior. For example, if you're going to get a job, they look your background, check you're a good person, they give you a job first. If you're a good citizen, you tend to get, put it in front, put ahead. But if you're a bad citizen, they put you back. They draw you back. Okay, this guy's a convict. This is a bad person. They understand that they put you.
I got your point.
Also, society they also respect you if you're a law-abiding citizens and things like that, your reputation. But in Nigeria, there's no reward for you can be the best citizen in the world.
No,
you go apply for job.
They reward criminals. They reward
exactly. They reward criminals. They don't. We don't have that.
Mike, let me tell you one story. In 2017 or 2018, if I get this right, I was in downtown. Friday. Normally Friday like this, before I go there downtown, me they go okay, they go all those things. Now Nigerian they do this thing, right? So what they happen around 1 o'clock, around 2 o'clock. All those people then they go just done drunk, and people, especially just women, they will begin to off their clothes. There was this lady one day, he off all her clothes. He can't remain pants, make she come off that thing, and all the friends they surrounded. Don't do this, don't do this. This lady was not doing that though. She was drunk. But immediately he just saw that police line roll like this. You see all those drunkenness. He face just
disappear from our face.
He started putting on his clothes immediately. This lady will be begging for about more than 5 minutes to not do that too. But immediately police see, when he see the light like this, her eye just clear immediately.
You see, Ola, just to push further the point I was making. You see, in Nigeria, for example, you see the government, they will say, okay, we want to give amnesty and scholarship to those those people that are doing bad things. When people start acting violent or doing something bad, that's when they approach you, and then listen to you and trying to offer you, make deals with you. And I ask myself, I'm like, okay, you say you want to start giving scholarship and amnesty to these guys that pick up guns because you wanted to drop their guns, ex-military, ex-Boko Haram. But why don't you say on the same breath that, okay, we also give scholarship to this group of people here, they are doing something good on the street or something positive. Like, just show the same reward to some people that are doing good, that they also need scholarship, but they don't have it. But also recognize them and give them, show that you are. But why is it that when someone have to act bad before you start rewarding them? You understand?
I know. Not be here we did when the lady that for that small girl that forges WAEC resort. They are now sending her to the best of this. Even the best students have no reward. Nobody's rewarding her. But now, how do you explain? How do you explain to just that
No,
lady?
Ola, those ones, they just want to use that lady to tout to the government. They are just being stupid.
No,
But
but
they don't
look
see
at the example
the,
that Mike made now. Look at the example that Mike just made now. Is it that country? Because when Yadua gave amnesty to the South people, I was against that amnesty up to now. Because I'm saying that
no. Here's the deal.
that is why people didn't know the destruction that man caused.
No, even if you're gonna do that, what I'm saying, the issue I have is if you're saying okay, unless you're making deal with them, like okay, pull your guns down and take this, but also look
They
for
want
other
the good
people.
people.
No, you also should go in the crowd, look for some people that also didn't pick up guns, will need amnesty, right? Maybe the people that are in that devastated environment that choose not to pick up guns and say, okay, if I'm going to give you guys a pick up guns, amnesty, scholarship and things, I'm also going to give to those that didn't pick up guns, that choose to not, pick up guns, but you ignore them. So now, what message are you giving them? That now those ones, like maybe a guy that come from the same neighborhood as a guy that went to pick up guns, he's still in the neighborhood. It was like, me, I chose not to pick up guns against the government. I'm still here. I don't have my own scholarship. But this guy that went to pick up guns against the government, you're giving him
Mike, you know the funny thing? You know those guys they took them abroad though. They gave them
exactly.
millions of naira
I'm not
to
even
go and get one vocational. It's not as if they went to school. Oh. They said go and learn vocational whatever.
vocational.
I don't even know what they are
But,
learning.
but the thing is, if you're at least going to do it to them, at least do it, give to the other people. It's like you ignore the ones that didn't
No,
pick up guns.
the question we're supposed to even answer, where are they now? What are they now doing with all the money they spent on them?
Yeah. I mean,
Earlier on, Ola, I want to ask you this question. Ola, earlier on, you are talking about, you and Baba Ajale Koko, you are talking about the money that they budgeted for vehicles, and they say, okay, they should have patronized locally made vehicles. Let me tell you, it's not only what you are talking about is only peculiar to government. Let me give you, for example, about 3 days ago, some women in Ibadan, they went to government house to go and protest. You know why they are protesting?
Why?
About imported chicken, frozen chicken. Imported frozen chicken. You discover that if you buy live chicken in Nigeria, it's cheaper than buy frozen chicken. But Nigerian will still go for frozen chicken. Those ones that they don't even know how they preserve them, what they put, all those chemicals they use to preserve all those things. They would rather prefer to go there. Let me give another example. All these fish, frozen fish that they used to import to Nigeria, all these kote, alaron, and those things. The price of those things is about 2,500 to 1 kilo now. The fish that we produce in Nigeria, that they can go and see it live, you pick it, is more nutritious, is about 1,500. Far cheaper, is about 1,500 naira to a kilo. But Nigerian will still prefer to go and buy the 2,500 kote and alaran, and they will be crying that they are suffering.
No, not class thing now. No, that's why I was saying the other time
You
that
see, and sometimes that's why if we talk sometimes, they will say we are anti-people. When you have a group of people that doesn't even know what they really wanted for themselves.
you see that's why I've been you see me that I protected the innocent and all those local manufacturers. See, the point is this. When you know what I said when Kulata said the gap is not that too much, the job creation. It's not about the job creation alone. It's about changing our orientation, because the value is in changing our orientation. We cannot quantify that, because
I agree with you. That our orientation is the main issue.
So because one thing I've learned about data is this: when we see data, when we deal with quantitative alone, we are forgetting about the qualitative. Qualitative sometimes is where the value lying that we don't know. So now, even if the local cars are not strong and they are not creating enough job, they can do that in 10 years, because when Kia started, all those Hyundai, that's a Hyundai or whatever you call it, when they started, they can break down anyhow.
Ayunda.
You know, Kia Picanto that time. So Kia Rio then, when people will buy the thing, I'll be laughing because I remember when Kia Rio came to Nigeria at that time. I think some people were buying the Kia Rio.
No, if you remember, Glow was even giving it out that time now. When you win all those.
Now, 850. Although when I dropped the car, I was using as a technician then because I call myself technician, even though they call me an engineer. Because all those of us that were they were service engineer, field engineer. Now our guy gave us a Corolla that we're using. So when I dropped that, no be Kia Picanto I was supposed to go and buy, Kia Rio I was supposed to go and buy because I didn't like it all those the way. I still left that new car. I went for Tokumbo Camry just because of classy. You know, although we know that Kia Rio 2 now imported product, right? So just look at that kind of mentality. You understand? Just look at that kind of mentality. So the problem is this: when you
Baba used to.
we were using Pojo before now. What's happened to us? The same one that we're using Pojo all of a sudden.
Ola, sorry. Can you get me? It's like Mr. Trump want to say something.
Yes, he wants
No. I love the way Mr. Olaya has been talking for the past 2 hours. He gives us real facts during his days in Nigeria, and I love it so much. Continue, but how can you leave a new car to go and buy Tokumbo? That means that is a mindset.
That's a mindset.
It's just speaking. It's not the same thing that people will have a local fish that is, the source, that is more nutritious. Then you go for maybe you don't even know how many years those imported frozen fish as you don't the chemical that they added to it, and you buy it at a higher price.
It is the mindset.
You understand? And when you are not seeing those ones to buy, you start crying.
Even your chicken is a poor man's food. Chicken that I see people crying. Say, hey, big man food. I say, no. Chicken is a poor man's food here in France. It is a cow meat. You understand? Cow meat is when you eat cow meat, you know that you're in the upper class. We know ourselves now. Me, I eat cow meat now. The people that cannot buy cow meat, they buy pig meat. You understand? But chicken, you can buy chicken not even not €2 now. Frozen chicken, you buy.
And you cannot see Nigerian demonstrating now. They have Mr. Trump. They have broilers. You have spent layers that you can buy for 2,000, 2,500, but they would rather buy those imported. You understand? Something that you can see, you kill yourself fresh.
Concerning poultry. I have a business plan concerning poultry. I can feed the whole Nigeria just to make the chicken very cheap. I went to the 3 months course here in Europe now. I see the way chicken grow within 3 weeks. Chicken, 6 weeks.
Here in Saudi Arabia, 28 days. 28 days. And you see them immature ones, and those are the ones that Nigerians will be consuming. And they will be crying. That once they don't see it, they will be crying, Mr. Triumph.
No, what it is that I've seen it about, what it is that is Nigeria ready to take the steps, according to Mr. Mike? Is Nigeria ready?
How can we make our local chicken sell? Because I like local chicken though. I'll be local.
I like it.
I like
What
chicken.
is
No, Ola, we have local chickens now. Let me tell you. In fact, there is a hybrid one. They call them Noila. Those ones you can feed them with ordinary agbado, ordinary maize, and they will grow big. And if you see their egg, do you understand what I'm saying? Within 6 months, you can get 4 kg, 5 kg, and they are local. You can just.
See, I grew up for village now. You know what we used to do in the village? We go carry
the Fulani, all this Fulani.
We go put them in the car. No, we go put them in the farm. You know all those farm.
Exactly.
You know, we used to have one cockerel like that they put in the farm. Those that I can't remember. In fact, that very well, I can't forget that particular thing. That cock, they pursue us. Every time that one see us, because it grew big, that he had that confidence that I can't forget those days anyway. Yeah, those are the days you know the type of chicken they call aqua, right? If that's aqua. Those one with like Sheka's body. We have like gray and white Sheka's body. Call it aqua. Then we have cockerel. Man.
No, what is it
we have to
Nigeria, we can
if we really want to
this
help
poverty. we can
If we really want to help
eradicate all.
ourselves,
I
you
just
said?
believe that.
No, me, I used to say it though, and it's something that I've practicalized. Let me tell you, anybody that is crying for hunger in that country is a lazy man. Believe
He's
me,
a lazy man. I don't
is
talk
a
to
lazy
just
man.
say even here in
Is
Europe. I
a
don't
No,
talk
no,
to
lazy
lazy
man.
people.
I will go against you there, Osimba. It's not that easy. Oh.
Do
See,
you know that,
because
Mr. Ola, I'm
Ola,
going to Nigeria next month. I'm
it is
disguising
your
myself. Nobody
brain.
knows that I'm coming. You
See,
understand? I just want to walk on a normal street. Let me see. You understand that? So that every time I go, they'll be escorting me, everybody, friends and family. This time I'm going alone. Nobody knows I'm coming. I finish what I want to do with my banks. I just sign the documents. Then I come back. Nobody will know, even though I've seen us. One thing is that I'm going to talk to 10 hotels over there to negotiate a deal with them. One thing, there's opportunity everywhere in Nigeria. Now, when you see problem, is egal. We call it, when I see problem, that's where I used to make money. That means problem, it gives me money.
no,
But
Mr.
when
Trump,
when
that's just because of your level of development. Let me tell you something. I didn't register my first business until I went for a course because all I was doing was just to be looking for a job. Right. So even when there was no job, it didn't occur to me to even do anything at all. Even when I had money, sometimes to even do something. No, I rather use the money to go and buy big DVD and co and just be, because I was looking for a job, because I didn't know what to do, and that's the reality. Then I didn't know what to do. See, it is very easy to think that Nigerians are lazy. No, sometimes we are confused. So sometimes you just need to diffuse your mind and just tell you what to do. So it's not all of us that can take initiative of what to do. Unlike today now, you understand? I even have someone that just someone was
Ola,
correcting me
sorry,
today.
Ola. Are you saying that ignorance is one of the things that is causing the complaint? Or
it's Mr. Simba, leave
Yes,
Mr.
now
Ola
that's
alone.
just of course. Now I've just told you. See, even if you go to the Bible, look at the story of the parable talents, talent parable. Someone that they even gave more talents went ahead to even do something gain, but the person that got one, he was complaining because capacity is different. You now, probably you were born into the family whereby you have brothers that into entrepreneurship or those things. You pick that skill without even you knowing that you pick it up. Some people in their life, they never experience that thing. So you need to train and train and train them and even give them
Okay,
context
Ola,
before they can
let
do
me give
anything.
you this. I have some guys that are working for me, and each time I visit my farm, I will just see them, they'll be sleeping. And I used to borrow them idea. I said, okay, come. In my farm, I have two boreholes. I don't use petrol. I use solar pump. So they don't need to worry about water. I have manures that they are packing every day and they're just wasting. I have lands that I don't use for anything that they can use. I used to borrow them ideas. Say, okay, come. Here in this farm, you have opportunity. You can even do vegetables that you can be selling, especially during dry season. You have water, you have manure, you have everything. Why are you sleeping? The only thing they know is that before the end of the month, they will have borrow their salary finish. So
It's
if
one thing I
you
don't
have
like
somebody
about
that's
Nigeria.
giving you idea and you refuse to, you understand? You know, we have this
Mr. Simba, you
mentality.
can teach them now. You can teach them. One thing that when you talk to them, they tell that I know. You know now, you know Dwam. You understand? So now
No,
just look at them and just now.
Mr. Trump and Simba. See, you are Simba. You are into the medical this thing. Do you know that some of those things you see that you just look as normal people are lazy? They see it as serious mental health problem. For you to know that you are suffering, for you to know that you have to act and you are not acting, it's a mental state. You know you are suffering, no. You know your bill will be due at the end of the month, and you know you have to work, and you will not do anything to become homeless. It's a mental issue. It's not that easy. That's just the problem. So many people that you are seeing there already, because they go, okay, some people have ambition that, I want to use Cadillac. You know, that ambition will drive them. Some people, the ambition is that, I want to change the world. I want to, so that I'm the only one that will create job for so many people. That's the ambition that will drive them. Some people, they don't even have any ambition at all. They don't have anywhere to go. Put Nollywood, they will watch. Put Nollywood, if there's no Nollywood, they will just go and sleep. And if they are
This
hungry, they
Nollywood
don't
is
even know how
politics
to
in
go and
Nigeria.
hustle to find food. What did you say?
I say this Nollywood film of a thing is now corrupting Nigerians because they want to be, everybody want to show they're not giving us good news. And again, when I see South Africa say in Nigeria, juju, voodoo, juju, I say what? Not everybody practice such a thing. And again, when I was saying sometimes they use church and religion to cover up. I mean the church in the morning we have service. Is this service that's going to give you money to eat? You know, when I hear people complaining,
Mr.
I say,
Brown, don't mind them. I have one that used to come and be borrow, not even borrow money, to beg for money. And this guy, every time, there was a time, I think that time he had only 2 children. Then he used to come and say, okay, now you have 2 children, you don't have money. Build your financial power for now. You know, the next time he came, the next thing he was telling me that his wife is pregnant, I should give him money to go because they need to go to hospital. I said, do you really know what you are doing? He said, if you understand Yoruba, ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ fìyẹn lẹ́lẹ̀, Ọlọ́run ló tọ́jú ọmọ now. Okay, ọmọ pé Ọlọ́run ló tọ́jú, you know that it's God that will take care of the children. Why are you coming to me?
I
know somebody in Nigeria. The wife was pregnant for 9 months. He did not prepare. After the delivery, I just had it happened many occasions now, and I don't know how they get my number. That's the problem. I don't know how they get my number. They say, my wife, they just saved her. I say, what happened? Huh? They just saved her. She nearly died the operation. I say, is the baby okay? That's the mistake I made. The baby okay. Moment I started asking the baby, they say, the baby is fine, no, but we have to pay. I say, pay what again? Isn't it? They say, no, this is Nigeria for you now. I went to private now, not government now.
And if you don't do it, they will emotionally blackmail you, Mr. Trump. They will use a lot of things.
Nobody told me that the lady was pregnant. It's when the lady gets
they will tell you that God put you in position to help others.
I still pay them. Now what I do now, I block all their numbers. I used to give. Well, let me see. I used to give them. Until I just took all their bank's number, friends and family. I just took it. I just looked at it. I just placed. I've programmed it already. I know during a festive season, like next December now, I'm giving them all of them Christmas money. I used to give it 3 days to Christmas. If I give them 2 weeks to Christmas, they will still ask me again. I've gotten experience already now. I just lined everything up. I just give them, and again they'll tell you that we are tasty. You drink water now, you don't understand now. You give us money for wine, for beer. I say, but I still give them.
So, Mr. Trump, normally, when that's why I say I understand the mindset of, because a person like me, if I grew up in overseas, they will have given me some kind of mental state. Maybe they will say ADHD or whatever. Even they can even tell me that I'm autistic. They will have said so because I'm a procrastinator. It's what I've been through myself. That's why I know. You know, like I told you, before I even register my first business in Nigeria, I went for a program that just that pushed me to do that. The second one too, I registered that. But as of 2015, no, those 2 businesses, those people that wanted to make money sharp, they ran it down. So I was even trying to go there and open auto mechanic workshop, saying that when I come here, I will be going to auction there so that I'll be picking some salvage, I'll be tearing them for parts, I'll be using to supply my this thing. So even when I analyze all those things, during this risk assessment, if I'm not going to be there, I'm not going to make anything from there, because I thought I was smart in my own sense that, I put camera there, so when cars will come in, so the thing will scan them, I put number, all those stuff. But the risk assessment said, okay, you think you are smart. Those guys will know our problem with you scanning car. They will use your equipment to diagnose everything. You will charge them maybe 25,000, for example. But these guys, they will call the customer, say, if you don't have that 25,000, I can do it for you for 10,000. They will go and do it at the back. So, but they will using your equipment to do things. You understand? So that one alone put me off. Now, I started struggling there. You know, it took me to go back to school again to even know what to do. Even despite that I work in a company that I work with 6 people, that should have been enough to push me, right? It didn't push me until I found myself in a very tough financial situation. So it happens like that to so many people. So some people naturally, whether things goes well or not, they have that mental status to do things. But some of
So,
us, not all the thing won't spoil. It's only when thing won't spoil we will start gaga. Some people even think they spoil like this, they will still not act.
so
See, some
it
people will
happened.
become hopeless.
It happened to me. It's one of those things that happened to it. Happened to me, and
So
But at the end of the day, I didn't make any profit. I lose, but what I lost is about, let's say, 60% of what I invested. It was a terrible thing. I invested in knowledge. I put all the camera. What do you call it? That
trackers.
Trackers. Thank you, not camera trackers. I put them there. And do you know what those drivers they will do? Initially, I can monitor everything from where I am, which I can do no problem immediately. But after about 3 or 4 months, complaints started coming. It's like this, that, this. They connive with the mechanic. The mechanic I trust. They connive with him, and before you know it, the tracker is not working anymore. And then later I discovered that they will do. I attach all those trucks to the Lafarge, and Lafarge is paying me. But I discovered that the money I received, I used like 80% of it for mechanic or something like that. I was not making any profit. And sometimes they will take like they'll go to Lafarge, do like 2 or 3 business there, I mean, carry the cement. And before you know it, they will tell you the truck has a problem. Without knowing that they will do one job for me and they'll go and do 2 or 3 for themselves. They will use the same truck to go and carry every what you call
That's
it.
why I'm bringing whites to Nigeria. I told I'm
Yeah.
already. I'm
So
bringing
at
whites.
the end of the
I'm
day,
bringing them double.
at the end of the day, before they finally came, I just sell off all those trucks. I sell it at the giveaway price.
I will tell you how I will tell you how some people that I know survive that.
So I
That
can't
type of business.
survive it because I did a mistake. That when you
No,
said something,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
said
Now, next time
you
if you
said
want to do, that's what I'm
your
saying.
eyes must be there. Since that time, anything I want to do, if my eyes is not there in Nigeria and I cannot really, I won't touch it. Even if
Yeah.
I won't touch.
Let me tell you how my friends survived that, because I have a guy that bought a power for this Lagos State government that really bought things. So that guy was even building a house in Owe, thinking he will be there. But my guy is living in Lekki now. And he gave them 2 tippers. He started with a tipper. I gave them 2 tippers. So he has a way of monitoring. Then I helped another guy to into all age. You know what those people do? I'll tell you. These guys, every part they buy, they engrave it. Their tire, they find a way to imprint the name of their coming to it. So when they check and they see a tire that is missing, you will see the tire that is not yours. And let me tell you the worst thing. It's a bad strategy which can cost you initially, but in the long term, it's going to pay off. What those guys did is this: if motor less than some of you were leaving Lagos and the car broke down in somewhere in Maduguri, they will ask the driver to enter bus and come back. Meanwhile, those days that the driver will not work, he won't collect any money. They will now send a tow van. You understand? They will now send a tow van to go and bring it if they need to bring it, or to take it to a mechanic they trust somewhere there. They will not allow that driver to work on it at all. They will find the mechanic on the hand to work on it. So all the parts, if you remove the tire today, they will know, because that means we have to get the same thing they used to engrave the name on the tire. So that's how every part that is so essential there, they write the name of the company there. So if it is missing, they know. Not only they write the name, they serialize it. They even put serial number. So if they are buying another one, let's assume this one is having 011 whatever, and the next one they are putting it's going to have old. So they will know some kind of material that the car is using. So you get to a stage that if your car is even breaking down too much, you are likely to lose your job. You understand? So
Another one I did.
I'm just saying it for anybody that want to go into that place to know what they
I
do.
also
So
I did an higher purchase. I bought like that 10 tons. You know that 10 tons of tipper to carry
rental tipper.
Yes, I bought it for one guy through the advice of my wife, just to help him because he's a religious guy. Not really. I don't know him. It is through my wife that I know him.
Continue.
But
Continue.
if we pretend to be an alpha or something like that, and when I went to my son's situation, I was like, okay, are you going to be driving this? Not that you are going to give this tipper to another. I said, no. See this an elderly man prostrated for me. I was moved. Don't prostrate for me. Please stand up and sit down. Okay. I said, you should not worry. I bought the tipper for him, and then we signed an agreement that this is how much he's going to pay. The first 1 month or 2 months, it was okay. Then third month, another wahala started. He is not keeping up with the storming, and then and then when my wife called, we said, it's there, blah, 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 that story. Then it has a fault, the blah, blah, blah. That's what he was unable to meet without knowing that he himself already gave the truck to another 2 boys. And then what is he doing? Later, I learned that he will be going from Ibadan to Ogbomoso to Shaki to everywhere to go and pray for people to lead the Jumat service, just to pray for them. So he's not overseeing the business by himself. And when after they default about 6 months, because there's also a family member that whom that always beg me, I don't have no choice to take the tipper away from him and sell it off again. So what I just want to say is that even if you want to help people in Nigeria, they themselves, they are not ready to help themselves. If they see opportunity, they will just destroy it. Fast forward to 2023. I was coming out from a bank. I cannot remember this man in my life. It's my wife that asked, look, is that Tafa you bought a tipper for 4 years ago? Look at him. The man now looks like a destitute. Walking barefoot, with the slippers is already eaten up. I just pity him. I just look at this man. And he just came up to my wife. He cannot recognize me, but immediately he got to our car. He recognized me. He started prostrating her. That I should forget and forgive him. That should I? Should I? No. He said that can I come and meet you or something? I said, I said, unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. As you are seeing me now, after from this bank, I'm off. So maybe next time I come to Nigeria, I lied to him because I don't want him to come to my house. Okay. So the problem with like Simba said and Olaf said, orientation is very important. People diaspora, they are also trying their best to help people at home, but people at home see it as a cash cow, as somebody they can just eat. As they do whatever they like, and those people that always kill us in people we are house are our immediate family member or are part of our extended family.
And
Because
if your
if
mom
they
is
ask
still,
your
and
business,
if your
they
mom is
won't
still
do
alive
very
with her friends, they say, that one shot is
Remy,
doing
do you know what I do for people now? Let me tell you what I do for people now is this. Like what you did too. I gave someone the money that said he wanted to boost his Paco, this thing. Now he said he will return the money. To be honest with you, I did not even plan to get that money back. At that time, it was around 200,000 that I gave the guy. You know what the guy first did? He go use that money to rent house and buy provision stuff for. No, he bought that Paco, he bought that plank and sold it instead of even start to pay that money back to even make a it was not. So he go pay for a house, buy all this provision or wusi for the wife to be selling and started dodging me, started giving me sorry. You know, I was even within myself, I was laughing. So what I do for people today is this: you don't ask me to come and buy Okada for you, I won't. Buy Danfo for me, oh, you can get, I won't. But tell me that you're a carpenter, you don't have instruments. Tell me you're a mechanic, you need cylinder. Because I took that inspiration from when my wife bought a compressor for someone that is a organizer. The person will be asking for money before. Okay, what can you do? He said, auntie, That for Ghana, okay, how much is that compressor? He said, this amount, okay, my wife gave. You know, since that time, this guy has not even come to ask for one cover from. I'm even talking something more than 6 years now. The guy has not even come around to even ask for anything. So the guy is okay with what he's doing with his compressor and it's fine. Now, you know what I do now is this. Once you say you're a carpenter, you don't have money to this thing. I say, okay, don't worry. What do you need? You need this type of saw, you need this type, okay. If I help you, do you want to make it to upgrade yourself to have cylinder or what do you want to have? Okay, if I can have cylinder and impact tray, okay, no problem. I like all those things like that because at the end of the day, some of those I can pick it free of charge and some I can get from auction. So probably what I will need to set some people up may not even be more than $100. You understand? I'll be far more than when you are saying, okay, you want to go and give 300,000 to people. So when I see someone send it to Nigeria, okay, how much? I will take $20 for the, okay, every pack that thing. When they get it, give to Lagbaja. That's the kind of thing I do for people. Anything that come and buy tipper. No, I know they buy tipper, but I can buy you my saw. I can buy you impact wrench. I can buy you anything that I can even buy you sewing machine. I can buy you sewing machine, but I won't buy you Danfo. I won't buy you tipper. I won't buy you Dory. No, you've learned something. That work of your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, ties, cutting, things like that. Those are the I'm just so I can buy you all those stuff. And not only that, I will buy you. If you've forgotten what you've done, I will help you with manual as long as you can study to see how you can do this and improve.
Yeah.
You know, I can even suggest.
It was a terrible experience, but at the end of the day, it's a good lesson. Since that time,
no, of course, good one. So to me, before you come to me, you must have the work of your hand because I know that many people that I want to help today, I don't need more than $100 or $200 to help them. It's okay for me that for someone to be waiting for me to raise $2,000 for him. No, I once you don't have something you are doing, I don't want to even discuss with you. But I'm ready to buy you hammers, all those stuff.
Ola, you can see Nigeria is really. When I was in the secondary school, my father used to buy. We used to go and pick. He deal in new cars, so we went to CFA Ibadan. He would buy like Daewoo, Daewoo and Mazda 323. Mazda 323 that time was 3,000 naira.
Racer Daewoo no be 1989 and so 1988, 89 things.
Yes, that time I'm telling you, Mazda 323 was 3,000 naira. We will be begging people to come and buy. Nigeria will say no, but when we bought Peugeot 4, if you get for the 504 and also the station wagon, they will
and Peugeot, they make people they look down on Racer Daewoo then no.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, new one, we will be begging people to come and buy it. And then later we'll sell it. And sometimes my father will go like 4 or 5 of it. And after about 1 month, we will sell everything off. And then another shipment will come. Maybe this time it's Peugeot 504. There was a time we got 2 new.
All those station wagon, I can't, you know. Oh my goodness.
So all of, and then we used to go to.
Later they can introduce G5.
We need to go to Dunlop tire. How much are we selling tire that time? Some tires are as cheap as 30 naira. I'm telling you, because my father will send me the 30 naira. The highest is 65 naira. New. I'm not saying this. In fact,
you even sure you've never forgot the price?
You know, our generation is both in the old and new world. We witnessed when that country was good. And I was listening when some people was talking at Abacha. Abacha was a good man or something like that. I was told, how can people talk this way? We suffer in the 1980s. We used sawdust to cook. We are eating a bowl 3 square meal a day. We suffered during that Abacha time. It was a terrible period for Nigeria. It was so terrible. It's like protest in process, and before you know it, they will kill that person. And somebody
we are still recovering from that era, that Abacha Babangida era.
Telling you.
Yeah, somebody will now tell us that
up to 1983, I was not going to the farm because my family belonged in the middle class. Immediately all this Buhari came like this, farm became things to the extent that I was even dredging. In fact, if there was any reason that I even just doubled up to study and ran away from my parents, it was because of that farm thing.
To be frank, I still like that Buhari era.
Not funny.
18 months, so I like it because that was a sort of.
You like Buhari what? You like Buhari 18 months?
That it's 1983 to 1984 when Babangida kicked him out. His time
so Babangida took him out in 1985, not 1984.
So I just want to say, I know he came in 83 and by 1985 he was out. I'm talking about that war against indiscipline.
Kai.
At least.
Kai now. Is it Kai or why? No, I think it's why.
Why? I'll tell you why. Because that time I can see a decorum in Nigeria. People listen, people will queue up, people will do the right thing. Although maybe there is some excesses, which I don't know because I'm not in the political class. We are still going to school, but I can see even those. I used to pass Malete every day. If you know about it very well, that is all bed of Adidubu, and there's a lot of fight between the top before I can go to my school. So you can see there was a decorum, no more fighting. Everything was orderly. We can see soldier parading the street. Everybody was like keeping note. Not me, actually, you obeyed the rules and order. But immediately Babangida took over. In my mind, I told myself, this man is a bad man. This man is a bad omen. And at the end of the day, I'm right. That man alone, that Babangida, is the major architect of all that problem of that country. Because he is so clever, he just play people against themselves, do whatever he likes.
Remy, you have forgotten that it was Babangida that started 2 years rotation for military administrators in the state.
Yes.
He was just sharing the money.
He was
buying cars for. In fact, that was when you see Peugeot everywhere, 306, 605, all those different names for different cadres of military men.
Where people are suffering, he is just using that divide and rule, continue to use it.
And he was the one that started the SAP. You remember with Falai, that time as secretary, that started the devaluation of Naira.
And I was thinking that this man that was so bold, that was so courageous, I think, look at him, he's just a chicken head. He's so afraid of Abacha and the other military that he does not want to give power to Abiola. Just a nonsensical, unnecessary excuse. You are so bold, you rule that country for nearly 8 years, you do whatever you like. You even cajole the people like Shoyinka to start up.
Abacha showed that man Pepe. I forgot the book I read that. By the time Babangida would understand what was happening, Abacha already withdrew all the military.
Abacha was controlling Babangida background. He was one controlling that man at the background.
No, I don't think
all these kangaroo handover that they did to Shonekan. It was the plan. They planned it.
Yeah, they planned it.
No, I read it when Babangida said. I read that was in a tell. You see that was tell this that was telling Babangida told him, "Oh, we are still in power." That is it. You can say, "Oh, God, we are no longer in power." Abacha don't withdraw the brigade, all the brigade of this thing. I think it was in tell. I read it on that time. Well, I was just laughing. That guy is brutal. You know, Babangida and Abacha they were the one that destroyed our military. They destroyed
since that 1985, Nigeria does not have any respite. And when Obasanjo came, I always say Obasanjo as the luckiest Nigeria that ever lived. I was expecting him to give the power to somebody that he really thinks can also do that country very well. But he just
that's the problem I have with Obasanjo, honestly. He's successful planner.
He knows that Yar'Adua is sick very, very well. He knows that one. And he also knows that Jonathan will listen.
You people, let me tell you, Remy, what he did was this. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to continue. So he wanted somebody that he can control. You understand? He wanted to still remain in power. And if you can see, even despite that he left power, he was busy writing letters trying to control those people who came after him.
If I were him that time,
Simba, this is my own narrative.
And come back and contest again. He would just have put Yar'Adua there for 4 years and kick him.
No, Remy, this is my narrative of the situation. See, Obasanjo, even the version I read recently about that before Babangida, before Buhari became the head of state, they said Obasanjo knew there was going to be a coup.
Of course.
You understand? Now they approached him that they were going to make him the head of state, the head of state, and Obasanjo that time refused that no, I can't support. I supported Shagari to power, and I can't take over from him. That it won't be okay.
But it was no longer a military. Is it going to turn to a civilian government?
Never do that.
You know the power play in Nigeria now. They can do it. They can do and undo. But say IBB himself, he wanted to. It just the maybe major thing that IBB wanted to do that time was just to get the blessing of the class of the institutes and all those bosses and co. So then, not that one I was even saying. The one I'm even trying to say on that of 2007 we are talking about. It's just like maybe should I say Agbadirian or people, they should, if the obedience are not giving them problem, they should be happy and they should be thankful to obedience that they made the dream of Tinubu to come true. Because if Tinubu and if Obi had not tried to contest against Atiku will be the president by now. Probably Atiku will be the president by now. So Atiku was so strong that time that, and he was so anxious too that he was not even ready to wait for his boss to finish his term. He wanted to impeach him to get to that place. Obasanjo accused Tinubu that Atiku that he was the first person that started bribing the legislator for them to perform their duty. So he wanted to use that legislator to impeach his boss and take over, to the point that the military caucus intervened. He wanted to contest against Obasanjo in 2003 before they stopped him. So the thing is this: if Obasanjo had not gone into that PDM, PDM is what Atiku rely on. All this Tinubu and co, they learn under Yar'Adua Senior. So the PDM then was what Atiku was relying on. Because if Obasanjo had made a mistake of going for all the lead of someone else, it won't be very easy. So the next thing that Obasanjo could do was to go for someone, a prince for that matter, within that one. So if Yar'Adua Senior created the PDM, so his brother is there. So we went there to create that sentiment and brought that guy because he focused more on finishing Atiku, on stopping Atiku. So that's why he went to that place. So he divided that PDM, and the reason Atiku lost. It's just the same way that Obi divided Atiku votes in 2023, and Atiku still lost. So that's just it. But to me, it was a very bad idea to bring Yar'Adua, because Yar'Adua, they say you don't talk ill of the dead. I understand, but then I'm not talking. I'm just talking generally with an open mind. It's not about talking ill of the dead. That guy, within the shortest period he lived, it caused some destruction. It caused some problem for Nigeria. That it set the precedent of rewarding criminality, and that's why the Boko Haram people and the bandits who have that the same guts to be asking for amnesty. So the day he introduced amnesty, Nigeria never stayed the same again. So he has already created incentives for criminality. So we need someone to really step in and stop that idea. Then Nigeria can move forward. It was on here the other time that I said, okay, we should even be looking at how to stop this problem tomorrow. A lot. I say it online again that it's not a bad idea in this year 2023 that I have, that Nigeria should start thinking of how to fence our territory. It's not a bad idea. All those story of, oh, there are so many hundreds of man or thousands of man territory. Then Nigeria is only like some few hundred square meter bigger than my province. So Nigeria is not that big. Even fencing Nigeria will generate revenue for Nigeria, but it's going to help our defense, our distance. So You won't just have anybody that will be coming in through or no part in the bush that will be entering our territory, that be kidnapping people on the street and be escaping. No, if we have like say over 1,000 borders, you can reduce it to like 20 where you can man this thing. So when I say fence, the fence in such a way that you do before anybody will even try to say they want to blast that place open. Maybe patrol shopper will have got that place, because I expect this fence to have some kind of electronic features that will be able to send signal. ICT monitored fence that you reduce all those entries. So you are going to do a lot of things with that. You are going to reduce smuggling to the country, both smuggling of goods and smuggling of armed bandits. So you have a lot to do that. So that's it. So all those excuses that some people are coming from Mali, Mauritania to come and cause problem in Nigeria. The question will now be, how did they come into that territory? Even those people that have allegiance to the Niger Republic, when we have first demarcating us, honestly, they will think twice. They will think twice. So all our land borders, honestly, it may sound foolish, but I think it's achievable, especially when I know it's going to create job for our people. Do it.
But they will break the fence and go through it.
No, Mike.
No,
See,
it will happen. It will happen.
I'm not talking of fence they can
according to
easily break.
what
There are
Mr.
some
Ola just said,
fence.
that if they can put a sensor on the walls, you can like now today in Ukraine, when these guys they want to become 18 years, they want to run away from the country, they catch them now. The moment you don't cross the fence, the patrol shopper will just come and pick you up and take you to the prison. See, after the 2 months
Do we
you're ready,
have
they put
the
you in
So,
the
money?
so
Do
you
we
have
have the
enough
money
to.
to do
Do you
that?
know how
yes,
big
Do we
Nigerian
have the
more
border is?
resources
expensive
for
and more
that?
expensive.
Mr.
It's
Trump,
not it's not
do we
expensive.
have the
Nigeria can do
resources
it,
for
man.
that?
Simba, we can do it.
Yes,
We
yes,
can
we
do
have
it.
it.
Forget about it.
We have it.
It's a
We
project. We
it's
can
just
do it.
because they
Why
don't
not?
want to do it. Even this Boko Haram, they can clear
But
it within
is
a
it
month.
not
They
going
just
to
don't want to do
be,
it. They
is
use
it
it
not
to make
going,
money.
it's just like,
No.
okay, Mr. Trump, you are living in Europe. Can
Yes.
any country in Europe do such a thing? Won't it be
No,
against the
The
EU?
Hungary,
There's no
Won't it
country in
be
the world
Hungary is
has
against the
doing
even
it.
done
EU?
it.
Poland is doing it. Yes, now
no,
many countries are doing it here now.
except no.
They are
Mr. Trump,
doing it
let me
here now.
respond to Simba.
Okay.
Simba, see, look at it this way. If we can have money to build rail is one of the most expensive projects you can do. If you can have money to build rail, we can have money to build fence. Look beyond this thing. Even during that, in the course of that, is going to create job. Now, even someone want to take it to
Friends around Nigeria. Is that what you're saying? Around the whole Nigeria.
honestly, it's
No,
possible.
the border, the place that the
If it
border
sounds
is
stupid,
expensive now.
You fence the country. Name a country in the world where they are fenced.
Israel did it now.
at least Trump tried to fence
America did some
America.
parts also now.
He can't
America is
fence them.
bigger than Nigeria.
No, it's not. He can't. He couldn't even fence
America
the
is
whole.
not fenced though.
It's not
Who
fenced
told you?
completely. He can't fence the whole America. And if
It
you want to
was the
fence it,
Mexican border that they fenced now.
he didn't even fence the whole border. He just starting
Mike, don't make
some
mistake.
part of it.
You can't fence the whole of Nigeria. Don't forget there are some areas that we have sea. So the area that we are going to fence in Nigeria, when you look at the map, it doesn't mean everywhere will be fenced, because you can't fence the sea.
But our
So
sea
those land
border is the least. Our sea border is the least. Is the shortest.
No.
It's just like
No,
having a
it's
rectangle. Just hold on. Just having a rectangle, and then look at it now. Look at the other border. It's far. It's longer than our sea border. So look at the length. I mean, the both side of the east and the west they are the longest. So what are we talking about?
Even when you fence it,
have you seen some Europe? Sorry to cut you, Mr. Mike. I'm talking with pros there. Even Europe here, their borders. If you see when those immigration wants to come in, they have to open the gate. They have gate. You cannot just come in. What others want to do? Want to
but they
pass
didn't fence the whole country.
Everybody has a gate. Everybody has
Everybody
a
have a
gate
gate. When
where you
Nigeria,
have
they
a
have a
road.
gate.
We are talking
The other
about the
place,
bush parts and all those places.
It's
We
not.
are not
It's not.
talking
they have
about.
It's not
patrol
going to be
now. They
feasible in
have
Nigeria.
patrol now.
Forget it. But it's not going to be. It's not going to be
It's
feasible.
exactly. Even when you fence the whole country, people want to come in. They will just find a spot. They will break it. Is it not a concrete
Even
wall?
America that built the wall, are they not jumping over the wall?
Let me
They're
tell you.
breaking itself.
Remy, what we need to fence Nigeria, you understand, will be cheaper than what you need to construct Okay, why we need to fence a kilometer of fence
But
like
Dollar,
that?
the question is what kind
Your
of fence?
people will
Wait,
tell
Remy,
you
give
they
me one
are
second.
hungry, they
Remy,
are
Remy,
breaking fence.
wait. Ola, what kind of fence? Is it concrete fence or what is it?
Or
No, not
wireless.
everything will be concrete
It's
now.
going
Some
to
of
be
them are
combination of
invisible fence
concrete
now.
and the top will be like a wire fence that will
Do,
have
Uh-huh.
do,
Can
do,
you
do
give
you know
them
that people
more?
can break? Wait. Do you know that people can break wall, concrete wall? I can just take sledgehammer and break
no,
through walls. You know that?
get me right. I'm not saying people will not break it. Look at it this way.
Though,
Exactly. So what's the point of building it?
Mikey, if
Wait, now
ordinary
let me do
divider on the road, Nigerian break it, ordinary
Exactly.
divider,
wait
not less of now.
now.
You think you build a wall and then people will not break and if they want to cross
Let me
or they
tell you
will
one
climb it or something. They will
wait,
find a way
let me
around it
tell
now.
you one
They
thing.
can
Let
even
me tell
dig
you one
under
thing.
it.
No,
Every
Mr. Mike.
innovation, people will tell you that they cannot work, right? But there is
This is not
at the core,
innovation
But
now.
we
This
are
is
saying
known.
to reduce
it is of
some
course
No,
it's
because at
innovation.
the end of
Mr.
the
Mike. I've
day,
Innovation.
seen it now. I
Innovation.
went
Well, which one you say
to
not
an
innovation?
exposition of insecurity because I'm working because I'm looking for connections over there too. Understand? It's a very good investment back home in Nigeria. So when I looked at it, I saw they just built a pole. This pole it covers up to how many kilometers? You understand? Just a pole. If you want to pass, you don't see that there's a bridge, a wave. You don't know it. So there's a connection. You understand? There's a security over there. There's a security. When you pass, it will scream. It will send a signal before you know the police have come and picked them up. You can't escape. You have to get an helicopter. Everything. They have it in America now.
Yeah, you can have a patrol. Border patrol is what you are saying. No
So,
offense.
No, no.
Mike,
They
let me
work
tell you
with
something.
border
See,
patrol.
today,
I saw this.
today they will tell you that we have thousands of unmanned border, right? So even if there's external aggression, they don't know which of the border they are coming through. If you fence Nigeria and you monitor it, they
How
cannot
can you
wait
monitor the entire Nigeria?
now.
You know, do
maybe
you have the
Wait
manpower to
now,
monitor
Mike.
the entire Nigeria? It's not
Why
possible.
you just
Give it to private businesses now. They will do it, Mr.
see,
Mike.
Mike?
You
If
you
it's
will need
government,
millions of people. You have to employ millions of people
No.
to
You don't
the
I
border
cannot
is
do
very
it.
huge now. Okay, how many people do you need to monitor every part of the border?
just
just
look at the
wait and
border on the
listen
north
now.
and
You
the
did not
east
even
and
Hmm?
west.
listen. Just wait and listen to it. You listen to what I want to say. Presently, they will tell you there are thousands of unmanned border. So even the immigration, they will tell you, and custom, they will tell you they cannot monitor everywhere because they are plenty, right? If you fence Nigeria and you say, okay, you cannot go and break 1,000 places at once, except it's a serious issue. The question is the place you want to break, you will be able to narrow. You know, you are doing a perimeter narrowing now. You are narrowing the perimeter. That okay, if they are breaking from Republic of Benin side, you know that's the place. You know where to run to. If they are breaking from Niger side, you know that's where to run to. Unlike now that okay, don't even know whether they come from Niger, whether they come from Kutonu, they come from. So the thing is, when you have a monitor fence, you will
Ola,
know exactly where they are coming from.
do you know the number of entry that we have through Benin Republic alone, as small as Benin Republic is?
That is why you need fence to restrict all those spots. You don't get it. It's just like you have your houses. You have your house, a big compound. Now, even though you have coordinate, people can find like about 15 places to come. But immediately you put fence, someone that want to come, he will be breaking a spot. If that spot is limiting that person to a particular spot that you can
I
even trace.
think I like the idea of Mr. Triumph. Just a pole with a wave, they can monitor it. Maybe you can put down poles all around the border.
It's not
But
all
a
that
fence,
expensive.
No, Remy,
Early this year,
you can even fence with barbed wire.
I spoke with
You can even fence with barbed wire, and that will be
Ola,
cheaper
Ola,
than laying.
Ola, you
what
know
they
another thing
do.
you're not
if you
considering.
fence with barbed wire, I can guarantee you within 2 days, Nigeria will take everything away and they'll go and sell it at Alaba or any.
They will go and sell it. You understand? In
You
fact,
don't get
it's
what
like
I'm
giving them money.
saying, guys.
They will steal
Listen,
everything.
listen. Let's stop
Overnight.
this thing. If we keep disclaiming, if we keep disclaiming everything, nothing will be done. Some people
Ola,
said
Ola, let
yeah,
me,
can never fly, and it's
Okay,
flying today.
Mr.
You
Mike,
don't
let me tell
disclaim
you,
everything.
let me tell you why I'm going to Nigeria. Sorry to cut you, Mr. Let me tell Mr. Mike why. You can see, they told me that they are kidnapping in Nigeria. Okay, look at an example now. I went, I'm still negotiating with them with some hotels in Nigeria. 10 the luxury hotels and the medium ones and the poor ones. For us, it is poor concerning to the exchange rate. You understand, Mr. Mike? So what I did, I bought a tracking devices. I will not say where they put it in my clients in their body. You can never know because it is forbidden to cheat people in Nigeria. They'll call you a devil. You understand? According to some religion. So one thing does that thing, it covers the whole Lagos. You cannot kidnap any of my clients. And again, I'm negotiating with some security agents. They will follow with the transportation and everything. You know, it's not even costly. When I see all these these boys like Obi Kubana, Imoni, it's not costly. If 200,000 naira, they will escort you anywhere you go the whole day with their car. With their car, 200,000 is very cheap.
All I gotta do with fence now.
No, no, I'm telling you.
Well, anyway, let me say this real quick, before we move. Hold on. You know one thing you're not considering, something about wildlife. Do you know animals have to migrate? Like, there's certain thing you don't understand about the ecosystem in Africa. How during season there's migration of animals and things like that, and it has to do with the environment. You know, those kind of things. When you build a wall around the country, you know. Don't you think you interfere with nature? You know, some type of interference will be, you know, against nature. Those kind of things you don't understand. Like you think it's only humans that just inhabit the environment, and we can just do things the way we like without considering how it affect the, you know, wildlife and all this kind of stuff. So you can't just build a wall around the country, man. You know, what's that country in Africa where this mass like hundreds of thousands of wildebeest and buffaloes, they all have to migrate every season to a certain area, and then they will migrate around, you know, after another. So all those kind of things are happening.
It will destroy the ecosystem. It will destroy the ecosystem of such a country.
They have a way to
just like putting yourself in an enclave.
Like now in America, there's not everywhere they put one. There's a place that the animal used to cross the river.
Trump, just all those games reserved that all those South Africa and Kenya have. I don't know. And why did they fence their games reserve? That they are not.
They don't fence it. They don't fence it. They don't fence it.
Who told you? Who told you?
They didn't fence it.
Okay. I hear you.
They don't.
I'm talking.
There's no country that's fenced, man.
I'm thinking with
I know some games park were fenced in Canada anyway. So
no,
they didn't fence the whole Canadian border.
Canada, all those ones that are artificial. Those ones are zoo. They are not reserved. They are zoo.
Okay, Mr. Mike.
These are not zoo. But they fence some wildlife here, but they just have their route of getting out. So don't.
Mr. Simba.
I'm telling you of what is happening in my country. You are saying.
No, Mr. Simba. You have a house. No. Mr. Simba, you have a house.
No, mind.
Mr. Simba, you have a house. Mr. Simba, please listen. You have a house in Nigeria. Want to tell me that your house is not fenced? So you mean you left it open? Anybody can cross in. Intruders can cross in anyhow. No, now everything is possible when you have the money and when you have the willingness to do it. It's just that they use it just for political things back up. We know that. We know everything can be resolved within a day. Within within a year.
You know, let me tell you this. You know, all these things that the so-called border that we are talking about, you know, is artificial. You understand? All the people that are living in our borders, they have their relations, and maybe just cross, and then they have somebody that they are the same family in another country.
We have to stop that mentality, Simba. That is why you will see Buhari now be prioritizing the Nigeria Republic over Nigeria. We just have to stop, and it's still a patriotism. We have to stop that. American and Canada they share border here, but I tell you, a Canada will tell you that I'm a Canadian no matter what. An American will tell you that I'm an American no matter what. But you see your president of a country now that have allegiance to the Nigeria Republic. See what Buhari did to support a candidate from the Nigeria Republic against Nigeria when they were contesting the general for OAU then. And see all those raid that we are building out to the Nigeria Republic now. but we have every excuses to support all those reasons that we should build to that place. So to me, that your family live here, they live there. That's so when they want to say they want to put diaspora in voting, that is why we said that.
Okay, what about the let me ask you the question. What about the spirit of this ECOWAS or whatever? And that was why I put the question to Mr. Triumph that in EU is it possible for France excuse me for France to say you want to fence France away from the other EU countries? Is it possible?
Yes, now you can use your police now. Like now, for you to go from France
No, we
to
are saying
Belgium,
fence. We're not
you have
saying
to.
police.
Fence. We are not talking about policing.
No, they have borders now. They have borders now. You cannot
Can
fence
you
every.
fence your border? Can you fence your
An
border?
entrance. There's the entering. You cannot fence everywhere. Let me put it for you
So
very
you
well.
agree
Let me
with
be
him,
clear.
man?
Yeah, please. There's an entry in everywhere in France. That's where that before you come in, they will check you, and that places are where they smuggle things.
It's the same in Nigeria. It's the same in every country. There's entry.
That's why that you cannot fence everywhere. But the place that there are houses, or you put you station your security, your immigration officers over there. Before you
It's
know
the
you
same in every country. Triumph. They all have every
yes,
border. There's entry.
we are
look at
just
Every
saying we
country.
should have
Look
fence
at America and
to
Canada
limit
like
the
a
number
example
of
now.
borders.
Sorry,
That's what we're saying.
wait,
Limit the
understand.
number of
Sorry.
borders. They just have to do it.
Yes,
You have to find a way
look
to
at
limit the number of borders.
Canada and America. I saw a documentary concerning Nigeria. He went to visit in America. Then he has to cross down. He walked down the whole night to enter Canada. He reached their checkpoint. They said that you don't have the right to cross. You see, if you cross your leg, they're going to stop you. He put his leg, then they arrest him. You understand? He's asking for asylum. So they started laughing. I said, you see, always a checkpoint everywhere. They have patrols also now. So one thing that you create employ, but one thing is that we have to work in a certain way. There's a guy I listened to how to develop a nation. I was shocked. Very easy. With these 7 years, Nigeria is one of the best in the world. We can do it, but what is the cost of corruption? Nobody wants to do it. Even in our family, moment I was telling a family friend of mine here um, in Europe. I said even the baby that they just delivered today, the baby is corrupt. They say how come? I say the environment is also corrupt. So what do you want to tell me? Even they want to see somebody, you cannot see somebody for free. So what do you have for the boys now? What do you have for the boys now? You understand? So one thing is that I believe, they gave me one thing that like now early this year. I spoke with some investors. I'm begging them to come to Nigeria. I'm begging them. I say, come, I will find the land to give you guys. That's why I was asking 3 days ago, where is safe in Nigeria? When Ekene was saying that no need to go to southeast, I should put it south and southwest. I said, okay, that's good for me. It's a good place of investment. So I looked at it and I said, because the guy showed me a drone. A drone. I saw a drone, very big drone, and that drone has a little drones also. They will track the whole forest for you. You cannot escape. And they have and those drones have guns. These guns that they use to shoot, they don't kill. They will shoot you just a little pin in you and you slip off. Then the police will come and pick you up. I saw the testing now on animals now. What do you think? Nigeria can do things. I don't want to. I know the people are listening now. Before they know, they start googling, going to
Can you manufacture those drones, or you have to go and be buying it from everywhere? It's like
No, no,
we want everything,
no,
but
no.
we
I will
don't know how
give
to
them.
make any of those things.
I don't give Nigerian contracts to do as for now. Even my platform I built for Nigeria, I did it here in Europe. I know why. Because they will sabotage it just to make money. Because of their mindset. Somebody that give them 1 million now, they will just keep going, okay, take another one, take another one, take another one, take another one. One thing that I saw things. When I saw things, I just looked at it. I asked them, what is it? Like now, on the 27th and 28th in Paris, I'm invited also to come and see. But the businesses that are, Europe is saturated already. They're looking for where to invest. I'm trying to beg them, and I'm not even a government official. That's what people tell me. Agbado near, trying of Mr. Trevor Agbado. I say, who is Agbado? I just want the betterment of the country. That's what I'm fighting for. The moment he comes and I want, I should tell them, I don't want a dime. Just come and invest. After 7 years, you leave everything for me. That's what I told them. Come, I
See,
give you land, you
Mr.
stay.
Trump, Mr. Trump, just a minute, so that I want to draw attention. Simba, when I said some games reserve in South Africa and this in our fence, you said no, they don't fence. I put it there, read it. They fenced all those reserves. So for those animals not to even escape to the place where poacher can get them, just read it. So if for just wildlife, if they can even spend much to do that fencing, there's nothing stopping us from doing even if there's nothing, just wired this thing that will be able to trace some intrusion and we can be able to respond to. There's nothing bad there. If we don't have to fence the entire Nigeria, but look at those areas where all those criminals used to come in. Do the fencing. The fencing is thought to at least to give the security people the chance to respond when they are okay. You know that okay, this
Wait,
fence
are you
is coming. So
saying the insecurity of Nigeria is something being carried out by outsiders? So I mean,
that's the excuse they used to give, right? So if you limit them, right, you'll be able to know the truth. You use both
if you
technology
ask
and
me,
the physical thing.
the criminality in Nigeria is largely done by Nigerians. I'm telling you.
At least we have to eliminate all those stories, right? When people are lying, oh,
I
they
don't
are
I
from
don't
the
think people of Niger Republic or people of Benin Republic are as criminal minded as Nigerians. So
but
why we keeping it? You you
but
you
those
you,
people, those
you
people, those people in the village in Ekiti and Ondo testifying that that even the Fulani, local Fulani, they were running away from them. Why would they be lying against all those stuff now? Well, because
those
they
are
say
not
okay.
foreigners now. They are Nigerians. They not are Fulani.
No, they are Fulani. There are some French Fulani guys that come. They, according to what the local Fulani are saying, they say they are the one perpetrating the crime. So even so, we just have to look at El-Rufai. El-Rufai say he traced some of those criminals to as long as Mauritania go and settle them. Maybe it's a sitting governor saying what he did, that he have to move away from here to go to another country to go and see all those people that were coming to Nigeria to cause problems. So at least if I don't believe in regular citizen,
I don't think
I believe the
anyone in
sitting
another
governor.
country, in African country, they want to pick another country to go and cause a problem. It'll be Nigeria. I don't think so.
No, Mike, listen to El-Rufai. El-Rufai will clarify it too. At least if El-Rufai can say that,
Come on
and
now. Rufai. First of all, the last people want to be taking eyewitness account from is the Nigerian politician. They don't go anywhere near those places to know anything that's going on there.
no,
They
Mike,
just
El-Rufai said they
Mr.
actually
Mike,
visited those guys.
Mr. Mike,
So
let me tell you
imagine,
something.
I said
I
you
was
want to
in a
say
hotel
he's
in
coming out to
Nigeria.
tell lies.
I was in a hotel in Nigeria. I will not say the name of the hotel. I saw many francophone. They look like the northern guys. You understand? The same way, but they are not Nigerian. Many guys just come. I said, how did you get? They say that they are going to the north. That there is job in the north. I say, which job? And people are complaining that there's no job in Nigeria. I say, which job? I was just looking at them, but they thought I was a foreigner like them because I speak French. You understand? I was just speaking with them, listening to them. I was speaking to them. So they were just talking. I sat with them, we ate together. They were just telling me things that made me shocked. So one thing is that Nigeria is a free zone. I'm sorry, yeah. Everybody can come in and come out,
you know,
which is
you know, you know. I was talking when I talk to people from all these Sierra Leone, all these West African countries. They think Nigeria is like America. So they think Nigeria is this one, rich country as is just going well. This super rich country in Africa. Many of them dream to come to Nigeria to migrate. So I'm like, damn, this is what you guys look at us. It's not like that, too.
no. Mr. Mike, there are many opportunities in Nigeria. You can see they say that there is insecurity in
Nigeria is
Nigeria,
not that
but
poor when compared to other
every day
African
you have the
countries.
Chinese, the Indians, they're all pumping into the country. What is it that is attracting
Well,
them?
yeah, that kind of opportunity. I mean, like investment opportunity, yeah, but not people that are looking for
Look
job.
at
Like,
all those Togolese that were doing our tilings and were doing our artwork and carpentry and all those mastery in Nigeria. Will you tell all those people that there's no opportunity in Nigeria? They come to
They
Nigeria to
know
do
now.
the job that our people will not do because some of our people they lack the right skill. So
That's
those
true.
guys
well,
they
Nigeria is
see
good. Nigeria are just crying.
exactly.
I
So
believe
To be
that
there, just
I know that there are people from this administration, President Tinubu administration, they are listening to us. I know even there's a lady that repeated what you said, Mr. Mike. I saw it on the net, on the news, Mr.
so
Mike.
they are
I
they
was
are
shocked.
eh, they are
I was
plagiarizing
shocked.
me. What did I say that they are saying?
I'll go and look at it today again. I'll go and look at it so that
Yeah,
I'm going to report
listening.
for you.
I've also seen so many cases that they are panic. You know what? That means that when Tinubu said he likes people to be around him, and I know that these people, they have people all over. Even among these people, I will say that this platform, you'll be surprised that some people, some people are relaying information back and they
That
listen.
is why
I
I
know
cannot
Mr.
give up
Triumph
my
is working
business
for the
plan.
French government. I know that one for sure.
Yeah, I know, and that's for sure. But as for me, I cannot give up my business plan. Yeah, you understand? Because I know that the people are looking for before they know they will develop
So,
it.
so when you see,
First to
sorry,
come in a business in Nigeria will make it. I know it.
so when you saw those people going cook and cook, let them be. That is advantage of Nigeria. Take away all those business from all those cookies or whatever country. Take it back to Nigeria. We want it, okay? If they say they don't want their leader, they don't want French to govern them anymore. We don't mind. French cannot do let all those business. You know, Nigeria. Have you ever seen? If you see the conglomerate of SCOA, CFAO, and all of them just pack like that, all those liver brothers, we need them back. If to beg, we should go and beg. Because
I'm
an
still
average
again. I'm
Nigerian,
not even.
But
an
why
average
why can
I'm not
Nigerian
we
even in
replace?
administration. I'm not even in Nigeria administration. So they will ask me, "Are you a politician?" I say no. I give them my address here, everything. They're looking at me. You understand? Even I say that I will give myself, understand, because of I play I used to my main source of money, my number one money here in Europe is my self integrity. You understand? That's what I used for them, and I used to cash them. That's why I make my money easily. The moment they sign, without knowing, they don't give me the goods and services. Understand? Then I take my 20 to 30% from it. So so that's it. One thing is that look at that. I went last year in a power grid. I see the way they develop light. Mr. Mike, Mr. Remy, I saw it with my eyes. Electricity. I just looked at the guy. I say, "Can you guys, all of you here, come?" They were laughing at me. They say, "You have to pass through to the French government too." Understand? One thing is that I believe it's only with diaspora that can help them back home. With diaspora can help them back home. Like now, I have over 350 Chinese that I'm negotiating deal with just for my own business. After that, I have to send them the plans and everything, so then they will sign it with me. So that's it. I saw them in the exposition. I went.
Mr.
I saw
Traham,
them.
the Nigerian government just recently signed through Shetima, went to China, and they signed another deal. I hope our stupid lawmaker will not say, China is conquering Nigeria again. They are going to build, they are going to finance the, what they call, Port Harcourt to Maiduguri and also to
No,
Calabar.
one thing is I know how to deal with the
Standard
Chinese.
gauge.
I
Standard
worked
gauge.
with them. I worked with them
I
for
know
10 years.
them very well too. I know all of them. It's, to me, I see two evil: one by your left, one by your right.
Yes, you have to be careful
You,
with the
you,
Chinese
you,
also.
you are
But
in the
they're okay.
middle. You are in the middle. Take whatever you can take from them, and when they want to, you can renegotiate. That is what we call business war. If you are paying your debt, and if you like, okay, you do not pay this, but you can renegotiate. There always be renegotiation. They cannot just come and say they want to take over all your country like that, or take all over your house. It's not done that way. But let's use them to help us build our infrastructure. Once you
I'm
can
using their
build,
style of businesses now.
when, once
I'm
you
using the
can
style
build
of Chinese
once you
style of
can
business.
build train across Nigeria, like from Lagos to Abuja, 5 hours you are there. What concern me with President Tinubu?
Do you
I
know
can
that
go to Abuja today and
I was
return the same day.
privileged to sit
What
with
concern me?
some
So, so, so
top guys in Nigeria. They told me why many parts in the east does not have airports. That those transportation companies there, they have to pay the government to refuse it. I was shocked. I was
the
shocked.
problem they
You
are
understand?
having
Because
is a landlocked
and
area.
now they are complaining that they don't have airports in their places. I just laugh. I say the problem there is you people there. I used to tell them the problem there is you people there. Everybody's for their own business gain. For their own, like now, I was talking to somebody that I helped to do a deal in Nigeria. The guy was making money. He was making money. And when there's electricity, he doesn't make money. When there's not electricity, he makes money. Do you know what this guy was telling me? That he would like to explode to destroy the transformer, so that
You
when there's
see?
no, you can see. I was shocked. I was shocked. I said, why? You can see they are the ones. It's Nigerians are the
So,
ones
so
supporting
you can see as
the
as
the
from
customer.
November 1st, they will be using e-ticket from Lagos to Ibadan as standard gauge route through Abeokuta. Let's
That's good.
assume that.
That's good.
Let's
You cannot
assume I was
you cannot cheat.
expecting Tinubu government to please construct rail from Ibadan via Ilorin to Abuja. If we have that one, that means from Lagos to Abuja, nobody will go by road again. Under
It
5
will
hours,
reduce
you're already, or 6 hours, you're
it
already
will
in
reduce the
Abuja.
cost. Like when I heard that that the bandits that they explode the train.
No, it's
I was
too, I think it was
I was a ex
the
military
security,
military officer. Yeah,
situation.
as if they give me as a Mr. Triumph, they give me that opportunity. I bet even Mustafa is even small. They even when the generals come to my according to how you people say it, they say barracks, we say Kazan. When they come to my room, they sit with me, the generals. They thought that my family is a because one thing is that I portray a very good name there that they respect me a lot. You understand? Even I started behaving like them. People think that my parents are general. I say no. I'm military officer. I say no. There's a way you when you want to do something. Even even every morning, even to tell you how whites are. Yeah, I open my drawer. I see money in my drawer. What I do, I just call the police, the mobile police. They come and they remove the money. I don't want anything to complicate my. They give me my. I have my bonuses. I have my salary. I make money already now. If you touch a lot of money, you won't go and steal now. What is only
Yes.
those greediness. Then I remember somebody in my family. I remember lose his job because of what? Just a gallon of diesel. A gallon of diesel. And I called the person. I say, why? Why? They say that, please now call my boss. Cause I said, I'm not calling your boss. Don't put me into it. Don't put me into it. I wanted that the person was stealing the family, everybody was eating it. That's why I say that where they do the kidnappers, the family knows that their family is doing kidnappers.
Of
Even the
course, they know.
chief knows
You
that they're
see,
doing
you
kidnappers.
don't,
They
Mr. Khan,
know
don't see
them.
what happened
Me,
to Zamfara.
that's why my mom doesn't want me to see the king of their village, of her village.
Now, Mr. Trayon, what happened in Zamfara was funny. They kidnapped a lot of people, and Zamfara people, they just go and when the kidnapper's wife, they went to the market to buy, they just kidnapped their wife immediately because they knew them, and they kidnapped their wife too. Immediately exchange take place immediately. No money was paid. That is the way because the community know those people that are tormenting them. They know those people houses. They know their brothers. They know their sisters. They kidnapped their husband, and when their wife came to the kidnapper's wife went to the market, they kidnapped their wife too. And then we exchange, and then everything
their
go back
wife
to
no. And one
they
thing I will
knew
just give
them,
them,
and they would keep.
I will give
Okay,
them 6
Mr.
months.
Tayon,
Me, I will give
let's
them
ask
6
ourselves
months.
a very good question. When Buhari left, Buhari already gone. Why are we not adding farmers others clash like before?
You can
It's also
see
a
they use it
political
for
undertone.
political stuff now. They use
Why
it
are
for
we not having it again? Why is everything dying down slowly? I'm not saying it's totally, but why are we not? Even the banditry is dying down slowly because the new people there, they are just killing them like fowl. They don't care. So, and I know that with technology, all those now we can get them. They are the easiest one to even get. I don't know why our security people are not doing their job.
Remy, what you are talking about now, that's the question I used to ask before. I say, is there any hidden place in Nigeria where you will kidnap people and hide them for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and
It's in the
nobody can
even they
know
had
where?
them go
It's
and
a
arrest
conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Even the villagers, the elders, and all those people, they were partakers.
They knew they are
Not those
getting
things.
money from it too. Because there's no
Exactly.
way when you make a telephone call, it will go through base stations. Even if you are calling to use fictitious phone number, from that base station, you can know exactly, you can pinpoint where those people are. Even their
Let me tell you this story. There was one that was some people were kidnapped in Kaduna, and so they said they should bring ransom. On their way going to where they said they should drop the ransom, they met a military checkpoint, and the military asked them where they are going, and they told them that this is what they are going to do. The military now said, okay, bring 10% of the money that you are going to give to the kidnappers. They now say no, that the kidnapper will not agree. They said when they get to the kidnapper, they should tell them that they have collected their own 10%.
You see?
Oh my God, Nigeria.
And then the kidnapper will release them. No, they'll pay, they collect the rest and
No,
release
they
them.
got there and they told them that okay, they asked them why the money was not confirmed. They said the military they met along the way collected so amount. And they collected the remaining one and they freed those people.
So it is those military that are protecting them. They're supposed to report immediately to
Yes,
the Nigerian.
I had it that before the forces comes to that sector, that they used to tell them that the police or the army are coming and they all run away. I said that there's problem somewhere. Like now, do you know this mass? When you send a text message, they will know the place, the area that the text message went out
Yeah,
from.
that's what I was saying.
You understand? There are things that my God know me very well. Oh. I bring it in Nigeria. They will call me devil. Oh. Even my family, my colleagues call me. I will bring you out. Oh. I stop corruption in my barracks. You understand? This is what the general was telling me. The colonel was telling me. Behind everybody, he come to my office and saying, "Do this." I was the only black guy in the office. Do this for me. When I do it well, he called me again. He said that they will come and threaten you everything. I will be among of them, but you understand? hmm? I'm with you. Nobody can touch you. I was shocked. You can see that's why I said that. I started playing politics in in the military already, and they will come and try. Even I saw the guy there. I was looking at them. At the end, he was just with them like carrying on. No shaking. Nobody will touch you, and nobody touched me. Because sometimes I come back late. I came back around 3:30 in the morning. I will call them. They are sleeping in their home. They have to send the mobile police to come and pick me in my train station and drive 3 hours to take me to the Kazan, to the barracks. You understand? So my colleagues close to me, my friends, they tell me, what are you really? I say, I'm just somebody like you. Because when you do your work well, they will respect you. I know. Go to their office. I don't blame Tinubu what he's doing now. Is now settling everybody. No, all these people that are coming, you will see they will be good. No, nothing will happen. 4 years go come, 8 years go come and go. He knows them. What's it called? What's it called? OBJ did the same thing too now. He retired and he gave them money. Everybody calm. You understand? Calm. Well, that's why I just look at them in Nigeria. I say that sometimes it is not the president is the problem. It are the governors and the legislative and that they want causing problem in the judiciary, that they want causing problem in Nigeria. One thing there's a way to handle them now. Just call one, put it me. I tell them my people, they know me very well now. They'll go say go and pick the wife and the children. Yeah, in my office. They're all ranked than me, but in my function, I'm not operating in my power. I'm operating by power of my superior. So when they just see the letter, you will stand straight in front of me. I'll say, why are you doing this? You see begging, because you are going to the prison, and I don't forgive like that. But now, due to things now, when you are married and you have children, everything starts coming down. That's why I just say that sometimes family talks to you, environment change you. That's it. Nigeria can change within the overnight, just to put the right people there. The right
But
people
just
there.
look
So
at
just
it
look at
now.
this.
See that naira that was around 1,000 is now 900 as of today. So that means
They can
speculators
do
in
it.
Nigeria are killing that
They
country.
can do it.
Really, I think if it's
They
not to
can
say,
do it.
just cancel that what do you call it, black market. Pick any aboki that is selling dollars. Everybody go to the normal commercial
I'm
bank and
I met
place
a
it
guy
there
in
every
France,
day.
Mr. Remy. Before I forget, I met a Fulani man in France. He told me something. He's a Nigerian. When I told him I'm in Nigeria, the guy embraced me. He was happy. I say because he saw my status. You understand? He said, "I'm proud of you." I said, "Why you don't know me?" I said that he told me that he can be. I told that what why is that they're spoiling Fulanis are spoiling your name. He told me that he used to go to Nigeria once in a year. That uh, that if he wants to be a billionaire, he told me that the bureau de change is I'm saying it out. I have my own process. The person set me down. He told me so many things that the one controlling the bureau exchange in Nigeria. So we know where the problem lies. Nigerians they know to just give it to certain people to be eating. Understand? To be feeding with it. Instead of it to do it as a national cake. Anybody can do business, even bury the church. Everybody, even you, Mr. Remy, you can do it where you are, anywhere in the world. But in Nigeria, they gave a certain group of people to take care of it. He said that he has
Mr.
to leave.
Trump, I think the major problem we have in that country is lack of patriotism.
Yes.
That is it.
Everybody just being selfish. Is what I can gain. Nobody think of the general populace. You understand? And I can't blame them because even the people that you are pitying, they don't pity you. And that's what you have. That's what you have in all sector. You see military men compromising against their fellow military men with the criminals. You see somebody, it's just a free for all things that you don't have that. We don't have that group of people that actually mean well for the country, and that's what I can see.
I remember, Mr. Simba. I went to a platform. I used to go to other people's platform. I don't go to their panel like this. You understand? It's only one panel I went to. Understand? I was just listening, and they asked me a question. I said that, yeah, is where you live. You protect first before you protect the other place. He said, no, it's not. I said, I'm a patriot here in France. Even when the government call me, they want to, when I have something small, like one of my boys, they did something bad. I go to the boss, to their boss, then I just I say, I'm a patriot. Even my secretary was looking the way I used to talk. Understand? We're looking at me, like, how come they listen to you? How come? I say, that's the way we talk. Understand? Because I've moved around with them now. They want to give me an ambassador where I used to work. I don't want to say the name. They want to give me an ambassador. I refused. But I think 2025, I'm taking it. There are many privileges in it. I won't lose my privilege here in Europe. You understand? So that's it. 2024, I will accept it. Understand? There's some people. Told me that you have a problem, call me. So I said there are compromise everywhere. When they like you, they will protect you. When they don't like you, they will put you in the gutter. They will put you directly in the gutter. One thing is that I believe that Nigeria will be great. And it's through with the
But
diaspora that will make it great. That's why I don't want to say anything that I want to do in Nigeria, because if I start, they will know that they will know they will, they will know they will know who really. You understand? Because they listen to us. I was surprised what Mr. Mike and Rashanama was debating on that Mike overcome Mr. Rashanama with his ideas. They repeated it in Arise News. They repeat. I see there are people looking at hearing, listening to us every time. I was surprised. I went to this Nigeria Watch yesterday. I just went and I looked at them. So I was looking at even the guy, the owner of the platform, is not changing now, supporting what's it called, the president, and people are just criticizing him that he's changed something. I was looking at, no, he said that he wants the betterment of the country. Elections are over. Now we have to start thinking about how to make the country
Mr.
great.
Tao, that guy is a smart guy. You know why?
He's
He has
funny now.
cashed out when the ovation was loud. He was just the guy it's not as if he's patriotic. He's just following the trend.
That is it.
He's doing business. That's what that Niger Watch guy is doing. You know, before during the election, after the election, when the obedient were crying and he was following them, and he said the way they will be sending money to him, they won't they will be greeting him. Thank you for the good work that you are doing. Now he knows that if you want to follow that trend now, it's not selling again. Now you want to come to, the guy, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't reckon with such people. He's
I
just a smart guy
understand.
that's just doing his own business.
Sometimes I used to listen to that. Not only that, I listen to everybody. You understand? People like negativity. Nigerian like lies.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, and again, the moment you tell them truth, they'll call you names. Understand? So sometimes I just look, because I was monitoring someone through the internet. One thing is that I saw the person has one man in his platform, in his list of platform he used to go to listen to. So the person is not even listening to us now as we are talking. He's hearing me now. I know I was looking. I said, you too, you're in woman here. I used that it takes ideas also from you guys. So one thing is that I just look at people. Understand? I say one thing that we know what is going on, but nobody wants to do it. And if you are an obstacle, all those touts, they send all those area boys, and they'll come and destroy your market. Bandits are area boys. I used to tell people, bandits are area boys. They say, go and destroy that farm for us to make money. You understand? One thing is that if oh my God, one thing you use one as an example and their family as an example. That's why I like President Obasanjo. When I remember when was it called? These people in Lagos were making noise. What's it called?
OPC.
OPC. He fired them on. Everybody silent. I say OBJ. I love you for that. Understand? Peace came out. No, everybody was it's not be our own.
But Mr. Sao, I can see that you have some knowledge of security. Wait,
I work with
the
them
way
now.
I'm
I work
looking.
with them for 10 years though. 10 years.
Okay. I want to ask a question.
On your business.
The problem that we see in the Sahel region.
Yes.
Do you think we can only confront it with military approach alone?
No. You have to use information too. That's true. What is
No, because the issue, the reason why I'm asking this question, we don't look at the cause. We're only looking at the problem.
We can do it.
If you look at the cause, let me tell you this. If you look at the cause, one, our population is growing. We have desertification.
Hello?
No, I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Sahel region in Africa generally, starting from Mauritania down to Sudan.
Yes.
You understand? If you look at the conflict in those areas, to me, I see is actually not the insecurity is because of survivor.
No. There are people. I can tell you that there are people. I won't mention them. Are people financing?
Because let me tell you, I watched a documentary in Mauritania and somewhere in Mali, and you know the people there, what they use as their mainstay of livelihood, probably some form of agriculture, animal rearing, and all those things. The whole place is dry now. There is no food for the animals, and people are migrating down. Since God created this earth, He has not added 1 kilometer of land or even 1 meter of land to it. Our population is growing. You understand? We have more dry land now than what we used to have before. Look at the Lake Chad Basin that employs millions of people. That employs millions of people before.
Yeah.
Is no longer in existence. We have so many lakes that have dried up. You understand? We are not looking at those things that there was a time in Nigeria. Nigeria was trying to collaborate with Niger, with Cameroon, with Chad to refill that Lake Chad. But nobody is talking about refilling of that Lake Chad.
They can do it, Mr. Simba. What it does that?
No, what I'm saying, you know why I'm raising this. All this one that will only concentrate and buy more weapon, employ more military personnel and all those things, fence the country and all those things. I don't think that is the only solution. Let me tell you, if people are hungry and they don't have a means of survival, they can do anything.
Let me tell you one little secret in war. When soldiers want to go to somewhere, before they start doing businesses on this, first of all, they have to select and secure a perimeter of environment. When they secure and say in a circle of it, when they secure it, then later they can start working to develop it, cultivating it and things like that. You cannot go and cultivate a land that you know that the intruders can take tomorrow. I just sometimes I respect IBB. It took our Federal Republic to the center. That's the way we military things. Before you can, if you get
Mr. Brown, it's not actually IBB that moved our federal capital to Abuja.
It was
It was Muritala. It was Muritala that relocated.
but they did not. They
It was Muritala that relocated the federal capital from Lagos to Abuja. It was only that he didn't have that time to build and move that time. So it was Babangida that finally moved in 1990. But it was not the one that actually relocated the federal capital from Lagos to Abuja.
That's it.
But most
Because
people
it's
don't know.
security now. It's because of security now. One thing does that if I will advise my president, Mr. Tinubu, I'll tell him to choose his enemy wisely. He should choose and he not trust everybody beside him. There are some people there that want to sabotage his government. I can bet you they want to sabotage it. Some people are wishing him bad and they are eating from him. You understand? What it is that if I had, oh my god, what it is that I was a junior boy in my place of work. You cannot go to my boss office. Even they make a film of me in the barracks. They make a film of me with my boss. They film me and show the general that see that others nobody can go there. You understand? When you have people that are loyal to you in business, in friends, when you have my boss is calling me his friend today. He's calling me, I'm no more working with him. He called me his friend. I protect them all of them. Many of them are going to retirement now. There was one Ofeko, he wanted me to he was giving me options, conditions for something positive for him. For me, I don't like it. He was telling me, do this for me, do this and you get this, do this and you get this. We want you to stay. They were begging me to stay. They gave me a post and position. I refused it now. I refused it. I refused it. Not the money. When I told my family was telling me that, why can't you receive it? How can't you accept it now? I said, you can your mindset. You people think about money. I'm thinking about my life. You understand? Because I believe that those guys will not be there forever. They will not be there forever. And I like the way they do. When they go, they hand me over. They say, protect him. He's the one doing the job for us. Protect him. He's the one doing the job. I was shocked. I said, that means that in Nigerian politics, they're just recycling it. It's the same thing that was going on. And when I left, do you know how much they gave to me? I bought a house. So I did many things to give people gifts to. And they don't give others. They don't give others. You understand? One thing is that I believe, I used to tell people, I still believe that will be good. It is we, the diaspora, that will do it. It is we. If you cannot be bought with money. I did a test, Mr. Simba, one time. I went for 3 months without taking money with me. And I survived with that money. I said, not everything is money. I was shocked. So now, I don't like that's not I don't like now. I just give my family everything they take. When the moment I've eaten, I drank water, I have place to sleep. What do I need again? So the money is there now. I'm still looking at it. I use it to do my things. Do you know that I remember in my business, my own salary, I used to with my salary, I have to cut my salary into two. The half of it I used to employ 2 more workers, just to help 2 more workers to come and work. When the government had it, they started calling me now. They started negotiating deals with me now. I say no, because the moment they start giving you, they want to control you later. You don't have power in your business anymore. That's why. So that's it. But I believe, Nigeria, me. Oh no, all
Look
those
at
bad
what you are
eggs.
doing, Mr. Triumph. If you try it in Nigeria, oh my God, they will ruin you. That is the advantage. One thing I realize is this: all my sojourn abroad, I've realized that the people there, because maybe they don't take religion too personal, they are truthful. Their word is their bond. If they tell you everything, since I was in China, their white is white. Their only problem is just immigration. But if they say this is what they are going to do. And since I arrived here, their white is white and their black is black. I'm not saying they're 100% perfect, but if they say this is what we are going to do, they are going to do it. This is what is written here, this is what we follow. There is truthful disclosure most time. But in our own case, everything is just about interest. What will I gain from it?
They don't have that moral,
Yes.
integrity. They don't have
No,
that moral.
people are not protecting their name. It's just that I don't care. People worship money. They don't even care how you get it. So far you have the money, then they worship you. I just see that
There's
maybe
sorry to cut you, Mr. Remy. There's a country here in Europe. I forgot. Is it Sweden or what? They will. You can. Your neighbor. You can see his salary. How much he gains a month. You will see it. They want to do it in
maybe
France.
but here in Finland, do you that they encourage family? They will even be asking you when you are filling application for resident permit. Do you have another child? They are encouraging you to have babies. They will give benefits to your kid. Your kid, since you are born, is like their kid. They will make sure that in the
Remy, you can't have that in Nigeria. Even with that encouragement, see the way they are proliferating like rats.
So here, education from zero
Oh,
to
no. It's possible. No, they can do it in Nigeria.
and you know what they do? You know what, Simba, you know what they do? That's a threshold. For example, if you are making, you and your wife, your threshold, you are making more than 5,000 euros, then they will force you to pay little money for your kids' school fees. But if you are not able making up to maybe 5 or 6,000 euro, then you don't need to pay any tuition fee. And if they ask you to pay some money, how much are they even asking you to pay? 50 euro, 100 euro. So you can see, and then the children can have breakfast at school as early as
Mr. Remy,
17.
do you know the people paying those money? Do you know the people paying those money? Like now, it is the company, the factory, the industry that they want paying you guys. Because I know how much like last year,
The more you make, the more you make,
the
the more you
tax
pay your tax.
121,000 euro just taxing. After my mago everything just to pay it, they say you pay 121,000 euro for tax. I wasn't happy now when I told that. They were telling me now one house with that one for VI. I said, which VI? They said, no, you can. I said, VI is very expensive now. They said, no, you can get that Ajay area too, already completed now. On Nigeria rate today. One thing is that not because of what I used to target businesses that are not functioning here in France. I go to their office. I tell them that see, this is why I do things. There's one I helped. I won't mention the name. Lastly, now that they start being greedy like Nigeria later when they started employing people, changing the offices. They were making not up to 30 million a year. Then when I get to them, they were making over 150 to 220 within 2 years. So now I tell them that my fee has changed. So you people will be giving me 2% of that money every year. That's where the problem came out. They say that I should be taking like a certain amount, 7 figures. I say no, I need 8 figures just to make sure that everything like me for me to enjoy the something too. Now they say no, that's not the way they behave. So I left them. So I'm working with another one today. And I use that person as a because I'm the one that create the system and the structure for them. I say what counterpart, I can't give you everything now. I can't give you everything now. I learned it now. You have to make sure that you still have a way to because humans are human nature changes every time. That's why I hope and I still pray and I still wish that God should give President Tinubu wisdom, power and knowledge to govern the country, to take them to the compromised land. He's going to put it in the path. Look at Lagos today. People are complaining Lagos. Now you want to start doing it. But one thing that I will, from 1960 till date, if they give me the security power in Nigeria, 1960 to date, I'll say give me the right. I'll tell you, that's what I told my former boss. Give me the right. From 1960 to date, not 1990, no. 1960, I will go after people that ruined the country, that they took the money. If they are not alive, their family will pay for it. All their properties have been seized. I will seize everything A to Z. They will start from zero. Even though they're showing in Europe, I will come after them. Before you know, within 1 year, I did something that they were calling me some names. They were calling me names. Yeah, they were calling me names. Yeah. So sometimes I just looked at people and said that it's the way we handle things. The way we handle things. I don't care when people do your riot. They were doing rioting. They were doing riot. I just laugh at them.
I think one of the things that I also need to change that country, I don't know what they can do about our orientation. We need to change our mindset generally.
like now, Mr. Simba, let me give you an example now. You draw 7 circles. 7 circles. You understand? 7 circles. It's not circular inside there. The middle, you go the round, let me give you. The first circle you put 4. In the last one, the little circle inside. You understand? Understand? You put people there. You develop it now. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You put the first one is 1. That's second one. You develop the people there within 1 year with your lift. Then later you put the ones in 2, in 1, and the 2 in 1. So you do it oppositely. They have to pack their loads, and the other ones to come to live. Before you know, you do it. I bet you Nigeria will be like heaven, according to people. Nigeria will be like heaven. I've seen the already formulas now. That's why some people they want to do, but they want to sell these plans. Everybody just they say when I become no, you can start doing it. Right now, I want to work with South, and Southwest. And thank God for you guys. I learned something that the regional had the zone the country. Understand? I wrote it down. I know when I was telling Mr. Woman to show me this, I look, I say these opportunities. This is we are going to conquer the whole Nigeria. It's very easy. Even the way I do my business is military way. Understand? One thing is just that I will just force all my cabinets. I tell you, the first thing, if you want to work with me, you must learn to be a reader. You must read. I give you a book to read within a month, and that 1 month, ending of the month, you tell me what you understand. If you tell me no, you are fired. That means you are not listening. I bet you with you. I like the way if you, according to the president, if you do not deliver, you are fired. When I heard that word, I say yes. So this guy is doing it. He knows what he's doing.
Mr. Tav, we just earlier when you were talking, you mentioned that your salary. You understand that you divided your salary into 2 and you give the half to employ 2 more people. You understand?
Yes.
Earlier when Ola was talking and Remy, they were talking about failed businesses in Nigeria. One of the reasons why businesses fail in Nigeria is that most 89 or 90% of Nigerians don't know how to do business. You know why? They don't separate their business from their family. I mean, let me give for example. You say you have your own business, but you are paying yourself salary.
Yes.
Nigerians don't pay themselves salary.
They eat their capital and their interest together.
Exactly. They don't even know how much they are making.
Do you know that
they don't know whether they are making profit or not?
But let me give you a confession. The mistake I did when I first started business here in Europe. I withdraw 30,000 euro cash. Then they blocked my account, my money. They say I'm doing money laundering. I have to explain things to them. They told me I'm doing my own money, that I don't even have the right. Even here in France, you work with more than 3,000 euro, you pay a fine of almost 300 euro. Your money. You understand? So when people are talking, I just look at them. Sometimes they say, you have this, I do this now. I say, try it. You will go to jail. You will go to jail. One thing that you beg them, you say you don't know, and they understand too. They understand too, because one thing that when you create employment for them, I remember when I needed something, I was paying a kindergarten 8,070 euro a month here in France for one of my kids. So one thing just that I need to negotiate again. I said I then came to Europe and dash people my money now, just to change diaper and give baby food. And it's just 4 to 5 hours a day because everybody's busy. You understand? So one thing just that I just wanted that
you see. So if you have people like that, I used to tell them, even there's somebody on this platform that I was arguing with some months ago back. When you are doing business, you have to separate business from you pay yourself salary. That's the only way you can maintain that business. And you have separate accounts. You can't be using your own personal account as your business account. Then when you need to pay for school fees, you take out of it. When you want to buy food in the house, you take out. Even if you are selling grocery, you can't be taking what you are selling and be eating it in your house.
After they say that it is winch, according to Nigeria, they say that it is your uncle doing you. One thing is that I learned something here in Europe. Many things. And when people are talking, I used to tell them that I'm still learning. Understand? I know a friend of mine here that made about €1 million interest, than the government to collected like 90. Like now in my company, because I'm the boss. I'm the president. I have CEO, those. I'm the president. The final decisions is made by me. Everybody can do everything, but I don't tell them that I'm the boss. Because when they see what I just at the back listening, I tell them don't tell them I'm the one in charge. I just look at them. I just stay. I look at them when they talk with. I say. Then later I said that I said when I move, they just leave the meeting. I said no, there's no doing business. The person is not honest. I'm the final, understand? I'm the one that signed those documents for the contract to hold. If I don't sign, no. That's just it. So Nigeria is one thing that if I can, I tell people that for you to cancel people, just your result. I use result to keep and I work more than I'm supposed to do. Sometimes people think that I'm going to die. I'm still alive. I got accident now. I was going to Luxembourg. From Luxembourg, I have to go to Strasbourg. From Strasbourg, I have to come back to Belgium the same day to talk with my clients and future businesses. So one thing that I just move around. Nobody knows the whole day on the road. Sometimes when I'm tired, I just take a hotel at night. I sleep. I continue. So I come back weekends to see my family. But one thing is that I used to tell people that I wanted to do something in Nigeria to tell people that I tell you that if my friends were telling me that if why can't I go to Nigeria and compete with they were giving me tax. They were calling Dangote for me. Go and show them now. Go and see no. Dangote have bought everybody already in Nigeria. So we were laughing at me. I said they say you can do it. I said yes now. But one thing is just that Nigeria is corrupt. If they see a new person coming in, they want to match at that person. I told them that if Dangote come here in France, he'll become a billionaire overnight. They say why? You will pay tax with all the money you got. You will pay taxes. Taxes. So what I do is that my company pays my water I used to drink. My water for the month is 400 to 500 euro. Water, my bottle water. Understand? Then my feeding, the company pays my feeding 50 euro a day just to eat. Understand? So that's where I not touching my salary. Understand? Then any expensive I go is the company that pays for me. The
At
president,
least you put that one as part of the cost of running the business.
you understand now. So everything that so they remove it. So that's why they tax. Sometimes I know how much they pay me.
Okay, you
Sometimes
use all those ones also to reduce the tax that you pay.
you understand now.
Mm.
So that's what I do. So they pay. So I just do this. So anytime I'm doing, they pay everything, and then again my family profits from it also. You understand? It wasn't that easy. So one thing that I used to do, like now, my water. I want to eat. I want to drink 500 euro water a month. Is impossible. What I do, I give it to my families. I share it. Understand? So it's if even my team the money. There's a company that used to bring me services of my short cakes and bread, things like that. I don't eat breakfast, but I just do it the way that everybody working for me take breakfast free, take lunch and breakfast. I pay for them every day. They have their free lunch and breakfast, so they will not give me ideas excuses. That's what I do. So what I take
Yeah,
care of them.
because some of them they can say, okay, they want to take some minutes or some hours to go for break.
No. They have 2 hours, 2 hours hours for break in my company. That's the law here in
Okay.
France. They take their
Okay.
break. So what the but one thing that sometimes they are lazy. Even West are lazy. When they are supposed to see a black guy that works, I said that I said I learned something where I worked. I thought that they don't like me where I was working the earlier stage with my bosses. I have 5 bosses in charge of me under their order. I thought that they don't like me. Now I know that they grew me up. They taught me many things that I'm enjoying today. I beat people, eh? Even though I just look at you like now, I used to listen to some guys. I won't tell the people I listen to. Understand? I work with capitalists. I like choose American system and German system, and that's my secret of my business. But I will not tell you how I do it. And I put the twins in making money fastly. It's with the is with the American system, capitalist system. Then to have a solid goods and things like that, I use the way of training. I use a German system. Understand? Because they are solid. So I used to, and I put those two together. Then I beat you. You come to me. You go bow. You go bow. You go bow. That's why sometimes people call me that I'm into sect. I say no. Understand? When you start making money, the way others don't make money, and people are complaining, they think that you are in Nigeria. They say blood money. I just laugh at them. It's just I learned something you guys don't know about. You understand? And I negotiate things. I tell that we are all business salesman and saleswoman. Our president, Mr. Tinubu, President Tinubu, is a very good salesman. He's a very good salesman, and he used it to win everybody up. If you're not a good salesman, you can't win. Like what's he called? Mr. P2B is a good salesman, but he doesn't have the good advisors and good advisors and connections. And Tinubu has the good advisors and good connections. That's why he won. So that's it. He does it.
They are not even they are politically they are not even in the same category.
No,
somebody that started 30 years ago with somebody and the kind of bridges that he has built is quite more than what
There's
Obi
a
has
way.
built.
I don't want to say there's a way to win. If I want to contest, I win everything I do. I don't even my friends they know me now. I just go. I study your business within 6 months and I beat you. I look the good and the bad parts and I talk to your clients. What do you want more that these guys are not doing? And what is it doing for you? That's what I use. Understand? I did a system in France for the past 3 years. Last 3 years, all the whole France are using the same system to do their business today. A black guy. That's why when I talk to many Americans, they say, why? I say, no, you have to be open up. There's a city here in France that I want to go and work. They were beating me all this big corporation. Later, I went back to my drawing board. After I finished selling my goods, doing my services, before they start doing it, they were asking me, "What is this again?" So the guy started because they were losing a lot of money here. The guy started firing people here. Start firing people. You know what the mayor called me? The mayor called me and told me that I have to leave the city. I have to leave the city, or see if not, he's going to close down and people will lose their job because the guy has more more people working for him, but he cannot offer the same services I do. You understand, Mr. Simba? So, what do I do then? Then I did what I have to do. Then, you understand? Then I left them. Then they pay me to leave the city. I left the city to another city. So that's what I did. You understand? One thing that they told me, even my lawyer was telling me that I should go to America. That's why when I'm asking Mr. Mike many questions, doesn't know why I'm asking so many questions. My lawyers want me to go to America. I say, go and show them. And then I laugh. All my lawyers are wise, but when I talk to them, they listen. They say that, how come you do this? When many people thought I was doing drug business. Drug business. I just laugh and look. I say no. I showed them everything. They say, how come? I say that I negotiate my price. And one thing just a motor parts here. Another businesses they bought it for €10 and they sell it for €100. I mean, I sell my home for 20 to 30 euro. You understand? Who are they going to patronize? It's me now, and I sell in bunks. Before you know, I've gained everything already now. I use quality and quantity, the two together. There's 7 things, 7 way of businesses you do. You never cannot be saying it here on live on air. Understand? So there are people listening to us now. Before you know, Nigeria will start doing it. There's one I missed. That's why I hide things. It's not my fault. I hide things. I just write it in a book. I got
No, that's the only way you can't reveal all your secret to your competitors.
No, sometimes I tell them, but I use them so that sometimes when I say that I've been on the top for long, I go and meet them and I give them advice.
Because like me now, I'm a medical doctor, but I see more prospects in business than even my profession.
Like
You
now, you
understand?
mentioned, like now, can I ask you a question? Like now, January, I'm invited in a World Trade Fair for this medical. I won't call the city for medical for medicines, eh, medical products and medical instruments. So I'm thinking, I don't want to say it on air. You understand? Because of
Mm.
thank God for COVID. When I tell people I like COVID, they told me that or we should I said, no, I'm not. I say, that's how I
Mm.
know what brings money. There are three things that bring money in life, apart from the assurance and then the banking and other things. That's in the administration line. I can tell you the three things that you make money with. You understand? The banking, you have the banking, the accounting, and the assurance. You understand? Those are the three things in administration to make a country start going. Then in the way to live, I use people that we learn the secret in Nigeria in your school. We call it Mr. Ninja D. Do you know it in biology? Mr. Simba, you still
Okay.
remember Mr. Ninja D?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
that's
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
business scope. If you know Mr. Ninja D, I use three of it to make my money. I can't do
Mm.
everything. The
You
money.
know all this one nutrition.
Don't say it out. Don't say
Mr.
it out.
Triumph, sorry to cut you. Are you going to be in France in January?
No, I'm in Nigeria.
Okay. Can you tell me when you are going to be in France, or maybe I'll contact you because I will visit France soon.
We are in France. You want to visit? The France is big, eh?
No, I just want to spend 3 or 4 days in Paris, but I can come and see you anywhere you are in Paris also.
Okay, because I'm always on the road. I will be in Paris, that I will be in Lyon. Because now I'm in
So it
Lille.
depends. Me, I just want
I'm
to
in
take a
Lille.
short vacation, maybe 3 or 4 days to France. I don't know. I don't care where I stay. So far, I can just book my hotel and just go. So I
Okay,
can
I
come.
understand. But I'm a busy guy, Mr. Remy. How can we do it? Even my
No,
family
no,
is
no,
too.
no, no. You know what? Mine is simple. I will connect you to WhatsApp if you can give me your WhatsApp number. And when I want to book
I don't
my
want to promise you, so I will give you my WhatsApp number. Understand? I don't want
yeah.
to do something that
So
I don't.
why
I
will
don't like
you give
saying
me? I
things.
don't
I
know
don't
how you
say.
guys do it. So
I don't
will you
say
give me some
things that I
private
don't do.
chat?
You understand?
How
Right?
do you
So,
give
you,
it to
so,
me?
so you used to get. So you used to get holidays during when you get your holidays when then
No, I'm
you
free
get
to
your
book
holidays
my
when.
holiday whenever I like. Whenever I like, I can get my holiday.
That means that you are close to your boss. Then that means you are close to
No,
your
no,
boss.
it's not
That's good.
about this is the way here in Finland. If you want your holiday early, they will give it to you, and then the other days you can. I'm a
No.
little bit flexible with what I'm doing. Okay, so it's not that
Okay.
people call it me to date like that.
Because I know that I'll be in Nigeria. I'll be in Nigeria then. That's the problem. Understand?
And whenever you come back, if you come back in
Okay,
late
I will, I
January,
will, I will let you know. I will let you know. I will let you know. I will let you know.
okay, let
Understand?
me
I
know.
will let you know.
Let me know.
Understand? I will let
But
you know.
at the
Don't worry.
same time, you can through one man. Maybe you can get my email through one man and send
Okay.
your WhatsApp.
Okay. No
I don't
problem.
know how
No
you guys
problem.
do it. So that if I do,
Oh, don't worry. I have a Mr. Olaza contact also number and mail also. See, so we exchange it already. So one
yeah.
thing that anytime I want to go to Canada, I'll just say, hey, I'm passing by here. Even though it's 1 hour, do you have
I am not in
a
Canada.
1 hour
I'm
for me?
close to you. I'm in Europe. Okay. I'm in
Understand?
Finland. I'm
So
close
that's
to you. Yeah.
I know, I know, I know, I know. I know you guys are close to Russia. The one thing is that
Okay.
there are
We
many
are close to
opportunities
Sweden
back
also.
home. There are many opportunities back home. You understand? Many opportunities back home. One thing is that I use this platform to get to know people and then to ask questions. And I've learned a lot with you guys. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot with you guys. The exchanges, you understand? That's it. Sometimes I like looking at. I do look at the way somebody is and things like that, and that's just it. And I remember, so one thing that I just look at people, I just laugh. Yeah. I just laugh at times, and I like listening to people, and I like learning too. And when I see that, I do
Only that Saudi Arabia is too far to me. I will because I used to live in Asia. I would have loved to also meet Simba also because I like this expertise, skill, and
okay.
farming. I can tap from his knowledge because when
You
you
like
care
that,
about years,
like if Mr. Simba can come to Belgium or Netherlands, he will learn many things. He will learn
me,
many things. Because
Yes,
I
of
remember
course.
the first time I went to
Yeah,
maybe
I know that the Dutch are the best in dairy farming now.
I,
Yes. And I
I'm
think they
going
have
there
a big
for
farm. Through the South African, they have a big farm in Ilorin. Is that not true? When they shake them out of South Africa and land that they come to pick them
that's
up. Can you
African for
confirm?
you.
No,
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 in the
not actually in Ilorin. It's somewhere in the Kwara North. They call the place Songa.
Because what
They
a lot
still
of
have they still have the farm there up to now. It's still existing.
I remember I saw a documentary of Obasanjo's farm. I see it's very dirty. Sorry to say that. I'm not disrespecting you, my president Obasanjo. I don't know you, but I saw it the way they it's so dirty. For me, it is so dirty. I saw his farm. I say, I
what
can
the
beat
man is stingy with the worker now. What do you expect them to do?
How is this stingy? It's just maintenance now.
They know him now.
I see the way they complain, all the whole millions of naira you are pumped in it. You don't need money. One thing just that I used to tell people, like now, I tell my people that I want to open a fish pond in Nigeria. They say how? First of all, I will do a mobile before I do a permanent. In case of I have problem in that area, I can relocate. You understand? I can relocate. I say now, the same I spoke with Mr. Fish. I spoke with him. He gave me his contact. I spoke with him on the phone. But I paused the business because of I have an issue concerning people I want to put in places. So all of them were complaining that, are you going to leave the business for me? I said, I've not even started it. People were telling me, am I going to leave it for you? I said, no. Because my
Imagine
aim is to
it's something
feed
that you have
the
not
whole.
started. You can beware of that person that's asking whether you are going to leave the business for you.
I say that we are not touching, I'll be paying you salary every month. We are not touching a fish in there. They say, why?
If you are interested in that, because I don't know what the government, this marine blue economy that Tinubu is trying to create is something along
This
that line. Because
yes, aqua agriculture.
because
Aqua agriculture.
what I noticed that the only kind of fish farming we do in Nigeria is actually the freshwater fish farming. We don't
No,
engage more
there's many opportunities.
in
I saw I saw something that
in Ghana,
even
inside
very cheap.
the
It's not even up
ocean,
to
people.
€1,000, Simba. Not even 1,000 euro.
Eh?
No, I know I'm not doing that. I want to do something that understand. I learned something here. I learned something here because I wanted to open a bottling water factory in Nigeria in the first place. Understand? And I know I'm going to do it also, but I'm looking at where will I start from. I'm still studying the environment. Understand? And when I brought my project out, even Coca-Cola bottling company, I beat them all because I not give because I bring in France here. You cannot sell anyhow water for them. If not, they will lock you for 30 years imprisonment. So I'm bringing the same way they are doing their stuff. I'm bringing it to Nigeria for them. I saw everything. I even saw the machine and not even expensive. They manufacture the machine here in France, not in China. China will not last. Like me say 2 years. The machine, those machines, kapu, they are dead. I remember I bought just a robot machine for my mom. Yeah, for good 10 years, she's still using the same machine. What our friends that they brought machines from the China there, they change the machine every 9 to 10 months. I say that, and I said that they were even begging me to do it for them. You can see one thing is that you give them quality, and Nigeria will pay. We pay. Like now. Let me tell you what, Mr. Simba. If you want to open a fish pond in Nigeria, I did the mathematics. I did the mathematics. They told me that Mr. Fish told me that with 20 million naira, you can make that 20 million naira in the next 6 months. You get your money back in the next 6 months. Then after 6 months, within a year, you start making the same money. I say, if I make my money more, and I want to put that 20 million, let me say 50 million naira. They say within 6 months, I'm making my money. That 50 million I've gotten back. Eh? The same thing, I will build another fish pond. It will give me double. And another the money I make, if I make 100 now, I build another 100. It will give me another one 200. That means I'm doing a compound interest. Before you know, there's no space now. But we in Nigeria, they are eating it, buying bits. I want to
Hey,
build
hey,
house.
Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Trump. Hey, are the laws in France, are they strict in terms of like punishments?
Yes, so they
do
are
they have
strict.
capital
They are strict.
punishment there, and how
Yes, yes,
severe
they
do
can
they
even
punish?
close down your business. They will close down your business, and you can't. Like I
No, I'm
want
not even
to.
talking about the business now. I'm talking about just like punishment, the way they punish criminals and stuff.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Or
Yeah,
offense,
yeah.
how they prosecute offenses? Are they as severe as America?
More than America, French now.
They
They
are
give you
tough
things.
now. Can
They
see
are
from
tough.
their economy.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. They are
Mm.
tough.
It is
You
only the
cannot.
Scandinavia here they are soft. Okay, prison here is like you are in a 5-star hotel.
Mm. So
Yeah, but
those France, England, those countries, they are
yeah,
very
No, no,
tough with their
England, no,
laws.
no, no. England is not tough like that for me. That's why they have criminals everywhere now. Everybody have carry knife now. In
You
France, if you
know,
don't carry
if you
knife,
look at it,
they will
Mr.
shoot you.
Crown, you look at all those countries that have this history of slave trade, they are tough.
yes.
France, Portugal,
Holland,
England, even
Holland.
Holland, all those countries that engage in slave
England
trade,
don't
they
speak
are
good
here.
English, Mr. Simba. England they speak this Jamaican English. Boy, clank or yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't understand what that's. I say. Are you speaking English or what? Say, get away from my office. Get away. They were looking at me. I said, get away. We brother. Which brother? Your boy. I don't know you. I don't know you. Not because I'm black, you're black. Come on, get away. You understand? With dreadlocks coming to my office. Come on, you raise you come properly then and listen to it. This is how you dress the way they one thing does that this that things and I see that even Nigeria they're doing it today. Instead of them to copy their business and bring it back home, they're copying wayward things that are not beneficial to the population. Giving us
No,
the same way.
Triumph, that is the orientation. The orientation of Nigeria is to show off. And you will see that even they make a little success, they want to show off. The way you are
Everybody
doing,
want to buy car.
uh-huh,
Yeah,
the way you are doing is that you are not thinking about eating all the profit at once. You want to reinvest and make it bigger. But an average Nigerian businessman is just get the money, eat the profit, and hit the capital, and then go and beg.
No, one thing that I told them that I can populate the whole fish pond in Nigeria, but the government have to work with me. And if I want to do it, I have
Not that they
private
cannot work
investors.
with you,
Like
but those
yeah,
people in
they,
charge, they
they
will
they
first ask
work
you
like now in France
business.
here. Do you know Renault cars,
Yes, I
Peugeot
know
cars?
now. Yeah,
Government
they are
have 40 to 50% of it. Then the rest is private owners. So that means that if like now in France, insurance. If you drive Mercedes Benz, Audi, then all this Toyota, you pay more assurance. But when you drive French making cars, you pay less assurance. So they are making it easier for people to drive French cars. You understand? They just they did